Good morning, everybody. Uneducated Economist here. So let me get this. Is that a little better? Uneducated Economist here. Just came across this article that came out just a few minutes ago, really. Talking about the stress test. Actually, it wasn't a few minutes ago. It was hours ago. But to me, it feels like a few minutes ago. Federal Reserve says U.S. bank can withstand $708 billion in losses amid overhaul of capital rules. Now, when I think about what it is that was just stated here is within this article, it is very disingenuous when you really get to the bottom of it, because when you go and listen to some of the Federal Reserve FOMC monetary policy participants, the people who actually create the monetary policy, they really had spilled the beans on it. What is being stated in this article to me is the propagandized information, essentially to make everybody feel better about the banking situation and what it is that's happening right now. It says here the Fed stress test scenario included a 10% unemployment rate, 39% drop in commercial real estate prices, and a 30% decline in home prices. And now to imagine a scenario such as this is just overwhelming, right? I mean, people would just be losing their mind to think of an economy that had such conditions taking place. It says here, quoted from Michelle Bowman, who is essentially in charge of all these regulations, says, today's result underscores the strength of the banking system. And now this is something right there that I think, again, is very disingenuous to what it is that's actually happening within the banking system. She says, hey, our stress test just proves right here that everything is just awesome, right? And no worries at all about the banking system. We could handle a significant stress test, and by these numbers that they were showing. Now, I want to take it back to Michael Barr's speech. This came out not too long ago. What is it? June 6th, 2026. So it wasn't even that long ago. And it says here, oops, let me get it to I missed it. Here we go. So this is what Barr had to say. Says, over the past year and a half, the Federal Reserve, along with other federal banking regulatory agencies, lowered capital requirements through a series of regulatory proposals, and I have dissented from each of these decisions that apply to the large banks. So as the regulation and the idea of what it is that these banks are regulated to do as far as holding on to a capital requirement, so essentially holding on to enough capital to handle a significant stress test, this is where the banks right now are being deregulated in that sense. Like they don't have to have as much capital requirement. And so he goes on to say this began with reducing the stressfulness of the bank stress test, right? And making them less likely to be able to keep up with the new risks. Now, this is something that we were talking about when the speech came out. And here it is, Michelle Bowman is saying, oh, hey, look at the stress test. Our banks are just kicking ass. We're awesome. No worries. Everything's good. And Michael Barr's going over there going, yeah, well, if you reduce the stressfulness of the test, of course, it's going to show how awesome you're doing. It doesn't mean you're doing that awesome. It just means it just means you're testing at a lesser level. It just means you're not testing the stressfulness or the same stressfulness. These changes also included eroding the leverage ratio applied to large banks and thus weakening its ability to serve as an effective capital backstop. Again, remember, this is this is a voting member on the FOMC. This is somebody who's voting for monetary policy. And this is what they had to say about these stress tests. Works as an effective backstop. The current proposal for the U.S. implementation of the International Basel III and the Global Systemic Important Bank Surcharge, the GSIB surcharge, an important capital add-on for the largest and most systemically important banks designed to offset the potential harm they could cause to the economy at large. Other banks saw reductions in their capital requirements as well. So here it is. Michelle Bowman is trying to share with the people out there in this mainstream media article, the CNBC article, which is essentially just pure propaganda, talking about how the banks are in a great position. Everything's fine. The banks are fine. No worries. Just like, we stress tested at a significant level, 10% unemployment, 39% drop in commercial real estate, 30% drop in home prices, and we're still good. And what Barr is saying, it was just like, well, you might have like put those numbers out there, but the capital requirements that you have on these banking system is nowhere near capable of handling the stressfulness of any kind of significant downturn comparatively to what we've had in the past. Now, going back against that is that Michelle Bowman has talked about things that are now within the banking system. And it isn't even things that are now within the banking system. It's things that have already been in the banking system that are essentially now being used in a more significant manner. And mainly talking about the discount window is providing liquidity to the banks in a way that back in the day would have been considered like a big taboo no. So when you have not necessarily new, but ways of being able to inject liquidity into the banking system that would have been considered like no good in the past, but now are considered good. These things aren't necessarily included into, at least from what I found from Michael Barr's speech when I read the entirety of it. That's something that he doesn't necessarily put into that speech and then, give any kind of significance to. So we could find that maybe Michelle Bowman does have it right and say, no, these banks could totally handle this level of stress in this condition, considering their capital requirements that they're at and the capabilities of liquidity injections through the discount window. It would seem that this internal fight that is happening here, I don't know if this is necessarily an establishment of a credible threat or is literally like just two very different belief systems that are happening at the same time. But anyway, I wanted to share this with you when I saw it because I thought, man, this is quite significant when you think about it from the propagandized information coming from the mainstream media. And like, so again, when we go back and we look at Michelle Bowman's interview, or at least the CNBC article on it, ultimately portraying like a good news kind of thing. Today's results underscores the strength of the banking system. And again, this is coming from Michelle Bowman talking about the stress test of it. And again, how stressful that test was comparatively to, past conditions of the banking system. Michael Barr seems to be quite worried about it, but Michelle Bowman's like, nah, everything's good. 19 people have joined in this really late night live stream. I don't know how long we're going to go for, 8 minutes. I just wanted to share this article with you guys. If I haven't got the links down in the description, I will make sure and get the links and put them down there, not only to this article, but to Michael Barr's speech. And remember, we did Michael Barr's speech in a members only live stream. Of course, it looks like everybody here in the chat right now is all members. So I don't know if we, regulations hard to believe. I find bank regulations hard to believe. Seems like a farce to lend credibility to the dollar system, like presenting vote counts for an accurate election that corrupt government will never allow. Right? So true. Late night Simon. Yep, Johnny. We're in, I have the week off, so I took like a huge long afternoon sleep. So I'm up and at 'em. Sarah's watching TV right now, and I figure, well, if everybody's asleep, I'm gonna come out here and talk on the internet. All right. I did not see links in the description. Okay, thank you, Alnetta. I will make sure and get those in there. It's essentially just like one of the more recent links coming from CNBC, and then another recent speech coming from Michael Barr. So they shouldn't be too hard to find if you're truly interested in it. But I will get those links and put them down in the description once we get those uploaded. Is that coffee in your hand? It's not. It's tea. Sarah made it. Can you see it? She's giggling in the back. You guys got any questions or comments or ideas on, what it is that's happening within the banking system here when it comes to the banking regulations and whether or not they're actually capable of handling any kind of significant stress test within the economy? I honestly look at this and I think to myself, man, this is really like a good setup for a credible threat to then essentially, use these two ideas back and forth to then push the, you know, I don't know, how does it like push the resilience of the banking system information out there, like, oh no, the banks are about ready, they can't handle it, they're going to run into recession. Oh no, man, totally got all the liquidity in the world, and then to be able to use that, like, is this the establishment like seeding that idea? My mentor says I need to watch the debt market, a credit lockup. Well, definitely, like, I mean, if you're talking the economy, essentially, it's all about the financial system, right? It's all about the finances of the and that's what's funny about it is, like, you got basically the regulated financial system, which is the one that we all talk about, the one they talk about on, the news and everything, but then you have, like, the unregulated financial system, like the shadow banking system, and in that part of the economy, which is vast and it's huge, not a lot of people even know about this or look at it or even talk about it because it's not really the one that is regulated or even discussed on mainstream media, but it's a real thing that's happening out there. It's 23:45 in Alaska right now. It's 6:45 away. Huh. Driving through El Paso right now. Who keeps their money in the bank? You put mine all on credit cards. Right. What could people do about that threshold for getting a loan? I have no idea. You're talking about the one that we did the other day about the, like, once you get to 50% debt to income ratio, then they just basically cut you off, but you're at 45, you're like as good as if you're at 30% debt to income. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do about that threshold. It seems to be like a psychological one that was imprinted into the banking loan companies out there, essentially from the great financial crisis and the Dodd-Frank bill, and like, hey, we got to protect and make sure that these people are actually capable of acquiring or paying the loan who you give a loan to. And when they started easing off on that, like, the lenders were out there going, no, I'm going to stick to that. I don't know if I'm dyslexic or what, but why is it a challenge for me to assimilate the psychology reversal that the credible threat theory requires? I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe I'm slow. No, that's totally makes sense because the stronger your belief system is inside of it, like if you have learned a lot about economics, especially like institutional uh teachings of economics, it makes it so difficult to see the credible threat theory. But if you never had a base to begin with and basically you just didn't know what was, about monetary policy, it makes it really easy to see it because you didn't have like this form of belief. Now, to understand like the credible threat theory is to really understand the problem that the Federal Reserve was facing. And this is something that I try to share on my school community. This is I put all the speeches together and I put a video series course together. So if you really, if you're still having trouble digging into it, it's all packed over at the school community. But you really have to understand like the problem that the Federal Reserve was facing was that lower bound of zero and the Fed funds rate operating at that lower bound of zero. This was like major problem for the Fed. And now mainly is because the interest rate adjustment was no longer going to be an effective tool. Like they could not adjust interest rates to stimulate the economy because of the as of warranted by the effective lower bound. They could not drop below zero. That understanding right there, like all the pieces and parts that make that reality, and how it is that the Federal Reserve was stuck there, and what it is that they needed to do to get off that lower bound of zero. This part right here is where the psychological part comes in, because even like, let me give you this part of the whole thing, right? And I'm sure you've heard me talk about it before, right? And this is the what's going on with my computer? Why ain't it working? Okay. Um, you have to think back to what it is that Ben Bernanke was saying in his speech, right? Monetary policy strategies for a low neutral interest rate world. It's probably one of the greatest speeches that is out there, that was so telling of the great financial crisis before it ever happened. And see, this is where, like, I think a lot of times people get really upset with Ben Bernanke, because he was like, "Oh, we got it all secluded to the subprime mortgages," right? And so they're like, "He lied," you know? And I'm like, "Yeah, but did you hear what he had to say 6 years before that?" I mean, just saying. I mean, it was just like, it wasn't like he was lying back then. He was basically describing the great financial crisis 6 years before it actually took place. So we can take the like idea that Ben Bernanke lied to the people when he said that it's secluded to the subprime mortgages, or we can take into consideration that he knew that they were going to be hitting the lower bound of zero at some point and had an entire speech developed just for that. You know? And so, anyway, in that speech, when he talks about once you hit the lower bound of zero, it's essentially out of ammo, right? The Federal Reserve's out of ammo. They can't use it anymore as far as an interest rate adjustment. And Ben Bernanke was just like, yeah, but you're not out of ammo. You can still, adjust the markets. You can still work this thing. And everybody was like kind of clueless. They were like, no, the Fed lowers rates to stimulate the economy, raises rates to, restrict the economy, and we can't lower rates. So no, we're out of ammo, Ben. And he was like, now let me tell you about this little guy who invents a gold machine. And with this gold machine, he can produce as much gold at will with very little cost or energy. The moment that that information is pushed out to the people, scientifically, how does he say it? His invention is widely publicized and scientifically verified. Once it's widely publicized and scientifically verified, what happens to the price of gold? Right? It tanks. Guy hasn't invented the machine yet. I mean, he invented it in his head, wrote it down on paper, proved it, scientifically proved it, and widely publicized, but he hasn't made any money. He hasn't done anything yet. It's just an idea. Right? But if the idea is credible enough, you bet that people will act preemptively and the price of gold would plummet. Now, that is Ben Bernanke's description of the tool that the Federal Reserve would use when the adjustment of interest rates was no longer effective. That's his description of the tool, not mine. Like, I didn't make it up. I mean, I made up the credible threat theory as far as the explanation of this. So that part, yeah, I mean, I kind of invented that part, but I didn't even invent it. He even uses the word right here. What has this got to do with monetary policy? Like gold, US dollars have value only to the extent that they are strictly limited in supply, but the government has the technology called a printing press, or the today electronic equivalent, that allows it to produce as many US dollars as it wishes at no cost. By increasing the US dollars in circulation, or even by credibly threatening to do so. That's where I got the credible threat theory. Right there. By credibly threatening to do so. This is Ben Bernanke's words, not mine. All right. And so when I think about what it is that he described for monetary policy when the interest rate adjustments was no longer an effective tool, I started researching how that operated. And I came up with many, many speeches that then delivered what the expectations were doing to the markets in order to acquire the monetary policy that the Federal Reserve was looking for. And that part makes it so hard for a lot of people to then listen to the Federal Reserve push back against it, like Miss Michelle Bowman right here, push back against that information and then look at it more objectively in a sense that says, okay, what does this do to the market's behavior? Because I don't know how many people came out and saw the articles that, in fact, I don't know. I didn't even look. I don't even think there was one. How many articles came out with? Are you guys? Can you guys see me when I do that? When I switch tabs like that, can you guys still see me? Actually, I don't need to do that. I can do it right here. What am I doing? I got two computers going here. So if we go and just Google it, like Barr. Here, I'm just going to type in Michael Barr, Federal Reserve. Michael Barr, and then I'm going to hit the news feed. All right. So he gave that speech, I don't know, not too long ago. When did he give that speech? He gave that speech June 6th. What is today? 23rd. So like 2 weeks ago, like right around 2 weeks ago. Payments.com. American Banker. Nope, that wasn't even it. 3 weeks ago. Seeking Alpha. It looks like maybe three publications, and none of them very popular. Not CNBC, not Bloomberg, not Wall Street Journal, not, Reuters, none of those, right? No, American Banker, Payments.com, and Seeking Alpha. They had articles talking with Barr's warns banks deregulation. There's other articles talking about it from the past, but not in line with that speech. And so when I think about it, it was just like, so here's a CNBC article, like spreading happy, good news, hair, lollipops and chocolates and everything else for people to enjoy and feel like everything's cool with, while the real information, the counter information that really should be delivered out to the people so that they can be an observe of where it is that the dangers are almost ignored, essentially ignored. And so this is evidence of how the credible threat theory works. Push out the information you want the people to feel and think and know, right? Definitely hear about how Michelle Bowman says stress test, no stress at all. Michael Barr's over here going, that's a stress test? Are you kidding me? Right? Why don't you try? Why don't you throw them like, a wiffle ball or something, man? There ain't nothing happening there. Justin says, sounds like a gold machine is referring to gold as a currency only and not any asset store of value. Well, I don't know. I mean, in Ben Bernanke's gold machine theory, I don't know. I think it's just like, what the markets would expect, whether or not they're expecting it as a currency or store of value, I mean, it's just what the markets would anticipate if you had a whole bunch of gold that was easily produced and dumped onto the market. Is King Dollar getting stronger, or is it just a fake out? To be honest, Moses, I believe that at some point you're going to see the dollar grow stronger than anything you have ever seen or ever anticipated, due to the fact that there's dollar-denominated debt that exists outside of this nation that will at some point come due. And I'm really question whether or not the Federal Reserve could even print at a pace that is fast enough to cover all that dollar-denominated debt. Thank you guys for joining in. I was just going to share this article and the Michael Barr thing, like the counter arguments, and kind of show somewhat of how the propaganda works within the gold machine credible threat theory. Like, I think if one was to internalize this information and see it, it's just like, to me, it's pretty obvious, and it's almost like I've almost gotten to the point that it's normalized, where before I used to get really excited when I would see it. It'd be like, "Oh, look, boom, they're doing it there and there, look," and now it's just like another example of it, it's just like how they do it now, right? So it's almost like you should look for, like, when you see, like, things coming out on the Federal Reserve when it comes to, like, a mainstream media article, you should almost look for the counter argument hidden within the documents of the Federal Reserve, because generally I find most things counterintuitive to what it is that the mainstream media is delivering. And that's like something that a lot of us are observing now. It's one of the reasons why the credible threat theory does so well. Justin says, well, when they increased the money supply, the value of the dollar didn't drop a ton as per the gold machine analogy. No, but the belief system worked. Right. You're absolutely right. The value of the dollar did not drop a ton, even though they had printed up all this money. But we also have to think about the reality of the situation is that it did create elevated inflation expectations. Right. Like, I mean, I know mine was off the charts during that time. I dumped every dime I had in silver thinking the dollar was about ready to fail. There was more articles, more memes, more stuff about how Obama destroyed the money system more than anybody else. Now, the reality of the situation at the end of, the great financial crisis, and we were rolling into 2018, is that the inflation was hardly found. There was like almost none there. Now, the expectation was quite elevated. And I mean, I felt it. Like, I don't know if anybody else ignored it, but I mean, when I saw like what was happening with quantitative easing and stuff like that, I was freaking out thinking, oh man, here it goes, man. Hyperinflation right around the corner. And essentially, because that happened and it didn't create the inflation, that's really what sparked my like deeper dive into the Federal Reserve and the monetary policy to get a better grasp of it, because I couldn't figure that part out. It's like, man, all this money printing and there was no inflation. That doesn't make any damn sense, right? And then when you start to look into it, it's just like, okay, well, what does create inflation, right? Consumption, supply, demand imbalances. It's not just necessarily money printer when all the money just sits on the big bank's balance sheet. So getting a better understanding of all the different pieces of it, it's not so cut and dry to say, money printer go burr, prices go up, or you can easily find inflation just by telling people it's going to print money or something like that. Neither one of those things will create an actual inflation within the economy, money printing and telling people that you're going to do it. But it does increase the inflation expectations. And if it's done just right with the supply shock, yeah, you could definitely get some inflationary pressures out of it. So it's really a lot of things that need to align. But when you're thinking, okay, well, if inflation expectations alone, can that actually create an easing in financial conditions? And yes, it did. And that's exactly what they found from it, is that it created an easing in the finance, like the financial markets were actually somewhat repaired by it all. It was everything else that didn't do well, right? And that's why the rich always get richer, is because the system is essentially designed around people to consume. And if the consumer is not the working class, where is it? And that's where the attention goes. All right. So the Fed ultimately always needs to be accommodating or have inflation to maintain their mandate. At this point, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I believe that inflation is essentially a mandatory baked into the cake thing. It has to happen. Right. If they don't have it, then they lose control. The only thing that would allow them to operate in an economy without the inflation expectations and inflation being elevated like they are right now is the ability to go into negative interest rates, to essentially take the Fed funds negative. If that was the case, then yeah, okay, then all bets be off, things would change. But right at this point, I don't see that happening. I mean, it will at some point, but all-nighter seems to me like the dollar will remain dominant until its central bankers do something really ballsy and stupid to truly force the nations to an alternative. And even if they like, I mean, I think they want to push them to the alternative. I just don't think anybody really has the ability to provide enough single currency to perform all the transactions like the dollar is doing. I mean, it would really take people to stop spending money, like not do transactions. And in that case, then it would lower the need for the dollar. And then in that place, if you have less need for the dollar, then one of the other abundant currencies might be able to fill in some of the void that the dollar is not doing. So essentially, if you're doing 100 million transactions, but this other currencies, even the top currency can only do 50,000 of them. It was just like, then it doesn't really matter what they want, what the people want at that point. They have to have the availability of the currency to do it. And that's really where the limitations of all the other currencies are. It's just there's nothing there to do it with. And as like you can divide Bitcoin and gold up into these insignificant little tiny pieces and put it on a digital component so that you can use cryptocurrencies or, asset-backed cryptocurrency, digital gold, so to speak. It's still a constant, that would be a massive constant deflationary pressure that would be pushed upon the entire economy, with the most industrious people constantly hoarding all that gold for themselves, denying the rest of the people to do their transactions. It's all about transactions. That's it. Like, that's what it's really all about. And the United States is the only country that has provided enough currency, single currency out there, right, for everybody to use in that abundance. We could use anything we want. There's plenty of currencies to compete with, but nobody trusts any one of them or has an abundant amount of it to perform all the transactions like they trust and do with the dollar. It's just nothing else. So I think even if the government, like, they can really screw it up bad, and I just don't know if they could really even, mess it up so bad that there would be anything other than just complete destruction of the entire economy. So if you're talking massive depression, doomsday scenario, that would end the dollar reign. But anything else, I don't think it'd happen. Yeah. I just don't see a competing currency, and I just don't see it like slowly fading away into the sunset. It would be a complete and utter collapse of it. And then at that point, yeah, like now we got some competitive currencies and it'll be chaos, and then one of them will rise to the top. All right. I'd say they're doing a good job at stopping people from spending, at least at the bottom 80%. They're not stopping people from doing that. They're not stopping you. You just don't have the capabilities of doing it anymore. They didn't do that. That's what it evolved into. They're not doing that to you. You gotta think that. They didn't do that. And I mean, if you wanna blame them for creating the money and then the abundance of money separating the rich from the poor, I mean, that operation does go that way, but we volunteered for that, so you can't blame them for it. We're volunteering. Every minute of this, we choose to take. And so, to say like they did it to us, that's not right, man, because this is voluntary. And if we look at it as they did it to us, then you're right, you're going to be punished by it. But once you realize that it is voluntary and that we didn't have to accept it, we're choosing to, it makes it a little bit different on what it is that's actually happening here, because the consumer used to be the average working day person, right? And why was that? We have to think, well, it's because we were producer savers. Producer savers are strong economies. Well, that's where the new money comes in from, is production and savings. Then yeah, you're going to have 80% of the people out there doing a lot more consumption when they're producer savers, but you're not producer savers. We're not producer savers, right? Like, we're just not there. That's not the economy anymore. And so really the consumer is up at the asset holders, and that's an evolution of ever increasing amounts of new money that we volunteered to accept and have continuously pour into the system. We got to stop accepting it. We got to stop, you got to evolve past it. And it starts literally with your paycheck. And if you can't handle it and you can't work in the economy without a paycheck and the dollar system and all the other stuff, you can't build the network and the barter system and all the other things that go with it, because it's so much more convenient, right, to be part of the system. Well, you're volunteering. right? You don't have to do it. And it's unfortunate because it's going to be very difficult if you don't. But yeah, there's plenty of people out there who don't want to participate in the system, and they're called homeless, and they're called bums, and they have mental health issues and all kinds of stuff that goes with it. A few of the hippies out there, I'm sure, are traveling around. Not all who wander are lost, but for the most part, it's going to be a difficult road to go down if you don't understand it in that fashion. I mean, like I look at everything like I I don't act as a sovereign citizen, but I understand the sovereign citizen position enough to like know that there's two things happening here. I'm the natural person, and then there's this system. There's two things happening here. You volunteer to be part of this system. And now, if you know how to conduct yourself in the appropriate way, you can actually walk right through this system in a sense as the natural person who's not subject to any of this stuff. That is not easy to recognize it, know that it exists, and be able to then conduct yourself in a way that says, I know when I'm using my straw man as opposed to being the natural person. That is a very strange concept for a lot of people to internalize. Once you do, it starts clearing up a lot of stuff. Uh, Lots of control in that system, Justin. Yeah. Private corporations are their own tyrannical, uh, totalitarian system. Not all who wander are lost. I like that. Mhm. You ever see the guy was nuts, so I don't really like talking about him too much, but you guys ever see Kai, the hatchet wielding hitchhiker? You ever see the documentary on that dude? Very interesting dude, right? I mean, ended up being a murderer, so it's not like he's like, oh man, this guy is somebody you want to look up to. But he had a very interesting perspective on life. And one of the things that had happened, I don't know if you guys are familiar with that story, but essentially he was hitchhiking, and the dude he was hitchhiking with lost his mind and ran into a like utility worker truck and like smashed this utility worker between the car and the truck, and then got out and started like attacking this lady. And old Kai, he was the passenger in this, and he's like, whoa, and he jumps out. He's a homeless dude. He jumps out, pulls this hatchet out of his bag, and smash, 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 right? And that's how he describes it. And he gets super popular because of the news interview that he was doing talking about the story. And all of a sudden, boom, he's this internet sensation, right? So, like, these producers, they want to take advantage of this, right? They see this guy is just like, he's got massive attention and they want to capitalize on this stuff, right? So they want to get a hold of Kai right away and get him a TV show, get him on interviews, get him on Jimmy Kimmel. And so they eventually get Kai, and Kai is a loose cannon. This dude is nuts, right? And Kai's like, yeah, cool, let's go on Jimmy Kimmel, man. I don't care. And he's just homeless, drunk, smokes weed, does whatever he wants, surfer, and he's nuts, right? Because he just smashed this dude with a hatchet, even though it was like self-defense, right? Anyway, he gets to like the hotel to get ready to go to this Jimmy Kimmel show, and immediately just starts downing whiskey, right? Like he's just drinking like crazy, and he's pissing out front on like the Hollywood stars and stuff. And they're like, "Holy crap, we got to get this guy!" Like, okay, let's just get this thing done with. So they get him to the Jimmy Kimmel show, and he's like pissing on the sign out front, right? And the security guard comes up like, "What the hell, dude?" And he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, man, whatever." And goes inside, and they give Kai a ton of money. Like I forget how much it was. It was like hundreds of dollars, right? And they were like, "Here, man, here's some money for coming on and doing the interview or whatever. Thanks." And he was just like, "Oh, right on." And he walks right over to the security guard and he hands him all the money. He says, "Dude, I'm sorry I pissed on your sign. Here you go. You can have that." And he gives him all the money. Like this broke ass dude, homeless, has nothing at all, essentially just cruising, gets this money and hands it right back over to the security guard and says, "Here, man, I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to offend you like that." And it was just like, holy crap, like this guy does not give one crap about the money at all. Later in this documentary, they're saying, "Okay, listen, we're gonna set you up and get you all like on this, TV show, whatever. We're talking millions of dollars, right?" And he was sitting there, and I forget what he was spinning, like a toothpick or something on the table. And he spins it, and he's like, almost trying to make a decision on whether or not he's going to go with them or if he's going to bail out to the West Coast. And so basically, it's just like, you know what, guys, sounds great. Thanks for the offer, but I'm out of here. I'm going to go to the West Coast and smoke weed, surf. And he bailed out. He was just like, "No, I don't want any of this stuff." Yeah, it was like it was fun while it lasted, but I'm done. And he bailed out. And I think to myself, man, this guy has no interest, none, in being anything part of the system, part of the society, part any of that. He was just like, you know what, screw that, screw you, screw that entertainment, screw your money, and it was just like, man, what a trip, what a mindset to think. Like most people would be like $1 million, cool, yeah, I'll totally do it, right? Let's do it, and take a shot at it. And he was just like, "Nah, I'm gonna go surfing instead. That sounds way better than what you guys have to offer." And he bailed out. And then later on, he ended up killing somebody else, and it's because the guy was nuts. But it was still just that simple attitude. He like considered it for just a minute. He was just like, "Man, what would that be like?" Not for me. And he bailed out, and he didn't want the money. He obviously didn't. He handed all that money right back over to the security guard, and it was just like, it's not important to me. And I thought, man, that is like one kind. That is to be able to have that sort of like, because like I said, he was crazy, so he's not exactly like the best figure to relate to. But to have that like letting go of all things, right? Like letting go of the fame, the wealth, the money, the whatever. And he was just like, nah, I'd rather live my life in the unknown, 100% in the unknown. I'm out of here. Don't even know what I'm going to do when I walk out the door. Like that sort of like mindset, man, talk about the awesomeness that can come from. I mean, here it is. Like he was everything under the sun, from a murderer to the funniest entertainer to the millionaire to everything was on the table right there for him. And it's amazing to see it like that. Most people would just look at this crazy dude who just made stupid decisions his whole life, which is true. But I look at those options that he had out there. Look at the parallels that he could just sit there and flip through, boom, 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 right? And I don't know how many people could recognize that's what was taking place within that, even though again, like his outcome was not the greatest, considering, or many people who associated with him, their outcome wasn't the greatest. But it was still that amazing, like coincidences that didn't really seem to be coincidences. It was more of this like, hey man, I don't give a shit about anything out there. And because of that, it's all at my disposal. Like literally everything. It was a trippy story. Guy without a solid ego. If we truly did what's important for us to us, system would not work. I don't think the system would work. I don't think the system works anyway. It works for some people, but it's never going to work for everybody, no matter what it is. He didn't want to be a tool for the system. Yeah, exactly. You know, freedom is a desert, but also a dessert. Or did I read that backwards? Let me see. Surfer from the Midwest. Yeah. That was funny. Yeah. Like it's all he wanted. It was just like, yeah, he didn't want anything. Actually, wasn't that guy was he from the Midwest? I thought he was from like Washington or something. Where was Kai from, Mama? Do you remember?
Oh,
45 minutes into it. Anyway, I don't know how we got off the subject. We were supposed to stick on banking regulations and whether or not they were suitable enough to meet the stress test or the stress test was suitable enough for the bank's capital requirements. Crazy Kai. Yeah. Banking regulations, do you think will be changed or impediment for banks? Well, I think the banking regulations have been changed, and I think that's what Michelle Bowman is like kind of trying to describe and suggest out there, that the new regulations that are now hitting these banking systems as far as the capital requirements are suitable for the conditions in which that we are now in when it comes to like the liquidity availability through. And I keep bringing it up because the discount window was something that was not used before, but now it is. And I mean, I think for a lot of times when we think about like what it is that the banks do as far as their liquidity and how it is that they access that, I think a lot of times when we think of the stressness of a bank and having to tap into some source of liquidity out there and what that means for the broader economy. Like when we would see these things take place a long time ago, you would have panics. People would be bank holidays, people would be trying to pull the money out. There would be all kinds of like nutty things that would happen within the economy and a lot of stock market crashes and the volatility and all that other stuff. But like it's evolved past that sort of thing. And even like even the idea of like financial crisis now seems to be very limited into what that would even be like, considering what it is that we've had from the past. Like I think of the time that Janet Yellen said it, like she doesn't think we'll ever have another financial crisis in our lifetime. And I thought, oh, you are going to eat those words, lady. But then as time went on, the more I thought about it, I was just like, yeah, what would actually drive a financial crisis? It would be like generally people losing their jobs and not able to pay their bills. But the more this economy evolves, it's moving away from those people being the important part of the economy. And whether or not they work or pay their bills or pay their financing or whatever, it's becoming less and less important. And that's where, like, if they had lost their job, we would have had a financial crisis, right? They would have stopped paying their loans. Loan interest rates would have shot through the roof, and credit markets would have started freezing up and stuff like that. But now when they lose their job, nobody really cares. Right? And then even if they lose their job, there's plenty of other jobs out there. They may not be good jobs, but there's a job. And if it's a job, they're not unemployed. So they're not really a consumer. They're not really important. They're not really part of the financial system. They're not it. And it's hard to describe it like that and still and then internalize it and then still feel motivated to actually want to do something out here within the economy. But then when you recognize that it's really just a matter of being an asset holder as opposed to a wage earner, and being an asset holder isn't easy from just having a regular day job. But if you earn extra money, right, the extra money that you make, you put towards an asset, whether it's buying a house just to live in, that can be the asset all on its own if you can do nothing else, right? If you have debt, paying that debt off can be like making money essentially, because there's no better return on your money than to pay off a debt. So even if you don't really have like, your typical assets like stocks or bonds or something of that nature, if you can get into a house, right, and that's only thing that you're doing, that's a hell of an asset to get into. And then over time, you can actually make that thing work for you if you know how to do it right. Or if you have debt, right, paying off your debt. Then after that, you can start getting creative on what assets you want to buy. Even the house itself, like, I mean, property ownership is really the way to go. And I like being the property owner in the sense that I'm trying to raise a family in this house. But it's a 4-bedroom house. And if it was just my wife and I I would rent out the other rooms and maybe even the entire thing and go find cheaper places to live because the property itself can make a hell of a lot more money than the convenience and the luxury of living on it. Right? Like I understand the luxurious experience that I'm paying for right now, but it's not just a luxurious experience, it's a necessity for raising the family up. After that, like let's make this thing a cash flowing property, right? And that's the mindset that you really need to be in, regardless of what it is that's happening out there. The financial system is one that has essentially been introduced into the economy so that like you think about it, it was introduced into the economy to keep the elastic money supply flowing so that when business picked up and things were running, that you didn't have a slowdown in transaction because of the concentration of wealth that would happen from the gold system. So if you can introduce new money into the system or at least to have an elastic money supply, then boom, here you could have this economy that's heating up and doing a lot of transactions, continue to do those transactions without having the concentration of gold stop the transactions from happening because there was just simply no money to do the transactions with. Now, this was really awesome for the lower class people, right? Because they get to keep working, keep spending money. And this awesomeness started to evolve and move up into the middle class, and then it eventually moved up to the upper class. And what I'm talking about, how it benefited the economy as a whole, it always made the rich richer. Always, the entire time. It was never a time that it didn't do it. But the significant benefit to the economy was definitely down at the lower class, right? I mean, think about it, soup kitchens and, massive, poverty and tent cities and all kinds of shit that was happening. They were able to eliminate a lot of this with government interaction because of the debt availability that they could go into, right? We'll issue out all this debt. Great. Now we can go and spend this money on these poor people. Poor people were a lot happier about it. And they said, yeah, this is a great move, right? And so when you have all the poor people who are like, really taking advantage of it, well, what was really happening in the economy is a lot of economic activity. And this economic activity at the time was producing and saving and shoving that products out there to the rest of the world. So the debt was really a benefit to the people and to the general economy and the average person as they're, were getting these manufacturing jobs and pushing this stuff out there to the world. And it was just this really awesome experience. But then that evolved past them, right? So once it moved past them and then moved up into the essentially the upper household incomes, where the benefit of it was the people, the average wage earner was essentially out of the game at that point. So it's just like there's nothing really there for them. You got to be an asset holder. And then then you can recognize, where it is that the awesomeness and the benefits are. Because we're wage earners, it gets harder and harder every month. And that's where it gets difficult because now it's just like, even for me, I used to be able to do it with a single side hustle. Then I had to get more side hustles. Then I had to like increase those side hustles. And it's just like, good Lord, it's just like, I can't put much more presence into things, right? Like, I got to figure out something else. And that's where like becoming the asset holder is really the only way you could do it because you're never going to have enough time in the day. Like, it doesn't matter how many hours. I can be up at whatever, 2:00. What time is it right now? At 1:30 in the morning, 53 minutes into a live stream, and I could attempt to do this 24 hours a day, and it still wouldn't be enough. Right? And that's where I think like the average person starts to get super frustrated with the idea is that, man, I'm already putting in all this time. It's not enough. Then I'm going to put in extra time and that's going to deteriorate as time goes on. So it's like, what kind of shot do we have? And it was like one last shot, right? Like this is where we're headed to. And so when you go into one last attempt to make this happen, because if you're working a day job and you can't get assets, and then you go and you work a side hustle and you increase your standard of living instead of using that side hustle to get assets, it's going to deteriorate, and then it's going to get harder. And that's what we can expect. And if you can expect that to take place, then you might be able to do something about it that doesn't allow you to get punished by that outcome. BTC is cold storage and physical gold. Silver is what I had before the future boating. Oops. Yeah. I gotta. All right. The property owner will share a bit of their wealth with the wage earners if he downloads their new app. That's what I think. The new fast food and gas stations give discounts for using their apps. And that's something that I think is going to be really interesting. Have you noticed that already you're starting to find digital price tags on like the supermarket and stuff like that? Like pretty soon, you're not going to be able to see a price on any item, and you will have to have an app in order to get the price. And depending on who you are and what your demographics are, where you are in the demographics of everything, you're going to end up paying a different price depending on who you are and how much money you earn and all that. So like basically there will be two-tiered economy, right? Those who afford this level and those who afford this level. And I can already see it's kind of happening. Yeah. And it'll really work once you get into digital currencies, right? Because the rich elitists will use this currency and the poor people will use that currency, and then they won't even know how much they're paying. And then it'll all run on blockchain and nobody will know what they're doing except for some techie guy in the back. All right. All right. I heard they are already doing that with flock cameras. Huh. And an AI data center will keep every single record. I buy low and force appreciation, cash out, refi, get paid to own, and retain the option to sell. Yeah. It's understanding the game, right? It's understanding the game and how those rules are played, and then recognizing the opportunity when they present themselves. And see, this is really where I get frustrated a lot, because when it comes to real estate, people's like, dude, you'd be so good at it. You're in such a perfect position. You know so much about the economy and lumber and all this other stuff. And I'm like, I live in the 10th most expensive place in the entire country per capita, for 10 to 50,000 people with populations. That makes it very difficult. It makes it to the point that when I am even considering something, it is so difficult. It's it's not a good idea at all. Even the people that I talk to here, this is what's funny about it, is I know a lot of property owners and I know a lot of landlords around here, and they all are kind of saying the same thing. It's becoming unaffordable. They want to provide rental income or rental property for working class people. You hear it all the time, they really do want to provide it for the average person out there. But the money, right, that they can get is way too high. Why would you do that? Why would you deny yourself? There's a couple of people I know who do not who did not increase their rents dramatically and stuff like that. And they say, they tell me what they're charging for their rent. And I'm like, holy crap, man. You're way underdoing it, and comparatively to what everybody else has going on. And when you have that opportunity to make as much money as you can off the property and then choose not to, who's that? I mean, it's awesome that you want to help somebody out and you want to benefit them, but really at the end of the day, we're all in this to try and benefit ourselves for the most. Right? And it's really commendable, but it's not expected. Right? It's not expected. What's expected is for people to charge and pay what the going rate is. And if there's a lot of remote workers, retirees, and hospital district, and the average everyday wage doesn't keep up with that, that's the unfortunate consequences of living in this luxurious experience. I can't blame anybody for this. They have town hall meetings all the time to try and deal with the homelessness and all kinds because we are in a state of emergency. Clatsop County is one of the worst in the entire country as far as homelessness goes. And they're trying to figure it out. And I mean, I put the Facebook posts out there. It's not like they don't know who I am, and it's not like they didn't hear what my opinion is on it, and they still sit there and chase the symptoms around. And I'm like, you guys are gonna like, why don't you just give up? Right? Because all your effort is for naught. It really is. And I don't mean to be that way because I mean at least they're doing something. It's doing something's better than nothing. But like you go down there and it's just like you can look at the tent. There's a couple of streets that are just loaded with tents. Just like a lot of places out there. Well, when I grew up in this town, I kid you not, when it was a logging fishing community, we had one homeless dude. His name was Lance. $2 Lance. He asked for $2 so he could go down to Burger King and buy a Whopper because Whoppers were $1.99. I had $2 Whoppers. He was the only one. It was one homeless dude. Well, now we're not a logging fishing community. We're hospital district, remote workers. We're retired community, and the homeless is just overloaded. Right? And I could see it happening as the place was becoming more affluent, the more homeless was taking place. And they're like, oh, well, it's obviously drugs and alcohol. And I'm like, hey, you've never been to Astoria, right? Because this place has been loaded with drugs and alcohol the entire time. That ain't new. Will they act as a bank in the future, eliminating third-party banks? On the central bank digital currencies, like a stablecoin thing? I don't know. It seems like there's a concentration of banks. Like it's concentrating into a few. And so I can only assume that as this continues on, especially when we start moving into digital currencies, we are going to see a concentration of banks into, less and less like regional or local banks and more like, kind of the bigger banks. And like you really have to think like the reason why we have so many smaller banks and local banks is because really each one of these banks is lending operations for that particular area. Like they're conditioned and deal with those areas. Like the lenders, the borrowers, they're meant for that whatever. Like if it happens to be agriculture or Hollywood business or whatever, it's just like they're kind of set up and understand those particular regions and those industries. And so this is why one of the things like even the Federal Reserve was saying is like we can't put all our banks under Basel III guidelines. It doesn't work like that. Each one of these is different from each other in the way that they operate and how they conduct their loans and the loan packages that they even provide. It's like it's not the same across the nation. It's very different. Well, as the technology and the AI and all that other stuff advances, I could just imagine that it's going to be less need for the uniqueness and understanding of how these particular industries operate when essentially AI could probably figure all that out for them. Don't get me wrong, there'll probably be some need for it, but it's probably going to get less and less as time goes on. Do you think there will not be a private credit crisis because of these bank regulations? No, there could still be I mean, that could still happen. In fact, I believe that's what is eventually going to end up taking place, but it's going to end up happening outside of the United States. Same with La Mesa. We had the La Mesa bum. He went to the high school I did, was a decent student, then lost it and just chose the streets. Yeah. It's I mean, Lance was a hell of a fisherman, from what I understand, like a commercial fisherman from back in the day, but then he gave up too, and just didn't try any harder. So there will be a world liquidity crisis soon. I don't know about soon, but I wouldn't put it past that there will be one at some point. You think about it, dollar funding stresses in China was describing what it would be like to have that very thing. It's not like the Federal Reserve isn't aware of it. So, my little brother's friend was homeless, living in the woods. I ran into him in the winter time and offered him a place to stay. As soon as he got some money and a job, 6 months later, he started drugs. Yeah. Again, this just happened this year. Well, here's the thing. Addiction is incredibly difficult to overcome, especially when it comes to like some of these really heavy drugs, and even some of the more socially accepted ones, alcohol and weed or whatever. um the mental deterioration that happens during those times is very difficult to then overcome. Like, an individual has to really make that decision for themselves, and there's nobody out there, no matter what you do. Like, you could give them all the lectures, opportunities, everything, like be present for them, all the stuff. Like, you can give them everything and it won't work. Right? And the reason why is because it's in their head. It's in there, not you. You can't, there's nothing outside that can ever possibly change. Right? Nothing. You can't create an environment that would ever change it. So it comes down to that single day, that day that they look at themselves and they realize, man, I've had enough of this and I'm not going to do it anymore. And they realize right then, I'm going to start suffering through some pain. I'm going to feel the painful experience of addiction and what it's like to sober up. And a lot of people don't know that that's what they're saying to themselves, but that's what it is. They know they're going to get punished for this. They know it's going to be difficult. They know they're going to be frustrated, and they're scared as hell to do it. They don't want to. So it's not easy to just like say, man, I forgive you for that. And I gave you all this opportunity. I gave you all this options. I gave you all this stuff, and you still went off and just screwed it all up. I'm never going to do it again because now I'm mad at you. It won't make any difference. It literally will not make any damn difference whatsoever. So you can throw that energy around all day long, thinking that you're helping, thinking that you're punishing, thinking that you're doing whatever, but you're not doing anything. And the only thing you're doing is something for yourself. There will come a time somebody might come to you and say, dude, I'm ready. I don't know what to do. I have no idea. I I don't know what the next step is. And for a lot of people, that's so true. They have no idea, right? And when you are trying to walk into a world of sobriety with no idea on what it is that you're doing, gonna do, have to do, like, no, it's just like it's overwhelming. It's too much. But you face the day, right? You get punished for it. You think, man, how come I can't think straight? How come it is that, I feel confused about everything? How come it seems like everybody else is so happy and got it all together and it just seems so simple for them? And here it is. I can't even figure out what damn thing to order for lunch. Huh? That part, you're never, ever, 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 ever going to convince anybody to go through. You can't. So once they see that, man, this is what addiction is like. This is what I have to go through. This is what I have to feel like in order to like get my mind back into a sober state of consciousness as opposed to an alcohol-based consciousness. It takes a long time. It doesn't happen in a week or a month. And to be honest with you, it's been 10 years since I've drank and I still think about drinking. Right? I don't think I'm actually going to go drink, but 4:30 rolls around at work And yeah, that, idea pops into my head, man. Wouldn't it be cool to stop at the bar and have a beer on the way home, man? Every time 5 o'clock happens, jump in the car, drive right past, go home, didn't even think about stopping. But, something in there's that trigger that happens and it never goes away. And so, at least for me, it didn't. And I know for a lot of other people, it doesn't go away. But to recognize what it is when it's happening, that's the important part, right? Most people, they live in a constant state of feeling that way. That 4:30 feeling, that happens, that's 24/7 for them. For me, it's just a few minutes, and it passes, and then I don't think about it again. There was a time, it wasn't just a few minutes, it started when I woke up, and it didn't end until I went to bed, and now it's just a few minutes occasionally. So, to understand, man, you're never gonna be able to condition the people to sober up. They have to do that. They have to do it on their own. They have to recognize it for themselves, and they have to face the consequences of the punishment that they're about ready to go through. And, it's just easier to get drunk. Yeah, it's way easier to do that, especially if you're on the streets and you're like, and you ain't got nothing and you're really depressed and there ain't nobody helping you and all that other stuff. Like, how do you not? I've hated people who are like, oh, they just drink. And I was like, how do you not? I mean, I'm like, yeah, I see it, man. And it was just like, I get it. You're just going to deteriorate into nothingness. How do you not? Um, Sounds like an economy analogy somehow. That would be a bad idea, Justin. What did Justin say? The homeless should be rounded up and sent to a tropical island with year-round food and a good climate for outdoor sleeping. They could do their thing their way for everyone else. Yeah, China kind of had that going on, but it wasn't a tropical island and they didn't have any food or anything else. They called it the dying field because there wasn't anybody to take care of them. They didn't have any family and there was no support system or anything. And I think the rich people were just tired of looking at them. So they put them in the dying field. Same thing. Just call it a tropical island. uh, um, Japan just sent their poor to Brazil to work. They could leave the island and rejoin society when they are ready. They'll never be ready, man. It's it, it's unfortunate for for a lot of people who fell into the streets, who fell onto the streets, especially if you weren't aware of what it is that you were doing at the time. Um, a lot of people are victim of their circumstances growing up, and you just didn't. If you didn't know any better, you didn't know any better. Getting off the streets is probably one of the most difficult things I can imagine somebody trying to do. Like, it was hard enough just trying to get out of debt and, maintain a job and get this house and do all like I think about like almost the miracle feeling of an experience that took place in order for me to get this thing done and how much effort and time and energy went into it. And I think, man, if you had to start from the streets drunk with no education, no skills, no background, like I don't sober up, what difference does it make? Like, I mean, you can be sober. You're like, what skills did you have? None. Where are you going to start? Doing what? How are you going to like take care of yourself to the point that an employer would be like, yeah, okay, I'll keep you hired on. You can't afford anything. You don't have anything. Like you get an apartment, what are you going to just sit on the floor? It's just like try to come back from the streets, especially a deteriorated one lifestyle, young adult, been doing it for, years. I mean, sure, it's possible. But I think about how hard it was for me, and I wasn't on the streets. I mean, I was drunk pretty well, I was in debt, but at least I had skills, I had a network, I had a job, I had things going on to the point that I could say, "Well, at least I haven't hit the streets yet, I still have all these resources and capabilities." So, I was able to do it from that, but to try and do it from absolutely nothing, I don't think it's even really possible. You know? I mean, I guess it could be like by some, miracle of an experience or something, you might be able to pull it off. But for the most part, I don't know if people could really do that. You know, you got the right skills, maybe, you got a killer personality or something, you can really, have that you can like, become into sales or something and get that sales position really well. But if you're used to being in a survival mode, fighting and yelling and trying to keep, what you have and you're depressed, you're not going to be no rock star salesman. uh, Cali has rich homeless. Drug addicts seem like they'd be easy to control. They follow the easiest access to drugs. That's why they like Oregon or cities in general. Yeah. Um, I don't know. Like, I mean, I can't imagine being anywhere in this country where you couldn't get anything that you wanted. I just find that very difficult to believe. And now Oregon happens to be a very unique state in which that we have a high drug use and it's really out of control in a lot of ways. Um, and I think a lot of it, as far as like what the people are seeing and hearing is really exploited and pushed out there in such a way that it puts it in your face. Um, and so therefore it seems, and well, I mean, it is extreme, but then it just adds to that, that extremeness to it. Um, you know, I don't know if they necessarily like an easier way because you think about it, like, people have said this before. You see how hard drug addicts work in order to acquire what it is that they need. They will collect cans, they will search everything, they will beat the streets in order to, find whatever it is that they need. There is the thievery, like those who, get into crimes, that's pretty harsh, but those who are not committing crimes, they work damn hard to find what it is that they need in order to get high. Like it just doesn't come by them begging on the streets. They actually have to go work for it. And sometimes like we don't recognize it as work, but they do, And so it's I don't know if they necessarily like, would just take the easiest path to it when they work damn hard to acquire it. Like if they work that hard to get educated and start business and do school and stuff, they would like kick ass. They would probably do much better than most of the people out there who are actually performing. It's surprising to watch it. Like as soon as they get high, it's no good. But when they're trying to get high, man, those are some street beating people, man. They are out there hustling it, you know. So, dude, I was so busy when I was an addict, right? Drugs mess up the priorities. They really do. Justin, you're absolutely right on that. They really mess up the priorities because if you took the ambition and motivation and like creativity of acquiring that a drug addict does every single day and you applied that to business tactics and sales ideas and stuff like that, it would just yeah. Think about it. As soon as they wake up, how do I get this? That's all their mind is thinking, right? But if you could shift that to, Not endless summer kind of bums. I take it. Yeah. I mean, I've said it before, man. If I had just no responsibilities for anything out there other than just myself, and that is it, I would totally sleep in my car. Right? I would so sleep in my car. I would find a van down by the river, just like they said, and I would just load up on assets. People would be like, "Why do you do that?" And it was just like, "Well, don't you want $2 million?" I mean, it was just like that's what my attitude would be like. Um, but I know that's not easy for a lot of people to accept or want to do or would even consider. But I would. How late do you guys want to stay up? How late is this? It's 2 o'clock in the morning here. Or is it it's like 6 o'clock in the morning over on the East Coast, or isn't it 5 o'clock? What time is it there? 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 29 people watching. The asset for right now, short term or king dollar to position yourself with, which would be better? Uh, Again, Moses, that really that's a personal economic decision, right? That's all on you. Like I I don't know what it is that you have for your goals, your ideas, your expectations. I don't even know how old you are. You have a family? Are you by yourself? There's all these questions that you have to ask. And then really, if you want to know the answer to that, I think and you really truly want to know, like you want the opinions to figure out where it is you need to position yourself, you should join the school community and then join the webinar. Have a conversation with the group. Like they will hear what it is you have to say and suggest. I'll give my suggestions, they'll give you their suggestions on the position that they have and the view that they got, because you have to really own that for yourself. That's where it comes from. And so, should you be in assets right now? Yes. Should you have dry powder? Yes. Right, like, yeah, you should have both those things. And in my opinion, that's what I'm trying to do right now. I can't get into assets because I have a debt. So I don't even look at assets right now. All I'm doing is I'm focusing in on that debt. And then I'm going to knock that out as soon as I can. As soon as I'm done with that, shift right back over to the assets. But I understand, as an investor, or at least trying to be the investor with the investor mindset, that a debt and an asset, from the investor point of view, the debt is the more important one to focus on. Because once I pay that thing off, I'm immediately in cash flow and I can start moving that towards assets. Drugs and alcohol are luxuries few can truly afford. Yeah. No, that's absolutely right, Justin. You're absolutely right. Very few can actually really afford to do those. And really, I mean, when I sobered up, that was really when everything changed. There was a lot of money that got dumped into that, right? Dumped into the consumption of it, the alcohol, then the loss of time and effort into everything else that I could have been doing with that time and effort. It's just like it was a complete waste. See, here's the thing: like I missed out on so many opportunities in my life because literally I'd rather go get drunk. Like, hey, we got this thing going on. You want to, meet up after work and do this networking thing? Nah, I'm busy. No, you weren't. I wasn't busy. Right? There was nobody busy. Busy getting buzzed. Right? That was it. So there, like all those opportunities from the past, I literally denied myself those opportunities because I didn't want to be there and drunk. I'd rather just be on my own by myself. So there goes the opportunities. Right? Once I gave up the alcohol, then I had no excuse not to show up. Literally, like I had no excuse. They were like, "What are you doing after work?" And I'm like, I'm not getting drunk, so I guess nothing. Yeah, I don't have anything. Well, you do now. Come on, let's go. We're getting this thing done. And when I started like really occupying my time with effort to do something else, because I was really just trying to, basically just, give me something to do. I found that, man, chasing excellence is really the way to go. Like, when you're chasing pleasure, and when you're chasing excellence. You chase excellence, and essentially you get rewarded with pleasurable things. Bunch of cool cats on the school app. Yeah, thank you, John. Thank you for being there too, man. Thank you for posting the link there, all-nighter. All right, there's a big fireworks stand here, and I've been hearing them all night. Chase excellence, not the dragon. Yeah. And that's like, sometimes it's not easy understanding when it is that you are chasing excellence, but deep down inside, you know, when it's pleasurable, and when it's like work, and although at the time it may not feel like it's the appropriate thing, like this excellence that you're chasing, you got to think, man, like sometimes this stuff doesn't come back to you for a while. I remember there's this old motivational speaker, Og Mandino. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. Anyway, he wrote a couple of books called like The Greatest Salesman in the World, The Greatest Secret in the World. And one of the messages that he had in there was, don't worry if you're serving an ungrateful master, right? Because the effort that you put in is going to get recognized and come back to you much beyond what it is that guy's going to end up doing for you. And I've always remembered that, like, anytime I've ever worked for anybody, I've always considered I'm working for myself, right? And I'm doing the job for my own, like, personal, like, satisfaction that I'm doing a good job, and for the recognition that other people are going to see about my job. Now, regardless of who it is that I'm doing that for, like, some people will be like, I don't want to do a good job for that guy. He's an asshole. Okay, well, I get it. Like, I totally get that part. You should just quit. But if you're going to do the job, you got to do it exceptionally well. And it's not necessarily for him. It's because somebody else is watching, right? Somebody else who might want to hire you, somebody else who wants to team up with you, somebody else who's watching and you're going, man, you're busting that out for that guy. Like, you're dedicated to making sure that the job is done right. That's pretty damn cool. That says a lot, right? And this is really something that I had picked up on and learned a long time ago, that when I would watch people who say, oh, that guy's an asshole, I ain't working for him like that, I'm like, you're not a good worker at all, right? Because you're not willing to do it for yourself to the fashion that says, I'm not going to do work that's shoddy. I'm going to do the best I can, regardless of what this guy says. And in that sense, you get the respect of everybody else, right? And then they want to hire you. Like, dude, get it out of there. All right. I know of a few guys who cleaned up and gotten off the streets, and they all needed years in prison to do it. Yeah. Sometimes it's the punishment, right? It's like literally the punishment of being in prison is the reward of being sober. You weren't going to do it yourself. So the universe came in and says, okay, listen, this is a punishing thing. You're not willing to do it yourself. So we're going to put you in prison. And then while you're in prison, you're going to get sobered up. And if you can recognize that what's happening right there, then you can step out of it. But you didn't do it yourself, so the universe took care of it for you. It's a balancing act, right? Anytime you ever put too much excess potential into something, you're going to have a counterbalance. Put too much excess potential into being a drunk, then the universe comes in and says, okay, well, you're going to prison. Right? Got to counterbalance this stuff. I just sent an alarm for Tuesday's school Zoom meeting, adjusted for my time from 6:30 to Pacific Standard Time. Well, thank you. Yeah, we're going to try and make those Tuesdays really consistent. Not going to try. We are going to do that. We're going to be very consistent on them. I'm not going to screw up the links this time. That's what I'm going to try not to do. I think those webinars are the best. Like, it has a general kind of feel, something similar to this, but instead of having a comment section where, people are reading the comments and kind of getting, a conversation going there, it's an actual conversation that we're having with each other. And that's like, and it just makes it so much better. It's way better. How late do you guys want to go with this? I'm not even tired. What time is it? 2:05. 204. A lot of young generation could use that humbling advice. I've seen untrained, unskilled kids profanely rebuke jobs offers because they offered wages was too low. Huh, whatever. Like, it's just like, to me, there was no job that was like, if you're not doing anything, what difference does it make? It was like whether you're getting paid $20 an hour or $5 an hour. If you're just sitting there doing nothing, getting stoned, you might as well just go earn the $5. Like what else are you gonna do? Nothing. It's just like might as well go do something. And yeah, young kids now, like they don't get that at all. I mean, but I guess I've always been that way. Like to me, it didn't matter. Like Oregon has had a 5-cent deposit on cans ever since I was a little kid. If I wanted money, I knew how to go and get money. I would go and collect cans and take it down to the store, and I would be walking around with candy bars. I never stressed, for trying to earn money. That's what's kind of funny. I've never really seemed to earn a lot of money, but I've never had a time. Well, I guess there was a short time in my life where I was unemployed, but for the most part, I've always figured out ways to at least hustle something. And not always was it great, cutting blackberries down or something like that. Good Lord. But, at least it's money. They don't call him Old Nighter for nothing. Old Nighter Hider. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you for being here. 32 people who are joining in so late in the morning, early in the morning. It's cool. It triggers or offends them. For some reason, they are programmed to expect $20 to $30 an hour just to show up. Wow. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess I started off earning like 450 an hour, 475 an hour. Like that was my first job. So to think kids demanding $20, $30 an hour is just like, okay. Yeah, I'm just an old man now, I guess. I don't know. If I'm learning a new skill, I don't mind a lower wage. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you got to pay for it somehow. If you don't pay for somebody to teach you, you got to pay for it with experience and low wages. It's a calm time to chill and reflect. No, it really is. Yeah. Everybody else in the house is asleep. So, what time is it over there? 2 a.m. Yeah. All right. The new skill is the wage that can be used as long as capable. Yeah. It's going to be strange, you know, 10, 15, 20 years from now to look back on things and think, man, like, remember when kids were demanding $20 an hour? God, if we could only pay kids $20 an hour now. Right? I mean, shit, it's only been 30 years, 32 years. It's a long time, but 32 years since I had my first job making 475 an hour. I can't imagine what the next 32 years is going to be like. I mean, people are going to be earning $200 an hour. The sun is coming out there. And where are you at, John? Because here, this time of year, I bet you in about 2 hours, the sun's going to be coming up here at my place too. It comes up really early. It's like 4 in the morning. It starts to come up. It just got dark in Alaska. Will be light again in about 3 hours. It's all nighter's bedtime. He's got 3 hours before he has to get up. Isn't that amazing? It just got dark and it'll be light again in 3 hours. Incredible. Just outside Flint. All right. Flint, Michigan. Very cool. Well, I'm not sure what else to talk about. I would love to, keep diving into banking regulations and stuff like that, but it's just too boring for people, right? We did that at the first half of the show. Oh god. All nighter's gonna send me a pic. Uh, let's see it. Let's say crazy to contemplate paying money, $10 for a donut a few years ago. Here's All Nighter's message. Right on. Dude, I love the skies. Here, let's see it. Can you guys see it? That's All Nighter's picture where he's at right now. So that's the sun setting right now, or is that the sun, or is this from a different day? How's negative interest rates going to affect the wage earner? The negative interest rate is really, I mean, as far as the wage earner goes, it's not going to really be that helpful to them, except that it's probably going to create a lot of economic activity. And so, with that cash flowing, that's going to be your opportunity, say, maybe to get a better job or to pay off your debts or to, be in a condition in which that, because you got to think like when the money is flowing easier, then even having a wage, being a wage earner, things are easier to deal with at the time. Like, it's easier to access the jobs or stuff or business or anything else like that. So, it's the recessionary times that the wage earner has the worst, when the high interest rates, the high real rate environment. That's when they suffer the most with like job losses and less wage growth and stuff like that happening. It's not a great moment for them, and like it is for, somebody who is a debt holder or say like got cash flowing debt, like a rental property or something that they had taken out a loan for. That is a much better environment for them than it is, say, the wage earner. But the wage earner does have like, a better environment to be in. You just kind of have to recognize it, what that environment would be like, going for better jobs, better wages, starting businesses, stuff like that. Thanks for putting out valuable information for us to learn. City Star Productions, thank you for being so supportive, especially with the super chats and, all the times that you have actually contributed to the channel, man. I can never thank you enough. So thank you very much for that. And absolutely, like I am going to be out here forever, like because it's as much about me learning as it is about me sharing the information with other people. It's just like the more I do this, the more I get better and learn more about the economy and how it is that I position my own self. So, although it's a lot of people are like, dude, thanks for coming out and sharing the information. You're being for doing that. I'm thinking, well, thank you for being here and helping educate me and understanding this stuff so that I can actually do this and explain it out here. So it's very symbiotic. Um, AK's Alaska sunsets and rises are very colorful. I can imagine. Big sky, right? So negative interest rates allows the Fed to be accommodating, which is upward pressure on wages and inflation. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely right, Justin. F Trump, F the recession, F America, F Kamala. We need Obamacare back in production. Ooh. All right. All day Slayer, you're very committed to that one. Inflation will be more if they pay us too much, though. Not really. Um, No. That would have been something that I would have agreed with, say, prior to the great financial crisis. Um, After that, after the great financial crisis, the Federal Reserve recognized it, and in fact, there's a great speech by Lael Brainerd. I'll look it up here real quick for you and give you the title and date. That talks about the disconnect between the tight labor market and inflationary pressures. And essentially, it was the flattening of the Phillips curve. And so, prior to the great financial crisis, you would have been absolutely 100% correct on that. That if you had in wage increases, it would have caused inflationary pressures because essentially the wage increases would have been for the average everyday person to then go out there and consume more. But we're not the consumers anymore. So you increase our wages, we don't really go out there and consume that much more. So really, it's not part of the system anymore to have higher wages create an inflationary pressure because we just, even if we got higher wages, the consumption is just very minimal. That consumption pressure that would typically be seen from higher wages has moved up to the top 10, 20%. And so it's not like their wages increase and they go out and consume. It's when the asset valuation increases that they go out there and consume. And this is where the focus is now. So although I would agree with you if we were looking at it in the past, but since the great financial crisis, that's come to an end. Let me find this speech for you. So if you wanted to do a little bit more like kind of understanding of what it is that hold on one second. Is it Lyle Brainerd? Let me see. I think it might have been Brainerd. Yeah. Okay. May 16th, 2019. That's the date of the speech. The title of the speech, The Disconnect Between Inflation and Employment in the New Normal. And in this speech, I mean, she pretty much, just says it straight up that the uh, the flattening of the Phillips curve has essentially created a major problem for the Federal Reserve, in which that when they lower rates and people would go to work and the unemployment would fall, that's when we would see the inflation pick up. But the Obama administration, from the end of the Obama administration all the way through the first Trump administration, we had historically low unemployment, and it didn't create the inflationary pressure that would typically be seen in that environment. Back to Lael Brainerd's speech here. It says, of course, it is not entirely clear how to move underlying trend inflation smoothly to our target on a sustained basis in the presence of a very flat Phillips curve. What she's talking about there is the persistent undershoot of the 2% inflation target. So right now, everybody's trying to, how does the Fed get down to 2%? Prior to COVID, everybody was trying to figure out how the Fed gets up to 2%, including the Fed. Like they couldn't figure it out either. And so it said that's one of the things that they were talking about right there. On a sustained basis on the presence of a very flat Phillips curve. One possibility we might refer to as, quote, opportunistic reflation would be to take advantage of a modest increase in actual inflation to demonstrate to the public our commitment to our inflation goal on a systemic basis. So here it is. They were like, well, how do we get inflation even though we have this flat Phillips curve? And then she goes into, well, maybe if we had an opportunistic reflationary period, right? And she goes on to say, for example, suppose that an unexpected increase in core input price inflation drove overall inflation up modestly above 2% for a couple of years. Now, again, this is 2019, literally describing the makeup strategy, but she was calling it opportunistic reflation. And this is where, again, the Federal Reserve could use this opportunity to communicate that a mild overshoot of inflation is consistent with our goals and to align policy with that statement. Now, that might seem a little mellow in the sense of it, like a modest increase and, commitment on a sustained basis and all this other stuff. Well, it didn't seem to take place here within the economy, but the outcome was still the results that the Fed wanted. Right? Like it may not have gone down as smoothly as they were hoping, but the end result was the same. It's like, it's kind of like what a good analogy of it is, remember Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story, where he was trying to convince Woody that he could fly, and Woody's like, "You can't fly, there's no way." And then he ends up like jumping off the shelf, and he bounces all over and gets whipped around by the fan and just smashes against the wall, and then ends up right back in the place where he started. He's like, "I proved it, right? I can do it." He kind of flew, right? I mean, he flew around the room or whatever. I mean, he still like proved it. He got it done, And although Woody's standing there going, that was falling with style, right? Whatever, still happened. And the Federal Reserve was able to accomplish the task. Now, people say they totally didn't do that. That was not what they were intending. It was just like, oh, you're right. It probably wasn't what they were intending, but it still got the job done. And did exactly what they said that they were going to do. Very much like Buzz Lightyear saying, "I can fly. Look at me do it. Bang, 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 bang." They're like, dude, that wasn't flying. It was just like, sure it was. End result's the same. Bounced around the room, didn't I? Uh, falling with style. John, roughly how much do you think we will make from January, December 2026, and how many hours a day do you commit to the side hustle? Ooh, wow. If increased money and full employment doesn't push inflation up, that's a good thing because it implies there's enough goods and services for everyone, right? No, no, because that would also have to assume that everybody had access to that money, and that's not the case, right? Because in order for there to be enough goods and services for everybody, then everybody would have to have access to the money, and that's just simply not the case. So it would be a different story if that was the case, but that's not where we're in. So I think you're right, Justin. Productivity offsets inflation as long as it's real productivity and not financially engineering. Well, that's really where I think the problem we end up existing is that any productivity that is happening here is essentially not in the labor part of things. All right, it's in AI and automations and stuff like that, and that's where the productivity comes in. The average wage earner gets left behind in that situation, and so that you can see the productivity increasing in the United States, but it isn't necessarily in the hands of the average everyday wage earner who gets to take advantage of that productivity growth. I was thinking that since gold has recently dropped in price, now is the time to invest in it. Long term, I believe it's a great store of value. Way deep inside, as far as like holding gold and silver, I mean, I'm a huge fan of it, right? I even got a little piece of silver right there. A huge fan of silver and gold. But I don't look at it as an investment. I look at it as an insurance policy. And when I consider it an insurance policy, it works out really well for me. When I think of investments, I really want to be specific when I think about an investment. I want it to be something that has a dividend payment, a rental payment, earns an income somehow, right? This is an investment of somehow, whether it's a business or a stock or a bond or even leveling up education can be, somewhat like consider that, a return on your investment because, if you can level up your skill, level up, an education, get a degree in a business or in a particular field in which that you can then get paid a higher wage for, that movement is really what you're looking for. Now, when you go into that higher wage or pay, you got to keep your pay, your lifestyle low, right? You don't increase your expenditures during that time, and then you secure a rate of interest beyond that of your occupation, the asset holdings and stuff, and then become a property owner. But, heading down that path is really it. The old school method of like, "Hey, I'm gonna get a job and then try to find higher paying jobs," it can kind of work, but it's gonna be a forever struggle, because no matter what the job is and what it pays, most likely you're gonna end up finding that it's not gonna be enough as time goes on, and then you're gonna have to level up to another job. So this is really where like having like a physical job makes it very difficult because unless you start moving up into position of like foremans or, something of that nature, really you're kind of limited to this, your physical capabilities and what it is that you can do in that sense. It's when you start leveling up the understanding of how to like leverage that in a way that says, well, can I take my understanding of carpentry and then share a bit of that understanding with somebody else who can then do work that I can make money off of? So essentially start to hire people. And that's the business application of it. And then once you start moving into that, you're going to find that it's a lot easier to operate within this economy is if you can get to be a good savvy businessman, right? That is really the only way they can go. Like, the idea of trying to struggle at a job or have like the government ensure good working wage jobs or something like that. I don't know if that's even a real possibility now because even all the attempt to be more productive here in the United States is more of an attempt to try and circumvent the labor costs. Uh, Causing increase in demand by giving out free money to the consumer seems preferable to breaking supply chains. Yeah, if you can, I mean, I don't know if it's preferable. I mean, I think it would be, similar in the sense of like what they would try to accomplish. The only problem that I would have with like ever increasing amounts of injection of new money coming into the system is that it would just cause the inequality to really ramp up. I mean, it already kind of happens with the supply chain breakdown, but not in a dramatic fashion of ever increasing amounts of new money that pours into the system where the people themselves will literally separate themselves down the wedge by spending the money on luxurious experiences instead of using it to acquire cash flowing assets or getting out of debt. Do you think UBI will happen? Yeah. I hope it does because it will allow me to afford snacks at the vending machine at my job. Well, something to look forward to. Mushrooms help us live longer. I can believe that. There's a lot of powerful medicine in mushrooms. They sell for roughly what was that, $10 and a pound? What were you talking about? Probably only 10 hours a week. Uh, Dude, that's where UBI comes in to help distribute the money and help inflation. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the idea. UBI is a terrible idea, but I mean, I don't think it's like the economy is even really possible to operate without it going into the future. It's like they got to force feed a consumer, force feed the money into the people to pretty much make them consume, or else they'll just fall further and further down the line. Uh, so UBI drives the wedge more than disrupted supply chains. I would think so. Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I think the wedge is still gonna get driven regardless, but if you were like, because the new money is gonna pour in regardless, and if it comes in at the top, it comes in at the bottom, it's still gonna drive the wedge of inequality. Here's the thing, though, once you start the UBI process, then you can't back out, and so it'll be forever constant injections of UBI, at least with the supply chain breakdown, you might be able to repair it, and then it's not like but once UBI starts, that's it, it's on, and it'll be on forever. All-nighter. If we get UBI, what will you buy? BTC and real estate. Damn right. I knew that. I knew what all-nighter was going to say. Not hookers and coke, like you thought I would. No, that's Benny. That's what Benny would do with it. And then accuse me of doing the same thing. All right. The wedge of inequality is driven by people's decisions. It's driven by luxurious expenses. It's experiences. It's driven by new money moving into luxurious experiences. If you want a simple answer to it, like it's much more complicated than that, but that's what does it. It's new money moving into luxuries. Is there a theoretical way to reverse this wedge? Yeah. Massive austerity type measures, right? People literally cutting back on every luxurious experience that they could ever possibly imagine, only buying necessities and then deploying their extra money towards production and savings. And that's it. Like, that's the only mindset. And the moment that you say, man, I want to go and enjoy like this car, no, it's over. It won't work, right? And so you have to do this for generations because you have to lower the standard of living or just prevent any kind of increase in your standard of living and then let the rest of the world catch up so that you can be competitive against them again. And that's it. So no, there's no real way of reversing the wedge. No theory. I mean, because even the theoretical way of doing it makes sense, but nobody will do it. It's just like literally nobody will do it. Communism will reverse it. Okay, there's that. The boot on the face of humanity. Okay, I'll give you that. That'll reverse the wedge, I guess, but really it's some people are like everybody's equal, but some people will be more equal than others, right? Hey, there's Brody. What are you doing out here so late, Simon? You're missing your beauty sleep. Yeah, I fell asleep for like 4 hours this afternoon. So now the rest of the house is asleep and we're up. Right on, Brody. Glad to see you up in here, man. All nighter hider username checks out. I love the UBI talk. I mean, that one's really good because it's almost at this point, it's like an inevitability, and people look forward to it, and I don't. Right? Like I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm gonna as soon as it comes. I mean, if I have my shot at it, I'm gonna do the same thing that all nighter's doing. But man, you can just see it's just like, man, that's it. Like the wedge of inequality will be forever driven and it will never reverse at that point because you have to deny people the UBI. And once they go accustomed to it, they'll never accept it any other, they'll never accept anything else except for to receive more of it. And then they will vote for people who will expand it. And then, other people will get blamed for, having expanded too much or, it'll be held as a carrot in front of the people. In 2008, I read the banks had lots of toxic debt on their books. Is that completely fixed? Well, you have to think about what the toxic debts that they were at the time, and I wouldn't necessarily go to the point that they are completely fixed. It's a new set of toxic debts that they are working with. So back then, they were mortgage-backed securities, like toxic mortgage-backed securities. That was really a big problem for a lot of these banks out there in the sense that they couldn't, like, they weren't going to get, like, you have a balance sheet with assets and liabilities on them, right? And so all the assets were toxic, right? They were like, man, your assets are horrible. So the Federal Reserve ended up buying all those toxic assets and putting them on their balance sheet and then essentially clearing up these big banks until those mortgages cleared out, and there was less of the toxic ones in the system. That's essentially getting built again in a lot of ways with the collateralized debt obligations, the CDOs. And in that sense, that's like a lot of toxic debt in itself there, right? These are loans going out to companies that were so bad that they couldn't even sell their own corporate bonds. So they have to borrow money from a bank. And then this debt gets gets packaged up and sold off as an investment essentially to whoever wants to buy it. And these things are like they're full of garbage. And so they're a toxic asset in that sense. And now where these things end up and who holds those and what kind of devastation they could bring, especially once the contagion starts to kick in that sense, like once one company goes down and starts dragging the rest of them down, then I wonder what happens with the collateralized, like the what am I trying to say here? Man, I must be getting tired now. Um, the security issues, the CDSs. What is it? What am I trying to say here? Golly, man, I am tired. I can't think right. Um, the insurance policies uh, for all these assets, for all these toxic assets. So once the asset starts to trigger, like the bank can't pay, or I'm sorry, the business can't pay the bank or pay the loan back, and it starts to trigger the default on these assets. When the wow, what is that called? Jesus, I'm just losing my mind here. Simon, I believe you will reach 1 million net worth soon. Huh. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. It seems to be a slow move going there, but that's cool. I believe it too. Try to explain complex financial instruments at 3 a.m. Oh, that's what it is. Right? That's my problem. Um, credit default swaps, man. When the credit default swaps kick in, that's what I was trying to say. Man, I am tired. So that's really where I think the bigger concern would end up lying within toxic assets. Not so much that the toxic assets exist because there's just crappy companies, but what happens when those things start to default? Because they've chopped those collateralized debt obligations into different tranches, which then have different credit ratings to them. And that's where like these different credit ratings from these like essentially a toxic asset has moved into retirement funds. So retirement funds, like they have to have a certain credit rating in order, or a certain investment grade in order to be acceptable for a retirement fund. And because none of these companies would ever be acceptable, when you package it up and then cut it into tranches and then give those tranches different credit ratings, now you can buy into these higher grade investments even though all the stuff that went into it was essentially toxic. And that's really what's strange because then what happens when the thing goes to default? Who owns the credit default swap? So there's an insurance policy that will pay out if these guys default on that loan. Well, who owns the credit default swaps? See, this is all part of the shadow banking system. Once the toxic asset starts to trigger off and starts to default, it could take out retirement funds, and it could trigger a insurance policy payout to who, and that's really where like I think like some major consequences can be faced. Simon is already rich with knowledge. Odd how, when you look at history, a lot of our great thinkers were never rewarded monetarily for their value to mankind. That is so true, John. That is something that I have definitely learned from studying, a lot of history and a lot of the people out there who were famous thinkers, so to speak. I mean, I don't want to put myself on the same level as a lot of these famous people out there who are very well-known philosophers or whatever. But you're right, it's not a very a monetarily rewarding, position to hold. Yeah. If most of these companies are stocks, that means the loans are backed by their stocks. So if their stock goes down, what happens to the loans? And insurance companies covered things. Uh, yeah, I think we would have to talk more about a specific on that one, more like a company in that condition or something. I hear the markets rises on a wall of worry. It seems people are always predicting a crash, but the markets keep rising. I guess that's what makes it hard to pick up. Will a large correction come? Well, again, I think about like what happened when people would lose their job, right? Like when people would lose their job, they would stop spending the money. If they stopped spending the money, the corporation started to fail. Like that's when you would see these major stock market crashes. But if we don't have like major unemployment that then, triggers, like even if you had major unemployment, those people aren't the consumer. So where would the stock market crash from? Like normally it would crash from the people stop spending money. But 80% of the people could stop spending money and 20% can keep going and then the economy looks awesome, because that's what's happening right now. It would be monetarily rewarding if you would get with the program, Simon, i.e., sell out your authenticity. Yeah, Justin, I know you've said that before. I don't know. Maybe I'm just terrible at marketing. And Justin, I think that the reward for doing this is doing this in Simon's case. Um, yeah, like don't get me wrong, I would love to have tons of money or all the money rolling in, but I do. I love breaking this stuff down. I love sharing the information. I love breaking the theories, into relatable, analogies and stories and examples. So many people have come to me and said, "Man, when I first started listening to you, I thought it was really hard to, even internalize some of the things that you were saying. But the more I listened, the more sense you started to make, and the more obvious that, I could use the information to better myself with." And then they start giving me examples of how they started businesses or how they, got out of debt, how they were like, able to start, saving in asset allocations and stuff. And I'm like, wow. And then they tell me some stories that like far exceed what it is that I could even imagine, like, you know, people building houses and stuff. It was just like, no, man, I got inspired, man. I decided that I was going to go for it. I'm like, whoa, right on, man. That's cool. Uh, um, Yeah, when the school community has 10,000 members, you'll be doing okay. Yeah, that would be something else, man. I would love to see the community with 10,000 people in it. Of course, it would make the webinars a little a little more, chattered, a little chattery. Is that a word? Chattery, chatty? If I were a business right now, I would be focusing on acquiring more wealthy customers. Yeah, and, thanks, you guys. You're awesome. Um, Simon would rather explain these concepts over and over to us than accept lots of money. I thank you. I don't know if I'd rather do it than accept the money, like, but I love doing this, and so, I'm just gonna I'm gonna follow what I love doing. And when the right situation comes up, like, even the school community at this point, it's to me, I feel like it's slow, like, 'cause like I don't get like massive amounts of members joining in every day, but it's actually excellent. It's moving quite fast and doing very well. Like, I mean, I am so pleased with how well those webinars work that I just like I mean, I'd rather almost do the webinars than do these live streams just because I enjoy it so much. But UE, it's 4 a.m. right now for you, going to work on the East Coast right now. It's 245, 244. I saw recent headlines that there is something funny going on at SpaceX. Any idea what that is? Again, it's so hyped up, so much propaganda, so much, misinformation out there that I have a tendency, like, when that stuff starts to happen and it's really big in the news, I just push myself away from it for a while and just wait for the dust to settle and then see what it is that's going on there. I mean, people are asking me, "Dude, are you buying into that?" I'm like, "No, nah, I'm not." Um, if the Fed stops communications like Warsh says, I believe that will be your opportunity to strike and be the communication that people need to hear. Well, thank you, Old Air Slayer. And I'm hoping too. Like, I'm hoping that it's just going to be a natural, like, kind of shift or transition into being able to be in that position for people to be able to explain things in that way, so that they have a better understanding of it. I know for a fact, because you can already kind of see it happening, that the mainstream media economists out there are going to be delivering some really bad information about what it is that the Federal Reserve is doing and what they're up to. They already do it. Like, they are already so far off the mark that it's just, I mean, I don't even know what the hell it is that they're trying to convey. But when it gets to the point where the Federal Reserve stops communicating on a regular basis, then it's going to get even worse. It's because then you don't have anything to compare it to. Uh, he has a million. And I heard that he isn't that since the stock went down, he's no longer a trillionaire. Elon has made his wealth on lies. Somehow the hype doesn't stop. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people, I guess, yeah. I'm not a huge fan, or I'm not somebody who looks down upon him either, or whatever. It's just like Elon is just, another one of those things out there that would be, if it wasn't him, it would be somebody else. It's just essentially where we are now in the system, that you're going to find people who have accumulated so much wealth beyond belief. It makes it hard to even understand, like, how is it that this is even possible, or to even fathom what it is that an individual can do with that much. Yeah. All right. Elon has made his wealth on. Oh, that's weird. So that he can't even give Kamala money or Obama. Elon slept on the floor a day or two, and look at him now. I invest in everything. I will take everything I can as an investor. Just need to start getting a bit more dividends. Yeah, there you go. It's easy to attack Elon, but I've never seen negative comments about him, which makes sense to me. It is shocking that he is so wealthy, though. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, it just seems like, man, it doesn't seem right that somebody should be able to have accumulated that much in their life. But, you know, knowing that it's even possible to acquire that much wealth in life, then it should make you feel actually pretty good to think, well, man, if I could just even acquire a fraction of that, knowing that it's even possible to get that much. So to me, like, it's kind of it's almost like a good sign. And I know a lot of times people would be like, how could you ever possibly give it that meaning? But really, it is. Like, if you look at it and say, if this dude can acquire $1 trillion, like, it shouldn't be that hard for me to acquire a couple million. And so, UE, how are you doing legitimately? Are you at peace? That's probably something that I really would rather not share out there publicly for the people to get, like, that deep into it. But I can tell you right now that I'm a hell of a lot more at peace now than I've been in just about my entire life. Um, and part of that is recognizing a lot of, like, the triggering issues of my past that has now given me the ability to not feel that. Um, One of the things that I've noticed and started to really pay attention to is when I start to feel it, not just in my thoughts, but actually can feel it in my body, right? A particular circumstance comes up, or, a decision that has to be made, or something that's coming up. If I could feel like I could feel the intensity inside of me, right? This is where now I'm going to start focusing in on it because there's something there. There's a trigger. There's, something happening that I'm not right with. And so a lot of times I would ignore that. I've chosen now not to ignore it and to like lean into that tension, whatever it happens to be. So since I started doing that and really even discovered the technique of doing that within the last few years, but really, focusing more on that and paying attention to it when it happens, I've noticed like, man, my like even ideas of thoughts of like things that would be like cause anger or something like that. Like I like a lot of that is just kind of dissipated out. And I don't really have like a lot of worry, and I don't carry a lot of stress, and I don't carry a lot of anger. Um I guess there's still probably a bit of fear, and I think that's more related to like making sure that I do it right for the kids, you know. But that's it, and where before there was a lot of stress and fear and anxiety and all kinds of other stuff that used to happen, but a lot of that has been dissipated out. So um yeah, other than like, maybe feeling stressed over the debt, and that's not even really like stress as much as it is like kind of disappointment in a way that says, man, if I'm focusing on that, then I can't do what I really want to do. And that's more of the meaning that I have given that. And I think that is really just in my own head. So no, I feel like I'm doing good. You want to do some more psycho things? All right. But like Simon says, we probably can't vote our way out of this. Probably not. Agreed. Monopolies are out of hand. You hear about these American economic systems supposed to be outside communism, social capitalism, and more American centric system designed by the founding fathers. Yeah, but that's been passed. That's all gone now. Geez, up early, UE. Yeah, we are. In fact, we never went to bed. That's what happened, right? Time is it's almost 3 o'clock. What crappy is it seems the corporations have so much power, and Teddy Roosevelt type will not come to power until we can start boycotting both parties. Yeah. F Monopoly. Old Dare Slayer, man. Trump had been floating it around. Bassett just gave a speech about gave a all at the Fed. You'll get the link. Uh, yeah. I don't know. I think like essentially since the establishment of the Federal Reserve System, like we really, I mean, I guess it would probably at that point that a constitutional republic was no longer like even a you couldn't even pretend at that point because it's like once you have stepped down that road, it's only a matter of time before the central bankers will be in control of the entire thing. So it was very much advised to not do it. Once it happened, it was just like, that's it, it's over. And so, what it's meant to be, what it could be, what the founding fathers had thought of or was suggesting that we should be on, none of it exists anymore, you know? Scrabble. um, Man, are we getting to the point? Are we going to bed yet? 3 o'clock? Are we going to stay up? Just stay up and keep going? 41 people watching. Can we get 400 people to watch? How do we get 400 people onto the stream? Can we get 4,000? How do we get 4,000 people on the stream? Yep, failed American experiment. Yeah, I mean, it really did like quite a while ago. The only cool part about this still going on is that if you understand and know your constitutional rights, you can still use them. All right. And I mean, not use them, you can retain them, have them, and, like basically hold the government under your authority. And that still somewhat exists if you know how to do it, if you know the right channels for it. So it hasn't completely been gone away. Like it's not completely gone away, but it's essentially gone away for everybody else who doesn't know that it still exists and that you can actually do something with it. That's very few people, but it does prove that it's still there. I mean, whether anybody's using it or makes any difference anymore, it's still, it's still there. Brody, if we go UBI, what will you spend your money on? John, I don't think that's the way to look at it at all. What does John say? Yeah. Stream until your computer battery dies. Well, my computer's plugged into the wall. It's like, I don't think that can happen. It's plugged in, it's going into an outlet. Although I can say that it's a lot more comfortable sitting in this chair than it is in the cab of the Suburban. So I'm gonna have to make some coffee here in a minute. All right, a little before bedtime, watching It's Not a Bad Speech. Just saying, you want 400 eyes, you got to sell your soul, and we need you, so please don't. Yeah. I think the last time I had a significant number of people on a live stream, it was around 700, I guess. And that was when silver was running up to that high. And so I don't know. I think I just had the word silver in the title or whatever, and that's all it took because everybody was out there looking for information on it. So. UE, do you have work in a couple hours? I do not. I have this week off, so I have no work and no real plans. I did a bunch of lawn. I like mowed the lawn all day today. Well, not all day, for a few hours today. And if it doesn't rain tomorrow, I'll probably do a little bit more of that. Been a rough few months for hard asset guys. I like Lynn Alden's analogy of the nothing stops this train government economy. Yeah. Got to be a silver baron. Oh, yeah. Now I'm getting tired. Okay. Three-hour live streams 3 times a day. Is that what we're going to do? We're already at 2.5 hours into this one, 2 hours and 22 minutes. Yeah. But the more we break this stuff down, I mean, it seems like I think we have a better grasp of monetary policy and what is happening within the economy than just about anybody else does. I'm not saying like, some people probably have a better clue of like, the specifics of what's happening with the shipping channels of the Strait of Hormuz, or, there might be, I mean, obviously there's going to be like, better information and intelligence on, particular, segments of this, but to get a better view of what it is that the strategy of the Federal Reserve is doing, I think we got that so dialed in better than just about anybody else does. In fact, I know we do. I know we got it dialed in better than anybody else. You could think about this stream and draw the nearest tarot card to you and post it in the chat. Using one's right may not be possible in a generation or two since they do not teach about the Bill of Rights to kids anymore. Or do they? Who has kids? Well, I totally agree with that, Jake Northwest, that they don't teach the Bill of Rights. And that's the point, is that the people generally who understand them and know them are the ones who have them. And so to exercise your rights is only capable for those who know what they are at the time that they're being infringed. To be able to, like, when a cop says, "Hey man, I'm suspicious you got stuff going on inside of your, car. I want to search it." And it was just like, what's your probable cause for this suspicion? A hunch? What? You just think that? You can't do that. That's not legal. You can, like, give me some probable cause here, because they have to articulate that. If they can't articulate it, then it's not a legal search. And so once you kind of understand the how the rights are set up and still exist, that are essentially coerced out of, don't be coerced out of it, right? It's just like, no. I mean, I hold the authority here, no. And if you think you hold the authority, then you do, but if you don't think you hold it, then you don't, And since most people don't think they have any authority and they don't know how to exercise that authority, then it doesn't exist. So if you know it at the time, you got it. All-nighter. Since learning how the monetary policy works, give me two things that you've changed and made your life better. Investing in myself, investing in real estate with much more confidence. Yeah. And I think that's probably, one of the things, as far from for me as well, is being confident in a lot more of what it is that I'm doing out there. Um, Before I would buy into investments in a fear kind of attitude, like, I would invest into failure thinking, "Oh man, the whole government's going to crash. My gold's going to go through the roof, right? Or my silver's going to do so much better." And I've kind of changed my attitude around on a lot of that kind of stuff. Like, I don't invest into fear or failure anymore, but I look for successful things to invest in, like property ownership, dividend paying stocks, the right, cryptocurrency or something of this nature. And I don't give it an attitude that this is going to do really well when the government fails. I mean, that's not, like, if that's my expectation of a particular thing doing well, I probably would not buy it. Right? I just wouldn't do it. And as people have a tendency to do that, because I guess they're looking for the big win. Like, it's like, man, if the government fails, this is going to do so much better. And I'm thinking, man, I don't know what the world would look like in a failed government, but I don't know if I really want to go through that. And ultimately, the only way you're going to get through that is by having precious metals. And if you end up going hungry during that time, you're probably going to end up unloading your precious metals for a ridiculously cheap price. You got to be able to hold on to that all the way to the very end when the new beginning starts, and then invest into that new system. And that, like, I don't want to participate in any of that. Like, that doesn't sound fun to me at all. Uh, I feel like most likely place to have your rights violated is the workplace. Yep. Or infringed, yep, to appease the property owner you're working for. I totally agree. I totally agree. There's people, this is something that I've learned, like, people are willing to accept some really atrocious conditions so that they can continue to get paid. Yeah. And I think that's a lot of people out there. And what's funny about it is I think a lot of that has to just do with their own attitude about the job itself. Like, I know for me personally that once I got to a condition in my life in which that the main source of income, like that day job, I mean, it's still a necessity, but it's much less of a necessity in my life. Like, I can Like if I lose that job, I can figure things out pretty easily, hopefully easily, move on to other things. I don't necessarily have to have that job. And most of the time, people are in a condition in which that if they lose even that one job and they're out for a week, it's like it's going to be devastating to them. So they end up feeling like enslaved to this job because if they didn't show up, then they can't the whole life starts to deteriorate. So they feel like obligated in this slave kind of feeling to be there. And then now you have people that you're working with that you may not even like or that treat you like shit. And now you're forced to be in this environment that you really don't want to be in because, and then you got these people you don't like. It just gets worse and worse by the minute. But something that's very interesting that if you are in a position in your life in which that you are choosing to show up there as opposed to being forced to do it, the attitude that you have about it changes, and then the experience that you have there also changes, and it doesn't feel as toxic anymore, right? Like that's one of the things that because working at a lumber yard is a lot like working on a job site. You got to have some thick skin. Like you get a lot of shit thrown around, a lot of talking. And you have to be cool with it, and the moment that you let them think that it aggravates you, oh man, they jump on you. It's like vultures, right? I mean, piranhas on it. So, that's one of the things that you have to kind of tolerate. Well, if you're in a bad spot in your life, you're depressed and bummed out, something going on, and then you're having to deal with this sort of thing, it's like it can be quite punishing, for people out there. And I kind of look at that and I think, man, I wonder how many people live that life every single day. Right? They show up to this job because they feel they have to. They have no other choice. They got to be there. And then on top of it, they have all these people that, are not really in the same energy that they want to be in. And now you're like, have no other choice. That I can't imagine the frustration level of that. If you don't if you don't have to be there, that frustration just doesn't even exist. It's just like, somebody says something and it's just like, I could walk out of here today and it wouldn't be a big deal. Right. But being forced to be there saying I have to deal with this guy, that's a whole different thing. Right. Does anyone here have any idea what the next Microsoft or Apple will be? I'm thinking Coinbase myself, right? Or something along those type. I do not Slayer. I'm bad at trading, investing. Hopefully that will change watching the channels like this one. You know what I would say, Jake? At trading, investing, as far as being bad, there's no such thing as being bad at it. Being bad at it means you don't do it. Right. So there is no I don't think there is a bad way of investing. As long as you don't throw the entire, don't throw everything you got at it. But, you got Cash App, you got Robinhood, you got all these, online brokers, and you don't have to put a whole lot of money in. Like you can do this $5 at a time. If you put $5 towards a stock that crashes, that was a good learning lesson. That was $5, right? It was a $5 learning lesson. That's not that much. Like, most people spend $5 on stuff they don't even want. And so, like, you want an education and understanding, how to invest. A $5 loss is nothing, right? That is like insignificant. The moment that you have purchased that stock, you are an investor. And most likely, you're probably not going to just go willy nilly picking some stock that you're not heard of. You're probably going to be somewhat interested in that. You start buying into a stock, $5 a week, eh, you're not going to notice that money. You're not. I mean, especially if you have a job. I mean, if you don't have a job, maybe you will notice that. But if you have a job, you're probably not going to notice the $5 a week. And you're going to watch how that stock moves up and down, maybe go sideways. And then you're going to be interested in that a little bit more. Now, here's the ticket. The $5 probably will never have done anything for you. like not in, like monetary wise, is probably never going to end up making any money, but it puts you in an energy, right? It puts you in the energy of being an investor. And that's the point, right? The moment that you are in the energy of an investor, it doesn't matter if it's $5 or $5,000. It's the energy of being in it, right? Even taking a loss on your stock, that's investor energy, right? That's what happens with investors. They take a risk and sometimes they have to take a loss. Knowing that to be the case and not being in fear of that, but leaning into that tension, right? You feel it in your body. Man, I might lose some money on this. Lean into that. Okay, can I handle the loss? Am I wanting to be an investor? I mean, an investor has to be able to take the loss, right? Got to be able to risk it, or else you'll never be able to get the reward. And so if you are in that position that says, I can't risk it, well, then you can't be the investor, because the investor has to risk it, right? He has to be able to lean into that tension and then be able to get the reward for it. And so again, if it's hard to get started, $5, just do it. S&P 500, right? Yeah, just like Justin's saying there, it's hard to be investing in an index fund like the S&P 500. Perfect, right? A few guys I looked up to that got me into precious metals won't even touch stocks, Bitcoin. Over time, I found it to not be a fearful thing. It's just what you do to do your position yourself, right? Yeah. Cooper, what are your short to mid-term goals over the next 5 years? Investing is like learning so many other things in life. You don't know until you go. Yeah. And that's very true about it. It's just like, it's crazy. Is like for me, I dollar cost averaged to so many things. And really dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin has just smoked it. It's just killed it on everything. Even with Bitcoin being down right now, it still did better than anything else I've done. And I wanted it to be other things. I wanted it to be silver. I wanted it to be, whatever. But it's Bitcoin. Bitcoin does it, every single time for me. Not every time, but it's doing it for me. And I have to I have to stop questioning what I wanted, like why I want it to be something else. Like it's just you just have to understand, man. It's my ego, like your ego, my ego. They get in the way. You gotta let go of the ego. And a lot of times it's just better to just understand it for the facts of what it is that's going on. Everybody, oh, real estate's where you got to be. Well, I look around, everybody I know who has a lot of money, they did it in real estate. And that's, so you got to be in real estate. Do you? Like, is there a way that you can do this without real estate? Oh, absolutely. There's people who do it all the time without real estate. So to think that it has to be done in real estate, no. That's the way that most of the people do it, and everybody I know did it. But it doesn't have to be that way. So what is the other ways of doing it? Right? You got to accumulate assets of something. If it's not the cash flowing asset that you bought with a debt, like with borrowed money, then you better go work and then find something, that you can buy. And then once you kind of understand this is how the operation goes down, it makes it kind of easy. It's just like, well, I got to show up for work, cut back on my expenses, and get into a secure rate of interest beyond that occupation. Seems simple enough. Okay. What stock? I don't know. All right. Simon, what's your take on Jamie Dimon's latest comments on the current bull market as a little tsunami? I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Jamie Dimon. I don't trust him very much. I mean, he was the one who said essentially he would fire anybody who worked for him who would buy Bitcoin. Like he literally said that at a time in which that if people had bought that Bitcoin when he said that, they would be fabulously wealthy right now. So I don't trust him. I don't trust a whole lot of what he has to say, and I don't trust his interpretations of the economy. Um, if he had something so significant to say that people listen to it on a broad scale, everybody was like, oh man, Jamie Dimon just said these real profound words. then it might be useful in a credible threat theory kind of application. But at this point, like I just don't trust anything Jamie Dimon has to say. Yeah. And it's quite unfortunate he did it to himself with me. Like, I mean, if you didn't if you didn't try to be so manipulative in the people's belief system when it came to cryptocurrencies and getting them to not buy into that market, while at the same time, his corporation was, while telling people I would fire anybody who bought it, while, his corporation was taking advantage of the situation inside of that, that doesn't seem right. It's what they do, but since that's what they do, I don't trust them. I don't trust the things that they say. Yeah. Business ownership can be faster than property ownership to accumulate wealth. Oh yeah. But I would assume that by just anything. Like really, getting into business is actually pretty easy if you understand like the entrepreneurship mindset of it. Like a lot of times people think business, they think, okay, well, I got to have a storefront, I got to have inventory, I got to have, employees, I got to have all this stuff. And I'm thinking, what business is it? And they're like, oh. And it was like, well, you don't have to have all that stuff to have a business if you don't even know what the business is. Like a business can be anything, raising birds and selling eggs and, butcher, like I ran a bunch of different types of businesses. They may not have been like, these exceptionally well-known, like, established businesses that everybody is just like, oh man, what a outstanding corporate, like that kind of thing. But to conduct business is actually pretty easy. I've done it several different ways. I mean, even the bingo calling's a business, and it's like my entertainment side of business. I want to retire my parents because I know they won't be able to retire how they want to. It's sad. I don't know how to tell them they don't have enough. What options do they have? I have no idea what it is that you've got for your parents' condition or whatever. I know for like my old man, like my dad, he spent 20 years in the Coast Guard and then he spent 20 years at the Park Service. He kind of set himself up pretty well doing that. And he doesn't stress or worry about anything. He just lives like we go to the ball games. He, enjoys whatever it is that he's wanting to enjoy for the day. He's not stressed for anything. And he doesn't even really think about it. The time, like he was very dedicated to it too, though. You think about it, 20 years in the Coast Guard and then 20 years at the Park Service and working for the Oregon State Parks. Holy crap. I mean, it's just like, man, that's pretty awesome. But like, how does one dedicate themselves to that kind of life? He did it, and I mean, I was there to witness it the entire time. I wish there was a good dividend stock named Freedom so I could dollar cost average into freedom until I didn't have to wage earn anymore. Justin, I would totally buy that with you, man. If I could just dollar cost average into freedom. The only thing that makes business difficult is government for both owner and patron. Yeah. And that's really where, like, if you want it to get big, like doing business is pretty easy. It's just like you just transact, right? That part is easy. It's making it big and like awesome. That's where like it gets really hard and permittings and, licensing and all the other stuff that goes with it that just starts limiting your ability to then profit. Like I think about it, even myself. Here I make money on YouTube doing all these different things, right? Make money doing bingo, make on the side hustles. And then And then it comes time to paying taxes, and I'm like, oh God, and I got to figure this thing out, go through all this mess. And so ultimately, instead of providing more, you know, more useful, helpful, and beneficial things through what I feel is my business, I have to not do that, take time away from doing that stuff so that I can figure out how to keep more of my money. Right? Like, does that seem right? That, like, here it is, you're providing helpful, useful things to the world. You want to do more of that, but you can't, because if you do more of that, you're going to end up screwing up how it is that you are going to be keeping your money. So you got to take time away from that in order to figure out how you keep more of your money. Like, wouldn't it be better to have a system in which, I mean, like, I'm saying taxes, cool, whatever, everybody has to pay them. But I find that kind of ironic that I want to do stuff that is more helpful and useful, providing that to the world. But instead, if I want to keep more of my money, I have to not do that and then go and pay attention to tax codes and, figuring out write-offs and all the other things that go with it. And so to me, I find that to be like, kind of like counterintuitive to what we would want for an economy. you know? No one likes paying taxes. You're absolutely right. Nobody likes paying taxes. Businesses also implement integration, so it's hard for people to switch. This is how terms like too big to fail are born. Companies are so integrated in society that if it goes down, it causes pain. Yeah. Such essential planning. Yeah. 48 people watching. I saw we had it up to like 52 there for a minute. I can't believe this many people are joining in at what, 3:30 in the morning? Those must be East Coasters, huh? All right. That's 40 flipping years. It's crazy. Yeah. Right. Yeah. From the entire time, like my entire life, he was in the Coast Guard and he had already been in. So he retired when I was like 13 from the Coast Guard, and he had already spent, all the previous years in there. And then we moved up here to Oregon, and yeah, he eventually got a job over at the park. So he did seasonal work there. So it wasn't like a full-time job the entire time. He did seasonal work. He did do full-time for a couple of years, but for the most part, he would work the summers while the campers were heavy there. So. I think I did. Oh, there it is. Okay. Thought my mouse had died. Morning drive to work. Right on, Cooley. So Trump likes his new Fed, but is he going to be cutting rates like Trump was calling for? Well, we'll have to think about this for just a minute. Warsh can't cut rates, right? Not like if he wanted to cut rates, he could. He can't, right? He's one vote on the FOMC. So there's 11 other voting members who are going to vote on monetary policy. Now, the adjustment of interest rates comes down to an FOMC vote. So even if Warsh says, hey guys, I want to lower rates, and the rest of them said, no, then they don't lower rates. So it doesn't really matter what Warsh wants, or if it's Trump's pick to lower rates. He can't do that on his own. He just doesn't have the power. He does have a lot of power in the way that the Fed communicates, how they view like the inflation, like there's a lot of things that Warsh can do, but he can't make the FOMC lower rates. That's not a real thing. So to understand where the economy is as far as like the interest rates go, instead of looking at the nominal interest rate, like where the Fed funds rate is, it's better to look at where the inflation expectation is in relation to the neutral interest rate. Now, I've gone over this so many times, and this is important because it doesn't really matter if the Fed moves if you're not paying attention where the neutral interest rate is. Because if the neutral interest rate is rising on the inflation expectation, it's moving ever closer to the Fed funds rate, which is essentially making the economy less restricted or even accommodating. So when you hear Trump say, I want to lower rates, I want to lower them immediately, we have to really ask, what is it that what he's asking for? Is he asking for a stimulating effect to the economy? Because I don't know if that's really necessary. We have low unemployment, we have stock market valuations that are high. Things seem to be somewhat okay, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go as far as going that way, but when you listen to the mainstream media and you listen to the Fed, they're in a good spot and the consumer's doing all right. So it's not bad, right? So adjusting interest rates really wouldn't make any sense, especially if the Fed is at neutral considering the inflation expectation. Now, what would be a good reason to lower interest rates, especially going back to zero, and to do them immediately, like right now? So we have to think, okay, what would be the reasoning that would then force the Fed to lower rates to zero or at least significantly immediately? That would be the inflation going away, right? The inflation comes down. The Fed doesn't need to be restrictive anymore with their monetary policy. They should be lowering interest rates. Now, here's the problem that we're going to end up facing with that is that if the Federal Reserve waits for the inflation to come down, then they're going to be too late, right? Too late. They're going to end up being too late because the Fed has a lag between the time that they adjust rates to the time that it actually impacts the economy. So if they wait for the inflation to come down and then they adjust rates, they're going to be 6 months, a year, or even a year and a half of incredibly restrictive economy due to the fact that the lag period hasn't caught up yet. So again, if they have elevated, and let me get my hand in here, if they got elevated interest rates, right, and then they lower those interest rates immediately, there's a lag time. They have to wait before that interest rate adjustment actually impacts the economy. So if the inflation disappears overnight and the Federal Reserve drops interest rates immediately, they're still going to be restrictive in in a non-inflationary environment, which is going to be really devastating until that lag period has passed. So this is the argument for lowering rates immediately is that the inflation is going to be gone in 6 months to a year. If there is no inflation in 6 months to a year, if the inflation disappears, the call to lower interest rates immediately would be accurate. You would want to do that. This is Myron's argument before he left the Fed, before he left the FOMC. This was his argument for lowering rates. This is like, if you don't do, then the inflation goes away and you haven't lowered interest rates already, you are going to suffer the consequences of the lag period, causing massive restriction in the economy when the inflation has disappeared. And so he was very concerned about that being the case. Now, me personally, I look out there and I think about the inflation expectations. Not necessarily about the broken supply chain, the Strait of Hormuz, all that other stuff. Like all these things are very impactful and very reasonable, right? But what I end up looking at is the people's expectations. Like, what'd you guys hear? What are you guys talking about? What are you saying? Yeah, there's all these facts, Strait of Hormuz, all the banking, blah, blah, all that stuff. That's all real stuff. And it's very, very informative and very logical to look at. But what we have to then think is like, what does that do to the people's expectations? Because we have to look at that expectation. Whether the inflation is going to be there or not, it comes from this expectations. If those expectations remain elevated, then the Federal Reserve doesn't need to move. They can sit right where they are at and the economy remains neutral. But the moment that the inflation expectation goes away, it's on. And the Federal Reserve will have lowered the rates ahead of that. This is the tricky situation they now face. So as long as they can keep inflation expectations mandatory, the mandatory inflation expectations, then they'll be all right. But I believe there's zero There's really no, I don't believe that the Federal Reserve has any intentions on lowering interest rates, especially getting anywhere close to the lower bound of zero. And you know this because they're removing the tools of operation at the lower bound of zero. So like it was just like, hey man, how do you paddle this boat around? Well, we use this oar. Well, you toss the oar out. Well, yeah, because we don't plan on going in the boat. We don't plan on using this boat, right? So that's what kind of like, I know it's a little bit of an odd analogy, but it still works, right? The tools of operation at the lower bound of zero, Warsh is getting rid of the forward guidance. And so without the forward guidance, without that communication tool that is well established and functioning right now, without that, then there is no tools of operation at the lower bound of zero. So there's only two things that could be running through their head, right? One, we're not going back to zero, not anytime soon. Or two, we're going to break the lower bound of zero and go into negative interest rates. I don't think those things are happening. Not yet. They could, I mean, they will at some point, but I mean, I don't expect that to happen this or next year. I mean, there's going to be obvious signs of that occurring, I think, ahead of time. The establishment of things like the Genius Act and the stable coin regulations and those things, these are preliminary to that event. But how far out is it? I couldn't tell you, but I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow. All right. Where do we find the neutral interest rate in the inflation expectation? Very good, Jake. That's why you have to join the school community in a lot of ways, that to get a better understanding of that. So to know, this is where it gets really hard. You have to look at something called R star, which is the Federal Reserve's estimate of the neutral interest rate when the economy is operating at its potential alongside low and stable inflation and full employment. And that is really difficult to like wrap your head around, because even like the estimates of it, trying to figure out how it is that they estimate that is just like, it's stupid. It's just like, I don't know, whatever. So you just kind of have to take their word for it. Hey, the estimate of R star is like around here. And so R star is not necessarily the same thing as the Fed's neutral interest rate. A lot of times people will want to consider those two things the same thing, but they're really two different things. The neutral interest rate and R star being viewed differently means that R star is when the economy is operating at its potential alongside low inflation, stable prices, and full employment. So it's like when the Federal Reserve is at its sweet spot. It's when it's really like the perfect scenario. It doesn't exist in our economy right now. We're not in that perfect scenario. That's like a hypothetical situation that could be, if things were operating awesomely, right? Now, this R star has been falling for decades, and it's very close to zero. It's like between 1 and 1.5%. Now, understanding that R star then will have an inflationary component attached to it. So if the Federal Reserve was operating at its, if the economy was operating at its potential alongside low inflation and stable prices, the Federal Reserve would be somewhere around 1 to 1.5%. All right, 0.5% to 1.5%. So who knows? Somewhere in there, 1%. Now, 1%, again, it's really low and doesn't give them much room to stimulate the economy if they run into a downturn. So if they're operating at its potential alongside low inflation and stable prices, they essentially have no ammunition, right? Because they can't lower interest rates. This was their major problem. This is the whole point of the credible threat theory, right? Is to understand this part right here, this inability to stimulate the economy with the lowering of interest rates. This is a real thing. This is happening right now. If you put an inflationary component to this, now the Fed has to raise rates far enough above the R star environment to make up for the inflationary component that is now coming into the economy. The higher the inflation goes, the higher the Fed funds rate has to go in order to remain neutral. R star hasn't changed, right? I mean, it does change, but it hasn't changed on the inflation. R star is an estimate when the economy is operating at its potential alongside low and stable prices and full employment. But if you add inflation to it, now the Fed has to raise the rates far enough below that R, or far enough above R star in order to remain neutral. Add more inflation, the Fed has to keep going higher. So now here's where the Federal Reserve now conducts their monetary policy, is that if they hold the Fed funds rate still and push the inflation expectation, they can push that neutral interest rate, the position in which that the Fed would be neutral, higher or lower on that inflation expectation. So now if the neutral interest rate or the inflationary scenario is very low and the Fed has elevated rates, the real interest rate in between there is fairly high. And that's a constraint upon the economy. Raise that inflation expectation and you lower that real interest rate. This starts to ease the economy or makes it less restricted. Doesn't necessarily ease it, but it can make it less restricted. And if you push the inflation even higher while the Fed stands still, the real interest rate turns negative. Now the economy is stimulated through the financial markets anyway. So now we have to understand that part of it because that's how the Federal Reserve is conducting it, conducting monetary policy, conducting business. Everybody's focused in on them moving the rates around, moving that nominal interest rate, very much like the question even asked. Now that Warsh is in there, are they going to lower rates? Focusing on that is you're gonna miss it. We have to focus in on the inflation expectation and where that is in relation to the neutral interest rate, because the Fed can sit still and still have an economy and a monetary policy that is easing or tightening the financial conditions based on the expectations alone. So to think, well, are they going to lower rates or raise rates? It doesn't really matter if the inflation expectation is rising and falling, bringing that neutral interest rate above or below the Fed funds rate. Because that's how they're conducting business now, not through the interest rate adjustments. Besides, interest rate adjustments don't work. They don't stimulate the economy anymore. You cannot stimulate the economy with the lowering of interest rates. It just does not work. And that is probably going to be the biggest surprise to like just about everybody out there. But once you see how they cannot get far enough below R star in order to stimulate the economy before hitting the lower bound of zero, there's no room. There's literally nothing there. And the only way to actually stimulate the economy with the lowering of rates would be going into negative territory, negative interest rates, which isn't a concept at this point. I mean, it is a concept, but it's not a real feasible tool for the Federal Reserve to use. So it's just not a real thing. They're lowering interest rates does not stimulate the economy, and it's not going to happen in that way. Like they could lower interest rates to establish credible threat, to like convince the people that they will do it. It's just like we lowered rates before, we'll do it again. And people, oh yes, they will. Right? But the focusing in on that interest rate adjustment is not where the policy is. The policy is looking at the inflation expectation in relation to the neutral interest rate, and then where that neutral interest rate is in relation to the Fed funds rate. We can assume that the Fed's current rate is accommodating right now because everything is effectively bullish right now. I think housing just turned bullish as the Fed held still and the inflation pushed it up. Yeah, I believe that, Justin. I mean, if nothing else, we're not. I mean, if we're not accommodating, we're certainly not restrictive, right? I mean, we very well could be just at neutral, but in considering what we have seen for inflation expectations, I would not be surprised to find that we are in an accommodating position. 51 people watching. How did we get it up to 400? Oh, we didn't want to get it up to 400, did we? I just woke up with my inflation expectations and found Simon live. That's right. I've been live for 3 hours now. And just about everybody in the chat has been there the entire time. I can't believe it. The guys are so committed. 3:38 in the morning. We're about ready to go make some coffee. How late do we want to do this for? Are we just going to keep going? Want to go like 6, 7, 8 hours or something? Just hang out here for the entire morning. 55 people watching. Hitting the thumbs up helps get more people. Well, thank you, Jake. I really appreciate that. Jay Minter says, I'm here. You're absolutely right here. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see here. Oh, we already read that one. You are the Schniznet. Is that a good thing? 24-hour stream. Yeah, I don't know if I can handle a whole 24 hours, but I mean, well, we got 6 hours in the last 24. Actually, we got like, how long has it been since I did the last stream? I cut that thing off around noon, I guess. Cheers from Eastern Europe. Right on. Well, let's go. Awesome to have Eastern Europe in the house, in the chat section. The Fed is brilliant. I don't care what anyone says. They are very smart. Well, I mean, the people who say that they're dumb and don't know what they're doing don't really explain anything about monetary policy. So, I mean, I would have to take the source of the accusation into consideration, you know? Which passes the Fed fund rate, therefore making the Fed rate accommodating. Yep, Justin's got it. See, Justin, isn't it cool to be able to see that, knowing that literally nobody else is seeing that taking place except for the people on the FOMC? Like, I don't know how many other people are actually watching the real interest rates falling and then essentially taking advantage of that in the understanding of what it's actually doing. You know, Sup, Simon, you've been doing this in his sleep now, you know. Pretty much. No one can see inflation expectations, R star, real rates, or the neutral rate. This is fascinating. All day or Slayer? Yeah. You're absolutely right. Nobody knows exactly where any of that stuff is. See, this is why so many people have issues and they look at it like this is the reason why so many people have issues with this. With understanding the economy, understanding how it is they're supposed to position themselves, because literally what you just said there, no one can see the inflation expectations, nobody can see R star, nobody knows where the real rates are, and nobody knows the neutral interest rate. And if you can follow those four things, or at least get a decent understanding of where you feel they might be, you're going to be so far of ahead of everybody else. Like those four things are so critical to monetary policy, and they never, ever, ever, ever get discussed in the mainstream media. So All Day or Slayer and Justin, like, you guys, those are nailing it. Those comments are nailing it. Yeah. I spent like 3 hours tonight trying to make a graphic based on your June 2nd video. What's a person to do? I feel like I learned a bit. Well, thank you, Justin. You know, you've complimented me, I think, a couple of times on that video, and I really have to appreciate that. That video, I think, was incredibly successful for what I was attempting to do with it, considering that I spent maybe, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes prepping to do that video. And it was so good. It was like, I have to even go back and even look at some of the things that I said, because I don't even really remember. I remember it was a good video, but I really have to go back and even like, internalize some of the things that I had even said in that video. They used to call me the Star R, but I think the R means something else. All right. So they work by influencing the people with propaganda to encourage inflation expectations and doing away with the forward guidance. Why? But no, that is the forward guidance. That's the thing. That See, they're not doing it away with the forward guidance in favor of that. The forward guidance was that. See, forward guidance is a form of credible threat. A credible threat isn't necessarily forward guidance. Right? So the forward guidance was a tool that was used by the Federal Reserve to actually declare this is what we plan on doing. Zero interest rate policy for this foreseeable future. $60 billion worth of purchases on the assets for, the next 12 months. These sort of like statements, we're going to be cutting at the neck or increasing at the next meeting. We just don't know by how much. These sort of statements, these are the forward guidance, right? The dot plot. This is part of forward guidance. This is where the official statements of the Federal Reserve are then interpreted by the markets as some sort of predictive, like, communication. And that in itself was like the official statement, right? Here we are, we're putting out this statement. This is the forward guidance. But then when the Federal Reserve comes out and has like a particular idea that they are planning on using for the future, for example, a great example of this was the special purpose vehicles, right? So the Federal Reserve put out a statement saying, hey, we are going to be buying corporate debt, right? We're going to be buying up massive amounts of this corporate debt using a special purpose vehicle, which is an entity separated from the Federal Reserve. This information got out to the public, and then what happened? They all ran into this corporate debt. So the next thing you know, these corporations had essentially found all the funding they needed, and the Federal Reserve didn't really buy anything. In fact, the facilities weren't even up and running by the time these corporations had pretty much funded themselves. But it was all based on the credible threat that they were going to launch these special purpose vehicles. Now, the special purpose vehicles wasn't technically forward guidance, right? But it worked in that fashion, like a forward guidance statement would have. So when you think, okay, they're doing this in favor of that one, it's not. It's one of the tools of communication that is being removed because people, like, at least from what Warsh was trying to say, is that people were too committed to the Fed's outcome with those statements, with that forward guidance. They were too committed to the dot plot being the written in stone location of the interest rates into the future, even though that's not what they were. So Warsh wants to get rid of that, right? That sort of communication. But the problem with this is that the communication is still going to be out there, whether it's coming from the Fed or it's coming from some economists. Somebody's going to be delivering some sort of expectations on what the monetary policy is going to be doing, whether that's an interest rate adjustment or a balance sheet adjustment or anything else out there. If it's not directly communicated by the Fed, who is it that's going to be communicating that? What is it that the people are going to be feeling about that? Once they get that feeling, how do they think that's going to be interpreted to the inflation expectations? See, you have to kind of look at it through this route because it's how the monetary policy is operating. Like the Fed essentially wants to sit still. We know they don't want to go back to the lower bound because they're getting rid of the tools of operation at the lower bound. Well, if they sit still, how do they sit still and conduct monetary policy? Well, the neutral interest rate has to fluctuate either above or below that Fed funds rate. They have a little bit of adjustment that they can do in order to be in line with that. But mostly that's going to happen off of the people's expectations. Well, how do they get that expectation? It's delivered directly through the mainstream media. Right? And now, if you go and you look up stuff like the Federal Reserve's makeup strategy, they literally had a system that they were going to launch to deliver this message out to the people, right? Now, it's not forward guidance. I'm talking about like expectations about all kinds of things out there. They were going to deliver them through music videos, through social media memes, through Twitter posts, places that people typically would not see a Fed communication. There was going to be Fed communications coming in because most people don't know to look to the Fed. Like they don't even know who the Fed is, let alone anything that they say. So ultimately, they were creating a communication style that they could deliver right to people who normally would not get the information. And this is how the credible threat was established, or the use of credible threat in order to conduct monetary policy. And again, this is through their own statements. Right? The makeup strategy talked about that, and then even Philip Jefferson's communicating about monetary policy, it talks about that. Now, maybe not so much about the social media post, but talks about the delivery of the message into the people. Uh, which video? Which one? I don't know. Um, Jake, yeah, all the credible threat theory is essentially at the school community. Um, all the speeches that I had found with all the highlighted marks, and then a video course, and like it's not even an hour long, it's just short, like 50 minutes or something like that. It's a just about an hour long video course that really breaks down and shows where the credible threat theory was established, how they use it, very much in detail. And so if you're having kind of trouble like grasping the credible threat theory and how it's being used or deployed, I would really encourage you to check out that school community and watch that video course, and then go and read those speeches. Once you have that, it becomes a lot clearer. It just starts answering so many questions. With oil prices sub 70, aren't the inflation expectations quickly evaporating? They very well could. But are they? I mean, are your inflation expectations evaporating? Do you think that like the inflation is going to come down or go away? Or do you find that to be like kind of persistent within the economy and at least within the people's mindset? Like, I mean, I would think like $70 barrel oil, but then again, I never really thought that barrel of oil got that high. I mean, it hit $150 a barrel back in like 2005. So, I mean, is $100 a barrel oil, $110 a barrel oil, is that expensive? I mean, it seems high when you say it, comparatively it seems high, but like you look back to 2005, it was $150 a barrel back then. You would think it would be like, you know, you'd think like $100 may not be that high then if you compare it to that so many years ago. So it's really about the expectations of it. Does $70 a barrel oil lower the inflation expectations, or do people even pay attention to that? Mike Myers was doing the Fed's makeup strategy when he played Dr. Evil in Austin Powers, demanding $100 billion. I love that movie. Austin Powers is a great movie. People with propaganda to encourage inflation expectations and doing away with the forward guidance. Yeah, we already read that one. Yeah. And I mean, I believe that the propaganda has always been there and been used the entire time. Like even the idea of transitory inflation worked out perfectly for locking in inflation expectations. Like if the inflation was transitory, then you wouldn't believe it now. Right. But people were like, oh man, the Fed screwed up so bad. They said it was transitory. It was far from it. And I'm like, man, talk about locking in inflation expectations. I don't even think that I don't I mean they could not have possibly known it was going to work that well. Right. People say that was a screw up, like, oh yeah, we made a mistake. It certainly was anything but transitory. Oops. Yeah, because you didn't want it to be transitory. You wanted it to be committed, mandatory, forever, so you don't get stuck at the lower bound of zero again. All right, over 3 hours into the live stream. I don't know what's crazier, that I've done it for 3 hours or that you all been hanging out for 3 hours. 45 people watching. Man, I got like My ear's itchy. We're calling it quits. You want to like go get something to eat, come back in a couple hours, do another 3 hours? Should we just leave it on? I'll go make some coffee. You guys figure out something to talk about. Here, you guys come up with something to talk about. I'm gonna go make some coffee. Oh. Cool. What did you guys decide to talk about? Everybody left. Oh. All right, Justin's out of here. See ya. All righty, Jack. I do remember you said you were off for a week, so you started at 4 a.m. That's right, Felix the cat. Oh, 35 people watching. They all left because I went and made coffee, but that's okay. But maybe we can watch the markets open up here in a few hours. What do some of the headlines say here? NASDAQ futures rally as Micron surges after earnings. Wall Street awaits key inflation reading. Iran warships. It's unacceptable and dangerous to transit the Strait of Hormuz without their approval. Yeah. What is gold and silver at right now? Gold is at just shy of 4,000, 3,999. Silver's at 5,730. Bitcoin 61,000. Is there anything good in here? Not really. More of the same. Indiana started mandatory financial literacy classes in high school. My theory is it will cut way down on college enrollment. Yeah, I can imagine that. People who are understanding the debt that they take on, like, right now, my wife is doing an online college courses to get a teaching degree. Holy crap. Like, it's a lot. There's a lot to go through, a lot for her to get it done. And it's not exactly cheap either to get it paid for. I can imagine somebody who had taken out a loan to get this and then not paying that loan off because they never used the degree. And I'm thinking, holy crap, paying for it along the way is not easy. So trying to take out a loan for it and then try to pay that loan off, it's just like, man, if you're not, I mean, unless you get into something that's really going to pay well and you're going to be stuck with that for a while, man, I cannot imagine where it is that the college degree is going to be that much of a benefit to the people out there if they don't take full advantage of the degree that they get. Like, for my wife, this is going to be a huge thing for her, not only just, for advancing in a career and getting more money, but just her personally to have gone through the effort into the actual acquiring of that degree, like just the self rewarding part of it. And then also the benefit of what it is that it's going to provide, like all of it together is so worth it, man. One of the things, like, my wife and I were talking, it was just like, we never really felt like we did the things that we were, really meant to do. For me, that changed with the YouTube channel. Like, I really feel like, man, this talking economics and doing this is really what I was meant to do. It's my passion. It's what I really want to, pursue going into the future. And she didn't really feel like she had something like that. And so when we discussed it, she says, I really want to go and get a degree in doing it. I'm like, let's do it. Let's do it. You've been you held off, didn't do it in your entire life. Let's make this happen. Like, if we're going to do it, let's go for it. And so that's what she's doing. And I can tell you, it's just changed a lot, not only in like the feeling of accomplishment just by getting through these courses and getting it done, but then also seeing that like light at the end of the tunnel, like it's actually going to happen and we're going to get there. Like the whole experience of it, I mean, as tough as it's been, I can see how rewarding it's been for her. And so I know once it's there, it's like every dime of it's going to be worth it. Even though like it might take a while to get reimbursed from the cost of getting that part's whatever. It's just that part's that's not the important part, right? I remember a video where you were and you made someone else discussing where you were, or maybe someone else discussing how COVID came at the perfect time. COVID came at perfect time. COVID saved the Federal Reserve. Like, COVID absolutely saved the Federal Reserve. Well, you think about it, the Fed, okay, 2019, this is what's going on. Like, if you could go and look at a graph of, I should learn to do split screen so I can do it on there. But let me do it right here. Fed funds. All right. The effective fund rate for the Federal Reserve. Now, this is the last 10 years. All right. Here's my computer. Let me show it up here. Okay. So this is a graph of the last 10 years. Now, you can see right here, this little bump down there. Okay. The shorter one. What am I doing wrong here? Here we go. Okay. That was when the Federal Reserve was on taper. They weren't taper tantrum. It was autopilot. Sorry, they call it the autopilot program. And they were essentially increasing the Fed funds rate down there. Over on this side, sorry. They were increasing the Fed funds rate very slowly during that time. When they got it up to about 2.5%, the markets got pissed. They were like, no way, we ain't digging it, we ain't having it, and everybody was getting very upset. So that's when the Fed lowered rates, right? Yeah, right there. So they lowered rates right in there to try and deal with the fact that this taper tantrum thing was happening. There were, people were just getting pissed about it, and they're like, man, you got interest rates too high. They were trying to be like really nonchalant about it. It was like, oh, hey, it's just going to casually go up. And then it hit there, and they're like, no. So they dropped it immediately, right? That significant drop right there, that was very telling of the Federal Reserve and where it was that they were about ready to go with their rates. That was a significant drop to try and provide some sort of stimulus to the economy that was never going to get stimulated because they were not going to get far enough below R-star to actually stimulate the economy. So everybody saw it right there. Like Peter Schiff was huge. Like right there, Peter Schiff was lighting up like none other. And he was just like, that's it. The Fed is done. They're cooked. They're out of the game. Right. And everybody could kind of see it. It was just like, holy shit, man, what are they going to do? Now, the Federal Reserve was in a position in which that they were going to have to fire that quantitative easing back up, right? But they didn't have any excuse for it. So without any real excuse, like what's going on within the economy other than a slowdown in financial conditions and liquidity, freezing up of the financial markets, there's no war. Right? There's no like anything happening out there that would then provide the ability for the government to go and start creating a bunch of new debt, right? Going into stimulus packages. So Peter Schiff, everybody else was lighting up right there and going, oh no, man, the Fed ain't got no room. They ain't got no position. And they're headed to zero. This is going to be very devastating, right? Now there's no excuse. The Fed doesn't have any reasons. They don't have anything, right? So how are they going to stimulate the economy? Lowering interest rates don't do it. They have to do stimulus packages. But you're not going to just willy-nilly hand out stimulus packages. You can't do that. Boom, COVID hits. Aha, warlike effort. All the stimulus packages you could ever possibly imagine being deployed. But without COVID, there was nothing. Right? There was nothing to be had except for a, slowdown in the financial systems with no real way of actually providing any kind of stimulus because you have to be able to print the money and push it out there. Well, without an excuse or a reason for it, they're tied. They're essentially, we can't do anything. It's just like, well, we got COVID. Perfect. Unusual and exigent circumstance. Exactly what we needed. Now, with unusual and exigent circumstances, they can deploy all those special purpose vehicles, backstop every corner of the financial market, hand out stimulus packages. It was all on. But without COVID, there was none of it. And there would have been a complete failure. All right. It's too early. You started before 1 a.m. Yeah, I did. The fact that COVID came across at the perfect time and helped with some and other objectives they may have makes me put on my tinfoil hat. Oh, Jake, you have to definitely put on the tinfoil hat for that one, right? You have to, because then you have to think, man, how was it that the Federal Reserve got China to develop this thing? And you know what I'm saying? It's just like all of a sudden, it's just like, wow, this is getting really out of hand, right? Here's the problem. They're going to need some sort of crisis, right? Something. It didn't really matter what the crisis was. They were going to need something to create the stimulus packages, to create the warlike effort, right? That's what it was really going to come down to. So here it is. It was just like, oh man, we got a problem. What are we going to do? It was just like, well, let's see, natural disaster, actual war. We got a financial crisis. Pandemic. Special purpose vehicles and stimulus. Oh, this is going to be fun, right? They had that plan. They didn't launch that plan by making it up over a course of a few hours. That thing was set up, ready to go. Like they were like, "Oh, hey, we got a plan here. Well, how did you develop it? How many pages is that plan? Who wrote this plan? How long have you had this plan in motion? Like, how long have you had it?" Because all of a sudden you just pop off and Congress is ready to sign off on this thing. Where did that come from? How the hell did you guys come up with that thing so fast? So like, yeah, we wrote it. We just wrote that. Yeah, we're really quick at doing those. Of course not, right? They had this planned. It was obviously planned, or else like they wouldn't have been able to execute it as easily as they did. All right, sit here for 1 second. I'm going to get back on. Man, I don't know what to do with this stream. I'm gonna have to like, I don't know, make it a members only or something. All right, you're still out here, Simon. Please get some sleep. I will. No, you got to think, Brody, man. I slept for like 5 hours this afternoon. I'm like, I haven't been up like 24 hours or anything like that. I mean, I slept earlier. Just wild. You are educating us, but George Carlin says they want us as dumb, obedient workers. That's not right. I like his jokes. I think it's funny, and I think it's fairly accurate in a lot of the meanings that he's given. But that's. I mean, if you take in that sort of belief system, you're essentially enslaving yourself, right, to that. And it's because if you say it out loud and you have it that meaning, you give it that meaning, and you believe it that way, then that's exactly the way it is. And so, as I find like a lot of those jokes very, how do I put it, like exposing, like like, man, look at this. This is that you ain't in it. It's a big game, and you ain't in it, right? And I think, well, that's true. For a lot of people out there, they're probably never, ever, ever going to have anything close to that kind of experience in their life. I totally agree with that. Like, you ain't in it. But you have the ability to use their system, their money, buy a cash flowing asset, benefit from that because you understand the game. And you may not be in it like they're in it, but you can be in it if you understand it. Some people might say, well, that's evil. That's wrong. You shouldn't do it. And it was just like, well, if I don't, somebody else will. And this is survival of the fittest here. If I understand the game, I'm going to play it. Right. And if other people don't like it, I don't know what to tell them. Like, I gotta survive, right? Survival of the fittest. So to understand the game and then think like, if you get it and you understand it and somebody else doesn't, that you're evil for getting that. No, right? It is a big game and you ain't in it. You're right. It is a big game and most of us will never be in it. You know, with his jokes, he helped people see the game. You're absolutely right, Jake. No, I like George Carlin. I think he's funny. I loved his jokes. It's just I am a big fan, right? Truly. Um, but I don't take that seriously. You know, here's the thing. You know why a joker exists? You know why the jester exists? Why the king had the jester? And a lot of times people thought it was for his entertainment, for like the king's entertainment, so that, if he was bored, he was like, hey, come out here and dance around and tell some jokes and make me laugh, right? Do something funny. And so a lot of people kind of considered that was the jester and that's what he did, but that's not what his job was. The jester had a specific job, and his job was to make fun and make light of things you're not supposed to talk about, much like a comedian does, right? To shed light in such a way that everybody laughs and then, like, oh my God, I can't believe he said it. Now that it's exposed, we get to talk about it. Because before we couldn't talk about it until he made light of it, until he made joke of it. And since the king is in a position that has to be ultimately respected and noble and, can't be degraded to talking to such about such things or bringing up such topics, the jester would do it instead and bring that up, say the thing that nobody else in the room wanted to say, because once it was spoken, now everybody else can talk about it. And that was the important job of the jester. So the comedian has an important job here, and very much like George Carlin's jokes, they're bringing light into this whole idea of what the New World Order is, and the super elitist or whatever you want to call them. He sheds that light on them and says, hey man, these people are out there. And once you recognize it and see it, yeah, you're right. But they don't hold me down, right? George Carlin tries to make it seem like they're holding you down. Well, you can make a lot of fun light. You can get it. You can get a lot of attention. You can get a lot of people going, yeah, like it's feelings. Hits the heart. Real good. And in that sense, you're able to make a lot of sales. Make a lot of it's a good sales pitch, essentially. Just wild you are educating. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I like George Carlin. I think his jokes are just funny. I mean, it's really good dude. In fact, I didn't meet him. My buddy met George Carlin. This is my buddy Ed, who got to meet him at a train station in Longview, Washington, I think it was. It was like some place out of the blue. Like he just happened to be there, like traveling or whatever. And the two of them sat down and joked and drank beers or whatever. But yeah, he got to meet him and hang out with him for like an hour or whatever, hour or two, completely out of the blue, out of some random bar. Yeah. Without people organizing outcomes, there might be chaos in the streets. I am grateful our local government functions pretty good. Some countries in South America, people have to bribe the local. Yeah, and I agree a lot with that statement. I like very limited amount of government in that sense. Like it would be nice that if I am in trouble and I call the cops, that somebody would actually show up. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Considering where I live out in the country, you may or may not get a cop right away. Because if there's nobody in the area, then like the closest, if county's already been dispatched on something else, there's state police somewhere out there, I mean, there's not a whole lot of presence out here. We're in a fairly safe area. You don't need a lot of, police presence in my little community out here. I mean, we're just kind of a quiet little area. So, to have government and being able to call, somebody and say, hey man, I need help, and then actually have help show up, that's pretty cool. Like, I like that part of things. But I like the limited part, it's just like, well, we can have some features to it. Like I like county sheriffs more than I like police department. Not the individual people themselves. I like them just the same, right? It doesn't matter. But a police officer is a policy enforcer. At least the county is somewhat of a protector of your rights. Right. And this is really where the big difference is inside of it. They're an elected position as opposed to, being hired. And I think about that as the difference as far as living out of the city limits and living in the country. That's kind of a cool feature to have as far as your law enforcement goes, and to recognize the difference inside that. Okay, let's see here. Anyone else have questions? This is like two-way conversation. Well, Jake, that's okay. They like the conversation. We got 43 people who are watching, man. Sometimes it's just a matter of having a conversation with one person, listening to their questions and getting hearing the responses to, maybe see your position a little better or maybe to, just to get a different idea. But yeah, is there anybody else who has any questions, ideas? We're going to be 4 hours into this live stream here pretty soon. 4 hours. I can't believe I sat here this long. I can't believe you guys sat here this long. I liked Justin's and what was it, Justin and All Nighter? Or not All Nighter, All Dayer. All Dayer Slayer. I'm getting the names confused now. But I thought that was pretty good. Both of them had like really good comments, grasping the credible threat theory to be able to really see it, So maybe it's good the Bilderbergers are out there. Without them, there could be chaos. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say what it would be with or without them, or without them. Obviously, we know what it is with them. It's hard to say what it would be like without them, but you know, to think it's like is it better to have the evil you know as opposed to the evil you don't? And in the idea that self-regulation or even like, say like an anarchist view could really only exist if you have a tyrannical government to begin with. Right? Anarchy can't exist without the tyranny, and tyranny can't exist without the anarchy. Like the two of them have to kind of like exist together. Without one, you wouldn't have the other. And so we really have to like kind of look at it in this fashion. At least for me, that's how I kind of look at it, and what it is that we could really expect from our government, and what it is that we can expect from ourselves here. Because I honestly think that we could regulate ourselves, rule ourselves in such a way that we don't need a whole lot of interference or government ruling on us. But then again, there's a bunch of people who can't, they really cannot. The video, Jake, yeah, yeah, you have to join for a month. It's a $20 membership, to join in for a month, but it's well worth it. The PDFs, the all the speeches, those you can take. Like, you get to keep those. You can share them, do whatever you want. So, I mean, it's not like, you didn't walk away with just that, listening to that one video. You get to join in on the webinars. We post things like, we post articles and have conversation just in like, regular postings there. And then, we also have the video series that you can listen to. So listen to the video series, to download all the PDFs, just take them, keep them. They're all for you, right? And so you'll actually have something that you can take with you, even if you don't want to stick around for, for the future months and, whatever. Yeah, for the school community. Yeah. AI like Chat GPT is such a great way to learn anything. I don't understand. I can just ask GPT any topic. You can't. because ChatGPT does not give you, will not give you, you cannot ask ChatGPT about the credible threat theory and get an accurate response on it. You will never get ChatGPT to do it. In fact, I had to argue with all the AI chatbots like that in order to get them to understand the credible threat theory from the monetary policy view, right? And what's funny about it is that after I've cleared up the the chatbot and got it to recognize what it is that's happening with monetary policy through the expectations, it's really interesting because then I'll start asking questions like, well, why did you get it wrong in the first place? How come you present this as completely, counterintuitive to what it is that's really happening out there, deliberately messaging the people that? And literally its response was, well, that's the mainstream view, and it's easier to digest than trying to explain neutral interest rate, R star, all the other stuff. So it ultimately, when I asked it again, I said, okay, to what level am I communicating monetary policy? And it's essentially like, to this many people. There's only a handful of people who understand monetary policy to the level that we do. And I'm not trying to brag it up like, hey, man, I'm a super genius. I figured it out. Hey. I mean, that might be the case, but I don't know. I'm not trying to suggest that. What I'm trying to suggest is we here on this channel started off with John Williams' monetary policy strategies for a low neutral interest rate world, and then would not let it go, saying, man, there's parts of this speech that are now coming to fruition. And we kept reading the speeches and diving more and kept asking questions. And so it evolved into what it is today. So it wasn't like something that I had set up to say, hey, I want to build this thing for people to, it's like this evolved organically into what it is now. And knowing that it wasn't taught by any person or anything else, but more grew as an understanding through a network of people who are communicating to each other to understand the monetary policy better. It literally, there's no one out there who will discuss it. It's just, it doesn't exist. Right? So when you go through all those speeches, it makes sense. It's just like, man, it's all right here. Why isn't it communicated out there to the public? And it's literally because they would never be able to understand it. You would have to teach them so many little tiny pieces of this in order to acquire the knowledge to understand it, that it's just not even feasible for them to retain it. So instead, they just give them something that's easy to digest. Money printer go Burr, prices go up, 2% target, these things. Haha, that's funny. It is pretty funny. Getting the Chat GPT to correct itself. Yeah. Only master's level economists or maybe even PhDs will get it. I do not realize. That's cool. Glad I found the channel. Yeah. No, that's the real deal. Like, I mean, and I have said this many times, and I have not one person has ever come up and said, man, yeah, I'm willing to moderate a debate between you and this other person or whatever. And I've never had it because, like, when it comes to monetary policy, I literally have nobody who will compete against me or even suggest like, hey, man, I'm going to tear you up when it comes to the understanding of monetary policy. There's nobody even attempts to even try, And so it's just like, I mean, I put the offer out there, but nobody takes me up on it. So I'm pretty sure I got it dialed in. Yeah. I mean, because even to this day, at any moment, it was funny. Even Zuber, the other, a couple of weeks ago, I was supposed to do an interview with them, and it was going to start at 8:00. I thought it was going to be at 9:00, and so I'm late for the interview, right? And he was like, "Dude, do you just want to do this at 9?" I'm like, "No, man, I just woke up. Hold on, man. Let me get my crap together, and I'll be right there, man. Give me like 5 minutes." And he like, I literally had just woke up. I mean, I've been laying in bed. I was awake, but I mean, I hadn't gotten up, done anything yet. And I'm like, "Oh crap!" So I get up, threw some clothes on real quick, jumped out to the truck, fired up the phone, got the interview started, and blasted out the information because I don't need to prepare. I don't need prepping. I can do this at any given time. I don't care when. I don't care how tired I am. it's ingrained into me. It's knowledge that I have. It's not something that I have to rehearse or review or try to remember or anything like that. It's just like my understanding of it is locked in. Like it doesn't, it's not, I'm not questioning it, you know? Um, Miss Vic, Simon, I started building a little lumber dashboard with the info you share. I'll email it to you. Cool. You could probably build something better for your community, but just wanted to share. Well, thank you so much. Excuse me. I got the hiccups here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'll look forward to seeing it. Yeah, in the email, I'll look. Um, or maybe they don't even teach this in college. They don't. They don't teach this in college. They teach forward guidance, but they teach forward guidance and not the credible threat theory, right? So forward guidance is a form of credible threat theory, but credible threat theory isn't specific to forward guidance, only. You know? And so, yeah, no, they don't teach this anywhere. I'm the only one who teaches it. And I don't even really feel like I teach it. We discuss it. I'm the only one who discusses it, right? The teaching of it, I think, is really on your own. You have to teach yourself how this works. I can show you the information. I can give you the locations of the stuff. I can keep, discussing it over and over again. But as far as the actual teaching of it, I think that's really going to have to come down to your own effort. And you're really going to have to do that on your own. We're here. I mean, we're here to help with the discussion, to the understanding of it and all that. But, certain things like, I don't know if you understand the Fed funds rate, you know, how the Fed funds are adjusted. Right? That's a whole discussion on its own that needs to be understood. That if you don't understand that, that might be a little bit difficult to then retain further information. Same thing with like bonds or bond yields or any of this stuff. So like the education really has to start with yourself and the questions that you're asking about the economy. Like I can try and teach it to the best of my ability with the assumption that you have certain understandings of things that I may be wrong about. Like, I mean, as far as my assumption of what you know, right? And I may be wrong on that, thinking that you know something that you don't, or have a meaning behind something that is different from the meaning that I have given it. And with that ends up becoming a very difficult task to try and teach economics. Now, we can learn together, we can kind of discuss it together, but ultimately you're going to have to teach yourself a lot of things like what's the Fed funds rate? How is the Fed funds rate adjusted? What's the bond yield? You can ask me questions on that and I'll answer them. You can join the webinar and get other people's interpretations of it. But it really comes down to you going, oh, what? Wait a minute. I don't understand what the hell you just said there. I got to research that and figure that thing out, whatever that is. For me, like I did that with Fed speeches that literally, like I would spend weeks reading a Fed speech over and over again just to try and, figure out what the hell it is that they were talking about in there. Once I started to do that a little bit more often, I realized, man, like I don't have to read these things over and over again. I'm like getting it on the first take, essentially like in pinpointing particular, uh, spots inside of the speech of importance that I can come back to and say, hey man, remember when they said this and they said that? And this is really where the credible threat theory started to evolve, I'm back. Time to cook some breakfast and listen in the background. Right on. You guys are awesome. We got 53 people watching. That's great. I don't understand much of it. I still need to study the credible threat theory more. Yeah, Jake, it's a long road and it's not easy and we're here for you, man. I mean, like I said, I'm not going to give up on this. It's too important. It's too revealing and it's like I know it's in me. It's like it's something I got to get out for the people to hear. And we're gonna help. Like the rest of the crew here, we love talking about this stuff. We love answering the questions. So, even if you have to start from scratch, like, why aren't we on the gold standard, kind of thing. That's a real good question, and it's just like it deserves a discussion. So, it doesn't matter where you are in this game trying to figure it out. Like, I feel like my knowledge and like where I'm at with it, I discuss it so often. I talk with it so many times here on YouTube and with other people that I just feel like it's almost common knowledge out there for other people. Like, it's a far off thing. They have no idea what I'm talking about, like not a clue. And to me, it's just like, but it's so simple. It's just R stars, it's the neutral interest rate, inflation expectations, and the real interest rates. It's not that hard to see it, is it? And they're like, yeah, it's that fucking hard to see it, dude. All right. Can you go back and read Dan's question and then my next question? Uh Okay, Dan's was I asked AI chatbot about the credible threat theory as Simons describes it on his channel, and the bot gave it over an 80% chance that he is correct. It also gave a high likelihood that the milkshake theory is playing out as well. Right on. Next, I would like to for you to become an expert in understanding the debate milkshake theory versus people who think the dollar will fail. You can help me understand those two theories. Okay. Well, I think you can understand like the dollar failure kind of thing pretty easy, right? Money printer go burr, prices go up, dollar failure kind of thing off of that. But the easier way that I understand the milkshake theory, or at least and really it's like it's a combination of 2, right? You got Jeff Snyder's, Eurodollar University, and the Eurodollar concept, and you got the milkshake theory that's happening. And really, these 2 are like when it comes to the rebel capitalist, those are my 2 favorite speakers. Actually, I don't I take that back. They're the 2 most informative speakers, in my opinion, the ones that have, like, really decent, good information for you to take. Jeff Snyder's is overwhelming, like, to the point that it's like you really can't listen to anybody else but his, because he's gonna fill it up with so much, it's gonna be hard to retain anything that anybody else says, let alone what he says. Jeff Snyder's is kinda overwhelming. Brent Johnson's super good. I don't know how he's still doing it, but at least the last time I saw the presentation, he dismantles his entire argument, right? Or like dismantles it and in pretty much debates against it, then rehashes all his evidence again for his theory and then absolutely nails it. So really it's a pretty cool presentation because it's the counter argument and then his argument, and it's just a really good way of how he presents that one. But to be honest with you, Mark Moss is the most entertaining. His is the one that's most captivating. He has great stage presence, great, like his graphics on everything that he's presenting up on the big screen is just so good. I would have to give it to Mark Moss as being, having the most captivating one, the one that keeps you intrigued the most. Um, but back to the idea behind this, really, we have to think about what it means to have a dollar dominance in the world. Because a lot of people say, well, the dollar is just like, the world reserve currency that is trusted or, forced upon the people because the United States will blow them up if they do any deals outside of oil or something like that. And there's a lot of truth to that. And so when you have this kind of understanding of the dollar dominance, that it's being forced and manipulated into existence, then it makes it difficult to understand how it's happening in a way that isn't being forced, because you just won't believe it, right? Like, no, they'll blow you up if you don't do a deal in oil. They'll do all this other stuff, right? But when you kind of look at it differently and you think, okay, there's dollars being used outside of the United States that really don't have anything to do with the United States. They're doing transactions. So like two countries do transaction with each other, say they're going to sell oil to one another, but they don't have the United States involved, right? But they still do the deal in dollars. Right? Now, this is where the dollar dominance really steps in. Like the United States didn't force them to necessarily do that, although a lot of people would say that's the case. And in the sense of like Iraq or one of the other, yeah, okay, that is the case. But that's not necessarily the case when it comes to, say, rice or some other commodity. And now, when it comes to one of these others, they still do it in dollars. Well, they're not forced to. Why would they do it in dollars if they're not forced to do it like they are with oil? It's because they're voluntarily doing this, right? And so now, if they're going to do this by their own choice, what's happening here? They're writing contracts that are due in dollars. So now these contracts that are due in dollars to do these, whatever sales or whatever transactions that needs to take place, these contracts get used like dollars. Very much like the US dollars that we use today get used like dollars, the contracts get used like dollars. See, when most people are doing deals in dollars outside of the United States, like if they're doing that deal for oil, they're doing the deal for rice, they're doing the deal for whatever commodity, they're doing it in dollars, but more specifically, they're doing it in US treasuries, a debt that is due in dollars, because that debt that is due in dollars is almost as good as cash. In fact, it's a little bit better than cash because cash is kind of a burden, and this actually pays a little bit of an interest. So doing the deal in US treasuries is even better than doing the deals in cash. So now US treasuries is actually performing transactions around the world, but it's not just US treasuries, it's any debt that's due in dollars that can do this transactions around the world. All right. So now this is really where the bigger problem comes in. As we kind of focus in on the United States and, dollar destruction and everybody hates it, and nobody wants it, the rest of the world is in huge demand for dollars. And mainly it's because of the debts that are written in dollars. And now they didn't have to write these debts in dollars, like China did not have to write a government debt that is due in US dollars. These are offshore government, like these literally a debt that is due in a foreign nation's currency. That's what China has done with dollars in their own debt issuance. And lots of nations do this. They're not the only ones. So now this is something that we have to consider when it comes to the dollar dominance and what it is that's going to be taking place outside of the United States when those debts start to come due. This strengthens the dollar. There's a demand for dollars. This is a major problem that the United States is going to face and the Federal Reserve is going to face as they need to come up with the dollars in order to meet the liquidity demands. They don't need to do it, but if they don't, the dollar strengthens and it starts to destroy the economy in ways that would benefit savers, but would absolutely destroy the debtors or essentially the consumers of the United States. So it just like in many ways you can argue how it would be a good way or a good thing, but generally speaking, considering what it is that we have for this nation, it would be absolutely devastating. And it's hard to internalize that. Like to think, what is it going to be like when the dollar denominated debts around the world start to come due? What is it that the Federal Reserve is going to do? How is it that they handle this situation? Because they already know that they can't go and just buy up a bunch of US Treasury debts because they have the United States is already on an unsustainable debt path, which means that they need to buy an asset out there of some kind to put on the balance sheet in order to provide the liquidity for all these dollar denominated debts that exist around the world. How do you go about doing that? Well, we haven't seen yet. There is a suggestion that the Fed could buy the debt of a foreign nation, and this could be a very real possibility. But it sounds like to me they can use that liquidity or lack thereof as a weapon to hurt the world or not depending on their behavior. Well, if you could direct that, like here's the problem with it is that if you could direct it in a particular fashion, like, you know, not provide the liquidity to one particular location, then maybe, you might be able to use it as a weapon. But this is like the global currency here. And everybody is subject to this. Like it's not like sanctioning. Like you can sanction one nation and then they have to deal with the sanctioning laws. This is something like if you allow it to strengthen, like everybody around the globe who has a dollar denominated debt is going to suffer the consequences, including the people within the United States. Right. So here it is. They're like, oh, we're going to punish China. You should never have taken out dollar denominated debt. Let's see how you react when the dollar strengthens. And all of a sudden you realize everybody else in your country too is also suffering the consequences from that. So I don't know how that could be exactly weaponized. In fact, I don't. In fact, the idea of even weaponizing it is probably not even like I don't even think that's a real possibility because like really the weaponizing of it would be like to our benefit when you think about it. It would be like deflationary, pressures. There would be like push into savings. There would be all this like ideas of returning back to what would have been a strong, productive, useful economy if that was to continue for a significant amount of time. But it's just not going to work that way. Jeff Snyder is very bearish, but I am also. I think his timing is just off. I feel like things will continue to get bad. Hope I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily agree with Jeff Snyder and the direction of which the economy is headed to. Like I haven't listened to Jeff Snyder in quite some time. I've listened to him many times where I disagreed with what he was thinking about monetary policy and what he is saying about the Fed and stuff like that. I can't name any specifics right now about it, just because of how long ago that I was actually listened to it. But I just, for the most part, I kind of quit listening to most most YouTubers out there, especially when it comes to the economy. Um, for one reason, I didn't want to cloud or corrupt my own view of it. I really wanted it to be authentic in my own view and not like me parroting somebody else out there. So I kind of stopped listening to a lot of economists out there for that particular reason. But ultimately, I stopped listening to them because they weren't hitting on the things that I thought was important, and because I would listen into an entire interview and they never once ever mentioned the neutral interest rate or something when they were talking about the Fed adjusting adjusting the Fed funds rate, excuse me. I thought, man, that was a waste of time. Like, if you're not going to talk about the neutral interest rate, then there's no point in talking about monetary policy or the Fed funds rate. It just doesn't make any sense. And since nobody seems to want to talk about the neutral interest rate, I I don't know. It's like I feel like I'm on my own. They could punish all of them the same time. Yeah, but I think it's like farting in the car. Kind of I don't know how to give let me give you another analogy. It's like, the fart, yeah, you got to smell it too. It's just like, I mean, I guess everybody likes their own brand, but really, it's just like you're stinking it up for everybody to have to suffer, including yourself. I think probably the better one was cutting off your nose to spite your face. I think that would probably be the better one. I think farting in the car is better. uh, yeah, I love making up analogies. I just farting in the car. How long are we going? All right, 4 hours, 15 minutes. Want to do five? The Ranger had a comment. Oh, thank you. Speaking of the bullwhip effect, do you see it in oil today? My friend is always watching oil futures, but I'm hesitant and daily gas prices going down as fast as the futures. Well, I mean, people ask me all the time, when does the price reflect from the futures to the retail when it comes to lumber? And I'm like, whew. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. No, you can't answer the question. Let's see. It depends on how much movement there is. It depends on demand. It depends on supply, like all these questions that go into it. So back to it again. Like, do I see the bullwhip taking place? Um, I can imagine it would. The longer like the imbalances take place, and that's really what the key to it is like it has to have an imbalance that then like triggers the desire to either increase or reduce the amount of inventory that you have on hand. And now what ends up happening is that certain demand levels that shift then push production into different, into different levels. So basically, like what ends up happening is like you have a ramp up in demand. Then all of a sudden, going through the chain, you have like, hey, we need more, we need more, we need more. All of a sudden, the manufacturer looks and says, okay, we got a ton of orders. They ramp up production, but then you realize that the retail side of things had actually died off. So by the time this production gets in, there's nobody there to buy it, and then the prices collapse. And so now this is kind of like a short description of the bullwhip effect. And I would assume that would take place in just about any commodity or anything out there the longer the imbalance takes place. So, yeah, I could see it happening within oil, but I'm personally not that deep into the oil industry or know anybody who is to talk about where the inventory levels are, where the demand is for it, where the production capabilities are at this exact moment comparatively to what they should be. I mean, this is like I have no idea. But to go back to the original question, could I think it could be happening? Yeah, absolutely. I think it could happen. But again, you'd have to like do the research into it to find it. Like I can describe it in lumber pretty easy because I can see all the different locations of it, of where it is that I need to look to see what's happening within the different parts of the industry. So it makes it easy for me to see the bullwhip effect taking place in lumber. But even then, like it's going to be hard to tell when the demand exceeds the supply. And by that time it's noticed, it'll be too late. Now, even me for myself, like, I mean, I try to tell people right now it can happen at any moment. And they're like, well, you've been saying that for a year. And it was just like, well, it's because I haven't seen the demand pick up. Once the demand picks up, it's on. And it's like, but once it happens, it will be exposed, it'll be evident, and then it'll be too late. You know, Gunter, yo, what up? God, look at it. You guys are so awesome for being here. 51 people watching. 51 people. You need to go out and grab 51 more people and get this up to 100. Let's see if we can go for 5 hours. Go 5 hour live stream. I can't believe I've been sitting in this chair for 5 hours. My butt hurts. All right. Trump complained corporations are taking advantage and not lowering gas prices. Maybe he's just saving face. Oh, guaranteed. Here's the I love it. I'm not saying that gouging doesn't take place, but everybody was so sure that there was gouging in the lumber market when they were running up to their all-time highs. And I'm like, this is so inaccurate, right? The corporations are competitive, right? Now, if every single lumber mill and every single lumber distributor and every single lumber hub and every single retailer got together and said, hey, listen, this is what we're going to do. Okay. We're going to artificially increase these prices. Okay. And I'd be like, you know what, guys? I'm on board with you. Let's do it. And then I guarantee you, I would be the first one to have my prices lower than everybody else out there. And then so would my buddy Dirk, who's another lumber salesman who knows how to play this game. And he would put a price in that was slightly better than mine. And then I would have to do the same again to him, and then to me, and then again until we finally got to the point that says, I'm not lowering my prices anymore because that's how the markets work. The idea that you can manipulate lumber through some kind of corporate conspiratorial manipulation tactic is, I mean, talk about artistic fantasies. That's exactly what that is. And everybody who fell for that really fell deep into it. I was sitting there telling them, don't fall for this. You are not going to know how to handle the situation when the lumber prices go back down to their normal price, because what we are experiencing right now is a supply chain shortage and inelastic demand. There's a huge difference. Right? That is not greed. That is not manipulation. That is not gouging. It's an unfortunate circumstance that seems to be taking place during a time in which that the ability to call out a conspiratorial, theory on it was so perfect. It was just perfect for it. All right. The current temperature in Croatia is, what is that? Keenan is hovering around 92 Fahrenheit. Wow. How hot is it in your place? I don't know. It'll probably be in the high 70s, I'm guessing. Beautiful, partly cloudy all the time. Corporations miss earnings by 1% and get a 50% markdown, and AI earns nothing and is worth trillions. Eventually, reality will hit, or will it? I don't know. It's like, how do they put that? The markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. All right. Oh, would we be in depression without the war? Negative oil prices? I don't know if we'd necessarily be in depression, but I mean, we certainly wouldn't have the high inflation expectations, which is easing economic conditions or at least making them less restricted. It might be something else taking place other than the war, but yeah, I don't know if we'd necessarily be in depression at this point. Inflation expectation data out tomorrow. 1 year expectations expected at 4.6. Yeah. And you know what that's going to do, right? If the Federal Reserve sits still, that's going to ease economic conditions. We are going to find the real interest rates going negative. Thank you, UE. Yeah, you bet, man. Is Hermos interpretation actually a monetary tool in terms of inflation expectations? I believe so. Yeah. 75 in Pittsburgh. Ooh, that's over in Deja's territory, isn't it? Where is Deja? I haven't seen her popping up here. She must be sleeping. All right. Second rainiest place after Seattle. Pittsburgh is? Really? Even more than like Astoria? We get like 152 inches a year. Yeah. You guys get that much? That's insane. I thought it snowed. 4 hours, 22 minutes into a live stream. This is definitely the longest one I've ever done. Just waiting for the next question. I don't know. I don't even know what to talk about. I think I talked about every single thing I know. I've covered it all, every single bit of it. There's really nothing left. You got it all. Oh man, I guess we're gonna have to call it quits. What's going on? Nobody has anything else to say? All right. This is, where are you? Me personally, I'm in Astoria, Oregon. But Like I remember one year it had a God, it had rained like every single day for like 200 days, consecutive days or something. There was some measurable amount of rainfall. And that was like, I remember that like at some point, like you didn't even really care anymore. It was like everything you did, you just kind of assumed that you're going to be doing it in the rain, unloading groceries, whatever. It's just like everything, you didn't even think anything about it. It was just like, it was just going to happen in the rain. Oh yeah, what time is it? See, it's almost 5 o'clock right now. The sun's already like I can see across my yard now. So the sun's out. 160 sunny days in Pittsburgh. Oh my goodness. Why are you up so early? I never fell asleep. I stayed up last night doing live streams for the last 4.5 hours. No, I have the I have the week off. I have this week off from work, and for whatever reason, I crashed out earlier in the afternoon. I slept like 4 or 5 hours, and so now I'm wide awake. And anyway, here I are. Thank you, UE. Hard to disagree with any of your outlook. Best info on the tubes. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Um, and I mean, it's not like everything is 100% accurate, but when I've gone through so many questions and so many research, like people would ask me, well, what about this? What about that? And so I had to do research and form opinions about all these different questions that literally, like, I ended up covering so much of what the common stuff is that people would look for, that I ended up forming this opinion that really just doesn't deviate. It's like, I I don't know how to explain it, but like I feel most of the other economists are guessing. And I think they deliver their message in a way that not only are they guessing, but also trying to guess what the best and most appropriate path would be. And then they deliver the message that way. And then call it economic analysis or something. I don't and like, and then they're very popular for that too. And a lot of times people say, "Oh man, their information is so good," and I think, is it really good, or is it an opinion that you're entertained by that sounds like it's being informative? Because that's really what I think a lot of that is. When I share the information, I try to share it in such a way that says this is what the Federal Reserve is up to, and this is how they're conducting their monetary policy. Whether it's a good or bad thing, that's up to you. All right. Like I don't know if that's a good or bad thing from the position that you hold. I mean, it doesn't seem like exactly the greatest thing for the average everyday worker. So if that's the position that you hold, then yeah, it's probably not a good thing. But then again, I'm not sure what it is that they're going to do to make it any better for you if you don't know how to deal with the situation at hand. So to me, like there is no blame to go around. And when I find the economists like to blame or find that it could be better if they just changed the way that they did things, I don't know if that's exactly accurate. Like, I don't know if that's, well, I mean, it could be accurate. I don't know if it's exactly useful though. As I say, how is the retail market for lumber? I wish I could gauge the stripper index, but I no longer go to the strippers anymore. Anyone here know how the strippers are doing? Haha. Actually, it's kind of funny that you say it, but there's actually a lot of truth to that. I believe that the strip clubs and those like extremely luxurious experiences, like just straight money dumps, are a very good telling sign of how confident people feel in the economy, especially about the future of the economy. Because if you're willing to dump a bunch of money now, it must mean that you're thinking that you can make a bunch of money in the future. And I think like the stripper index, or the idea of the strip clubs and how packed and how much money is flowing through them, is a very good indicator of that. In fact, it's probably one of the best. Um, when it comes to the lumber industry, unless you're actually in the market itself, viewing it firsthand, it makes it very difficult because there's no real place to go to actually witness what it is that's happening within the lumber market. Like you can just go down and like order a beer and sit down at the bar and then just like observe what it is that's happening there and get a good idea of it. Now you might be able to do that at the lumber yard, but you're really not going to understand what's going on within the industry itself by just sitting there observing customers' transactions because, it may not be very telling of what it is that's going on within the actual business side of things. Not like Friday and Saturday night, are you busy? Like I mean, a transaction for a lumber package could happen at 8 o'clock in the morning and that's worth $10,000 and you never see it, right? So knowing like that to be the case, like looking at lumber would be more of like somebody who is actually in the industry or somebody who's talking about what it is that they're viewing from that industry. And in what I'm witnessing from it again is like a lack of supply due to mill curtailments. Now, I talked about the mill curtailments long before I started talking about the inventory shortage, right? Mill curtailments lead to inventory shortage, and then when you have that pop in demand, there's not enough supply and the prices go up. But there's really no spot that you can go to witness any of that stuff unless you are paying for it, like Madison's Lumber Reporter or Random Lengths. There's a couple of places that you can go to kind of get the mill inventory, this kind of thing. But outside of being in the business or knowing somebody within it, it's probably going to be almost impossible to actually witness it. You know, um, I still find it hard to understand that inflation would keep asset prices up. I always thought about it as supply and demand. Well, inflation is kind of asset prices going up, isn't it? Everything inflating in price. Um, let's see here. Considering the price per resource 500 ounces, are you interested in other takeover targets like Bella Vista, Thunder Gold, etc., with ounces ground? Oh, investment kind of things like that. I don't know. I don't dive into that kind of stuff. Like it's one of the weird things as far as somebody who talks as much about economics and monetary policy and stuff is that I really don't focus much on investment. Right. And that's really where I think a lot of times people are like, dude, that's the whole point of this, right? Is to invest it and make the money. And I guess for a lot of people that would be their ultimate goal. But for me, it was more about understanding how the economy works. And now originally I started because I was failing and I wanted to know why it was that I was struggling so hard to try and figure it out. But once I kind of figured out like what it was that I was doing wrong, like struggling wasn't really the case anymore. Like I don't feel like I'm ultra successful or anything like that, but I don't feel like I struggle to pay bills or anything. So, in that sense, understanding the economy from my own personal view is not one that says I'm using this to invest. Right? And for other people, when they internalize the information, it's for that specific purpose. And then there's nothing wrong with that, right? But then again, like if you're trying to internalize it for that specific purpose, and then you ask me a question about like, these corporations and takeovers and stuff like that, I'm like, I don't know. I never really give it that much kind of thought, and consideration. The Madison's report is so expensive. I appreciate your time for us to learn. Yeah, it's it costs money, that's for sure. But kind of puts I mean, she's been doing her and her crew have been doing it a very long time. They're really good at what they do. So I can understand that it's not worth it to the casual person, but if you are dependent on, that information, like you're a big time home builder or, lumber supplier or somebody who's in the industry in that fashion, it's well worth the money. But I totally get it. Like, yeah, it's not for the casual, it's not for the casual reader. Yeah. So yeah, and thank you. I appreciate noticing and saying something about the information that I do provide, because you really don't get it anywhere else. You can't. I mean, you could, I guess, but you're either going to pay for it or you're going to have to find somebody. And that's where I find, like, most people who deliver lumber information, it's just it's like, oh yeah, nice entertaining video, but can you try being a little bit more informative, as far as what it is that's actually happening, as opposed to being accusatory and superficial. But I guess they just don't know. If you don't know, then you're only going to be able to talk about what you know. So. Oh, Smokies, we have PCE today. All you need is a good professional stream and your mind is blown. Man, I love it. 45 people, 66 thumbs up. We never did get to 100 people. I don't know. Maybe as time goes on. What time is it? Maybe when we get into 6 o'clock, maybe as the West Coast opens up, starts waking up, we'll get more people to join in. I'm surprised on how many people are still here, really.
You've been there all night?
Yep, I've been here all night.
Oh, wow.
Well, I slept all day, so.
Oh, okay.
Hit the thumbs up, please, folks. You'll get more people. Yeah, we'll get the more interesting questions and comments and discussions and all that going. I don't know. I'm going to go get me another cup of coffee, and you guys figure that part out real quick. Yeah, the PCE data comes out today. Personal consumption expenditures, is that? You should stream from home more often. I don't think your brand as important as just doing your thing. Huh. Yeah, I like the lunchtime streams. I like the lunch break streams. It's like it's a very, to me, it's like a very real, it's very authentic kind of like, and for me, it's like it's something I get to look forward to on those lunch breaks. And I know a lot of other people also look forward to them. And being as consistent as I have been with them, I know a lot of people, look forward to seeing it during those times. Like, they actually schedule their day around that, which is just like, that is so rad to think that, somebody was just like, oh no, man, I like move appointments around to make sure that I can make it to that stream. And I'm like, geez, man, that's really cool, that they would actually, take it that kind of consideration. But when we take it, like, I think I mean, I would assume that the people who are consistently here are realizing how serious we are about figuring this thing out, and I don't know how many other people really take it that seriously, as opposed to just like, spreading some news that is going to be, I don't know, sensationalized or popular or something. All right. I like the car. Don't get me wrong. I just think it won't mess things up if you broadcast from home also. Yeah, no, I'll be doing live streams. Like, if I'm home, I'm just going to do them from here as opposed to doing it in my car. But I like doing the lunchtime live streams, and I'll do those from my car just because that's a great place to do it from. So, but now that I'm here doing this, I'm gonna kind of figure this thing out. Maybe even get a better camera, get the lighting situation a little bit better, so I don't have all these shadows going on. Like I got, this thing here trying to. There was a late night stream that also helped me. You call it? Is it Professor Proof? Proof, Prof. PC coming out now in 15 minutes. Hedge eye predicting lower numbers. Be interesting to watch gold prices now. Oh, it's coming out in 15 minutes. It comes out at 5:30. Really? Oh, I guess it's like I just would assumed it would have been like after the. Anyway, I don't know. We'll see here. What are the markets doing? The 65, they're pretty much stagnant right now, aren't they? Gold, sitting just under 4. Silver at 57. Crypto, Bitcoin 61,000. Yeah, everything's just kind of sitting there, not really doing much. This stream schedule fits with my schedule as well. The overnight stream is okay with my schedule. Yeah, you bet. The car broadcast is awesome. Part of the theme. Yeah, I agree. And it's always been part of it. Like I love that little Toyota Corolla. And I really wanted to hold on to that just because of how many videos and how much the channel grew in that little Toyota Corolla. But when my friend's daughter was in need of a car and she was, 18, college student, trying to work, trying to have the apartment, all that other stuff. And I'm thinking, man, there is no better fitting place for this car to go to than to some young individual who's trying to get a start. And it worked out so well for her. She's now, I don't know where the car is now. She's sold it off. I was going to buy it back, but she wanted too much money for it. And considering you have to switch states to register it and all that, it just wouldn't have been worth it. So I'm not sure where the car ran off to or once it's gone to, but I think, man, if that thing could speak, I just wonder how many people were able to use that car to get a step into their life, because I know the person I got it from had essentially used it as a commuter to get back and forth to Portland for like a job or something to get established and get moved to wherever location they were trying to get to. But they used that car for their transportation, like that foothold to get started with it. Then I bought it, right? It essentially built the Uneducated Economist in there. And then I sold it to, this young lady who used it to get her start into college, get her job going, get established. And then once she had some savings, she upgraded to a newer car because, it is kind of an old $500 Toyota Corolla. And you can't expect much out of it. So I think, man, that car has benefited so many people. It's like, it was awesome, Wow, mega stream this morning. Yeah, we've been going for 4 hours and 41 minutes. Thanks for joining in. We got 47 people watching with 69 likes. If you haven't hit that like button, reach over and hit the thumbs up. Yui, are you going to the Red Pill Expo? I'm not. A whiteboard or a way to draw charts might be cool. Yeah, I could mount like a whiteboard right here. Right. And we could just spin around and I could be like, okay. Schedule. So if that PCE does come in, elevated. What do you think the chances of the Federal Reserve actually moving Fed funds rate are going to be? Right? Or are they just going to say, no, we're just going to stay the course, see how it plays out? Now, this is what's interesting is because that message that gets delivered about that, like, oh man, if this stays elevated like this, we're going to have to raise rates, no doubt about it. Or we'll just wait and see. Right? Because those can be, or they're going to cut, but I would imagine it's going to be something along those two lines, right? A wait and see, or no, if this stays elevated, we're going to have to just start raising rates. Right? If that message is delivered in this fashion, what is it that you think the market would do? If the Federal Reserve did get to those two, like if they said, "Hey, we're going to raise rates if the inflation stays elevated," do you think the markets would react negatively towards that, or do you think that they would just kind of absorb it in a wait and see pattern as well? And then if the Fed says we're going to just wait and see and wait for inflation to move and not make any statement about it, right? Like if they had the statement, we're going to raise rates if inflation stays high, that's one. Or we're going to sit still and see what inflation does. That would be option two, right? Because that's what I kind of feel it would be taking place within the communications of the Federal Reserve. Now, if the first one was to take place, I think honestly markets would probably be fairly upset with the idea because they're probably going to assume that the inflation is going to stay elevated. Whether it does or doesn't, that's going to be a different story. But if they were to be told, hey, we are going to raise rates if inflation stays elevated, then I would assume that the markets would probably look negatively on that. Now, if the Federal Reserve says, hey, we're going to wait and see what happens with this inflation, then I would assume that the markets would probably look at that positively. Even though the Fed had the same action, they don't move, right? They just deliver this message with it. And that's really where I think like the credible threat theory is going to play out. And we can find, maybe find evidence of that, as the day goes on or as the days go on to see if that's what is actually delivered to the mainstream media. It may not come directly from the Fed, right? It may come from, the propagandists of the mainstream medias, but ultimately that would be the thing that I would listen for is the Fed going to raise rates if the inflation stays high? Option one. Or is the Fed sitting still in a wait and see pattern? Option two. All right. Hold on, let me go back up here. Wow, make a crash. Do you feel that 2x6 studs are worth the price over 2x4? In what do you mean? Like usually things are priced out per thousand. So per thousand board feet. So regardless of how many board feet are in the board, they're priced out per thousand. And so when you say like, are they worth more over? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Because at times there's availability constraints within particular, sections of the lumber, which would then force a per thousand price much higher than others. Like for example, I have a vendor right now who has an abundance of 2x12, 8-foot and 10-foot that they're selling. They have it advertised at like 400 per thousand, but at the same time, the 2x12 20s are like at 900 per thousand. So it's just like, it's the same board, just different length, right? Yeah, it is just like, yeah, ultimately, if you took the 20-footer and cut it in half, it would be the same thing as the 10-footers. But the price on it is 900 per thousand, where the 10-footers are 400 per thousand. So I'm not sure exactly how you're meaning by the difference there. I was surprised one of my college classes, one of the books mentioned Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Interesting book. I have only listened to him talk. Confessions of an Economic Hitman is a great book. Yeah. I've never read it myself. I should probably go through and read it, but I've had many people tell me, dude, you describe a lot of the stuff that, he was describing in there, especially when it comes to like lending money out there. Like here, China, has this Belt and Road Initiative, right? And this Belt and Road Initiative is basically like the Chinese government offering up investment to build up infrastructure of foreign nations. And so, like, they're building ports, they're building power plants, they're building highways, they're building all this stuff, right? So they're building like this Belt and Road Initiative all across the globe as far as the infrastructure of other nations go in order to benefit China. But the funny thing that they're doing is that they're doing all the lending in US dollars. Not all of it, but the majority of it. A huge chunk of it was done in US dollars. Now, what happens when you indebt a nation in US dollars and then the strength of the US dollar increases or the liquidity comes up short? Now, all these dollar denominated debts that essentially came from China going to another nation, they default on them, and those properties become, ownership of China. So very much like how, from what I understand, the Confessions of an Economic Hitman, it goes down very similar. Now, the United States was doing that, lending this money out there to the world, and the world couldn't make the payment, and then, oh, sorry, you belong to us now. China is playing the same game. So it's not like the United States does this alone, and China's doing it with the United States dollar. So it's just like, go ahead, let your dollar strength and see how much it damages us. We're going to get all the infrastructure of all these countries out here. And yeah, audiobook is narrated well. Nice. All right, cruising on 5 hours, guys. 45 people watching, 75 likes. Watching Uneducated Economist, just sticking it out. Man, there was a lot of comments. You guys really went for it. I wonder what the algorithm thinks of something like this. Like, is there really something happening there, or is that just going off on a live for 5 hours and just filming empty space? Yeah, I'm gonna need another cup here in just a minute. China will get the infrastructure. We will keep our dollar hegemony. How it benefits us? It doesn't. I don't think it benefits us. Right? I mean, outside of the demand for dollars, which we already have a problem with, like we got to provide the world with liquidity in order to meet the dollar demand, and this isn't helping, right? Like this is just adding more to that demand. You pull an all-nighter or what? Kind of. I fell asleep yesterday afternoon, kind of late, and I slept for quite a few hours. So anyway, 5 hours, crazy, man. Yeah, just about. I mean, it doesn't feel like 5 hours. Right? Hit the thumbs up button if you've been here the entire 5 hours. I heard having dollar hegemony is a huge benefit to us. Well, absolutely it is. Like even the IMF brought that up. Let me see if I still have it up here. Well, essentially, the United States, by being the world reserve currency, we get to spend dollars freely. We don't have to work for them. That's what's awesome. Like we get to buy up the world's production, their assets, their labor, their natural resources, everything they have, we get to buy with empty paper promises to pay into the future with more empty paper promises. And that will come to an end at some point. But at this moment, it's still working, and it's working in a way that then provides us with like this awesome existence that I guess a lot of people probably wouldn't consider too awesome, but we really don't have to work that hard for it. And that's like, man, talk about a unique position to be in, right? What was going on? Why live last 5 hours? Everybody was asleep and I was bored and I had slept the afternoon away and couldn't sleep. So we came out and did live streams. We talked about the banks being in a position to meet the stress test that Bowman had, suggested, made the banks in a really good position. We then suggested that the stress tests are not that stressful, according to what Michael Barr was suggesting. These are both, voting members of the FOMC who essentially disagree with each other on the capital requirements of where the banks sit right now and how fragile that system really is. And if they are compromised in any way by a lack of liquidity, not being able to continue operations and finding the stress within the financial markets too overwhelming to handle, it seems like there's a major disagreement in that. And that's what we discussed earlier. Of course, we read the two speeches weeks ago, right? And had that already in our understanding of what it is that could possibly be taking place. So when I saw this article come up, I'm like, oh, okay. Well, where's the counter argument? There is none. Right? The entire article is all about like how awesome the banking system is right now, with no real like view of there being a compromised position right now taking place. And considering that article has nothing but good news in it, I'm thinking, well, let's come out and share the counter argument to that, because you can't just spread this propaganda and expect me not to like point it out. Uh, UE, what are your thoughts on stable coins? I mean, they're coming into existence. That's the whole point of the Genius Act and stuff. As many people look to stable coins to be like, I don't know, they have like a lot of different ideas, like mainly, I guess, maybe is to support the US Treasury market, or, they have a lot of ideas by what the stable coins are being issued for. But it's to go into negative interest rates. And that's really what the stable coins are all about. It's about a cashless society and negative interest rates. All the rest of the features of it, those are true, like the, track, trace, tax, all that other stuff. That's part of it. But really, it's a matter of being able to stimulate the economy by going into negative interest rates. And if you have cash in the system, it wouldn't work. So a digital currency or an e-currency is essentially required in order to have a negative interest rate environment. Now, I don't necessarily believe that's the launching of the stablecoin will immediately send us into a negative interest rate environment. I believe that stuff has to like be established first, and then eventually it'll be moved into that sort of environment. But like you have to build the tools up first, and that's essentially what's happening right now. I couldn't tell you how far into the future that's going to take, but at some point it will happen where the cash will be removed, the stable coins will be in use, and negative interest rates will be deployed. Um, but I just don't see that happening like right now, or even in the real near future. I think there'll be plenty of evidence of that happening before it takes place, or suggestions of that happening before it takes place. What did the PCE come in at? 4.1. Have they been released yet? I thought they weren't coming out for a while, but I guess I could be wrong. I don't see it here on CNBC. So. Okay, back to this. I finally caught up to the real time. I'm used to listening at double plus speed. Geez, man, it must have taken you hours. All right. Well, that's why I said China loaning US dollars is a benefit to the US, but when the country defaults, can China keeps the infrastructure, right? Yeah, China will keep the infrastructure, but I don't know if this is necessarily, I mean, I guess the lending of the money out there is a benefit to the United States, but when those things come due and they start to default, that is definitely a punishment to the United States because it's going to start sending the dollar strengthening, right? And that's going to be hard on the United States as far as like it'll be awesome for our importing stuff. Like we'll be able to buy the stuff of the world a lot easier, but it doesn't benefit our exporters, like the people who are exporting to other nations. That gets damaged, right? And it makes the problem. It makes the trade deficit worse. Another good book might be to consider The Dictator's Handbook: Why Bad Behavior is Almost Always Good Politics. Sounds like Machiavelli. As far as stable coins, what company or coin will come out as the winner that everyone will use? How can we make money from the stablecoin movement? I don't know. I'm not sure how to make money off of the stablecoin movement within itself. That part I'm not sure. Who's gonna come out on the top? I again, I don't know. Like, I would assume, like, Tether's gonna be in there. Um, and there's a few other but really what I kinda see is not necessarily like a single stable coin, but literally hundreds, if not thousands of stable coins that are all backed by the dollar in the same fashion, but have a different name to it. Walmart coin, you know, JP Morgan coin. Everybody's going to have like their own cryptocurrency for doing their own infrastructure transactions and whatever it is that they're going to do, but they're all going to essentially fall under the same regulations as this Genius Act is trying to provide right now. And then the point behind that being essentially is that you don't have any cash to operate with, right? And so if you are using a coin that is essentially from your own corporation, that coin is holding US treasuries, short-term US treasuries on it, which then means if you are using your own currency within it, your own currency is essentially gaining an interest rate off of it instead of holding Tether, which then Tether gets the interest rate off of it. So each individual corporation, I would assume, would then want to make and hold their own coin and then have treasuries in those coins that they are literally making money off of from the yield off of those things. Granted, if everybody's doing this at the same time, like Andy Scheckman brought this up in an interview a couple of days ago, this is going to drive the yields to the floor, right? Because like all these people at the same time buying into these short-term treasuries, well, the price of the treasury goes way up and the yield goes way down. This is a huge benefit to the United States. Right? So they didn't get to borrow very cheaply, essentially borrow really cheap on the short term, rolling over the short-term debt, knowing that these stable coins are essentially forced to buy them and hold them. And the more stable coins that are out there, the more demand for those short-term treasuries there will be. Anyway. Hardest working man on YouTube. Thank you, Larry. Who cares about exporters? Trade stocks, line goes up. Wage slaves are okay. People need to think about what they can produce, not what they can leech off of. You stop signing on the dotted line for dwellings they can't afford. Seems like China is using the US dollar as a tool to acquire real assets and infrastructure and economic soft power in foreign countries, just like Greenspan said, the real value is in assets. Dividend, bro, I totally agree with that comment. It very much seems like they are using it for that purpose, right? To acquire as much real assets. Oh, I get it. Kirk is a troll. Okay. I thought he was being serious here. He's just looking for aggravations. Okay. I look forward to a lot of the boomer generation reaction to the negative interest rate. Many believe in saving to prosperity. Well, I mean, if we lived in a production-based economy, then I would totally believe in saving to prosperity, but you can't save in an inflationary environment like this. It just like, I mean, you can try, but it ain't gonna work very well. Yui, this is an excellent informational live stream. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, Jake, don't even worry about Kirk. He's just a troll looking for aggravation. In a sea of ticks, be a donkey. Good morning, y'all. Good morning, Merriman. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm not going to let Kirk roll. You know, he's not going to rule the comment section. So, anybody else have anything? Can you block people like that? Yeah. Do we need to block them? Is that necessary at this point? All right. Well, I'll block myself later, haters. All right. Adios. That was easy enough. We were the haters. I mean, I missed that part. I thought we were being pretty cool with them. Like, yeah. Anyway, I guess not if he straightens up. Yeah. I love how the translation goes from mega douche to mega shower. Monkey pack. That's. I agree, man. I mean, but the thing is like, you know, when you're. I used to get like even this right here, like that used to kind of trigger me when I would see stuff like that. But now I'm actually pleasantly surprised to find when a troll pops up on the comment section. It lets me know that there's actually new people showing up here. And so like I almost kind of want to welcome the trolls, you know. It's just like, man, thank God, you know. I mean, I don't want to see trolling comments, don't get me wrong there, but like to see it actually happen, it's just like, all right, cool, man. I mean, trolls are where growth is happening. And that's because it's new people coming in who obviously don't know anything about the channel. You know, I mean, to sit there and like, you know, make fun of the name. Oh, yeah, obviously uneducated. It's like, oh, come on, man. That is so old. Yeah, that is like 7 years ago. All right. I can block via the web interface, not my phone at the moment. I do see his comments. I don't see his comments anymore. See, this is something about like understanding power pendulums. See how Kirk created one and then we started jumping on it and like I tried to deviate away from it, but it's very difficult because of the interactions that we all want to do, like, you know, tell them off or whatever. This adds power to that pendulum. And so now we continue to talk about it. Instead of talking about something else, we're talking about that. And this is how that, you know, essentially, even though he's not here, the pendulum still swings. Yeah. I guess we should have tried to debate where he thought you were wrong. He wasn't trying. He doesn't have any clue about what I was saying. He was just a troll trying to get us to get mad at him, so that he could see the cuss words and whatever. The trolls interact, so they bring attention to the algo. Absolutely, they do. Good point. They'll convert rather quickly, I guarantee it. Oh, yeah, they would. I mean, you know, for somebody to pop up like, I mean, the thing is like I don't need to prove myself to anybody out there on my knowledge. Like I've stood on stage with some of the biggest names and, you know, on YouTube and even the news right now when it comes to my theories and understanding of economics. I mean, I've had these guys ask me my opinions on it. So to have some troll pop up and say, oh man, you don't know nothing about economics, or literally anybody, I don't really care who it is, to say that, I'm like, okay, well, fine, I mean, but your opinion really doesn't mean much, So, I mean, just like my opinion really doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. It's really your understanding of the information that comes from it. Like, I try to present the information and give it my opinion and say, hey man, this is what I think is happening out there from these ideas. It's really up to you to like form your own opinion on it. Like, I'm just like a little piece in the puzzle of information that's out there in order to get a better understanding of it. That's literally the way I feel about it. Psychology and economics are joined at the hip, aren't they? Emotions get the best of us. They can. Yeah. That's why I hear the man sound. Well, I don't know. We're figuring it out, right? We figure it out a piece at a time. We're figuring it out over a 6-hour long live stream. Man, I think I might have to go pee here in just a minute, man. But markets are going to open up here pretty soon. Maybe we can discuss something there. Core inflation rate hit 3.4% in May, highest since October of 2023, the Fed says. Preferred inflation gauge shows. The Federal Reserve primary price gauge rose at its highest core level since 2023, reinforcing the central bank's recent tough talk on inflation. Excluding food and energy, the personal consumption expenditure price index showed a 3.4% annual rate after rising 0.3% for the month. Both in line with Dow Jones consensus. The core reading was the highest since October of 2023. Yep, I would say that's going to be easing economic conditions. We are going to find a negative real interest rate. In my opinion, yeah. Pretty nice double bottom hit yesterday on BTC. UE, you doing this full time now? No, I just had the day off or the week off, so I couldn't sleep. So we came out here and did a 6-hour live stream. I'm amazed on how many people hung out and just shoot the breeze, really. Yesterday, I accidentally closed a video journal entry with, "You let me know." It's not going to be an accident, man. That's going to be in your head now. All right. I told ChatGPT to come up with some questions for you because I can't think of any. So here he goes. Well, thanks, Jake. I mean, do you think R is structurally higher today than it was in 2010? And if so, what factors are driving that shift? I don't. And ultimately, we have to kind of go back to the idea of what it is that the Federal Reserve was explaining that was happening for a low R star environment. So really, it came down to three major components that was driving the R star down. So R star, again, is the estimate of the Fed funds rate when the economy is operating at its potential alongside low inflation with stable prices and full employment. It's kind of like their sweet spot. So now this R star, this estimate of R star has been gradually falling and getting ever closer to zero over the quarter century. And now the three main reasons for this, I don't think has really changed, right? Now, the number one reason is demographics. Older populations, especially in the developed nations, they don't spend as much money and there's a lower birth rate that's taken place inside of these. And so this demographic shift has definitely pushed the R star down. The other one is global growth. Now, this is something that is kind of a little difficult to understand, but if you can kind of imagine like you are a plumber who wants to start a business inside of a town that's full of plumbers. Like you can't grow any more plumbers because there's just simply no room to do it. This limited growth that was taking place in the world, this was another reason why R star was coming down. And I don't find a whole lot has changed in that, both demographics and this global growth issues. Maybe a little bit as you start to cause a lot of bankruptcies, then you have room for growth. But as far as like any kind of major growth period, I don't see how that can really be taking place anytime, right? Um, and then the last one was this widening wedge between safe and liquid assets like US treasuries and the riskier assets like corporate bonds. And now, this is again, it's a little difficult to understand what it is that's taking place. But when you have a US treasury that's yielding very little, that is showing that the people are not concerned or have very little concern about what it is that's happening out there in the economy. Now, there's a couple of issues that end up coming from this is that if you're not concerned about what it is that's happening in the economy, you're willing to accept a very low yield for those US treasuries as you're not worried about, the inflationary pressures or loss of purchasing power or any of that stuff. So the over heightened safety of where they were putting their money at the time was actually driving the yields down and making it very difficult on a lot of these corporations because of this widening wedge between the two. If you were the Federal Reserve trying to stimulate the economy by lowering interest rates, but you can't lower the yields on the US treasuries anymore, how do you get the investors to move into the riskier assets of corporate bonds? Right? Like if you had corporate bonds and the US treasuries really close to each other, and like say they were yielding like, you have US treasuries at 5% and corporate bonds are at 7. We're just going to make up some numbers. And then you wanted to try and stimulate the economy, try to get some money into these corporations so that they start hiring people, you would lower the Fed funds rate. Now, by lowering the Fed funds rate, all the fixed income investors would look down at that Fed funds rate and the lowering of US treasuries that would result from that and say, we are looking for a better return than that. They'll start moving up into the risk. And so the money starts moving up into the corporations, and then the corporate yield starts to come down. That's if they're very close. But if there's a widening wedge and the US treasuries are very close to zero, how do you get the money to go into the corporations? Like, how do you get the people to say, hey, we need a better return on yield than that, and we're willing to take on risk? That's difficult. It's not easy to do that. And so these three major problems is now created the low R star environment. And that's not something that just easily returns. So again, if we think about it, demographics hasn't really changed. We still have the older population with low birth rates. We have the global growth issue, which doesn't really seem to be, whipping around or turning around anytime soon. And then we have this widening wedge between the safe and liquid assets and riskier assets like bonds. And again, although that might have changed some, I don't think it's so significant in such a fashion that it's going to start raising the R star environment. Given enough time in the economy with the elevated inflation expectations, and the persistence of that, eventually you could probably see the R star getting pulled higher. But at this point, I don't see anything changing within the economy that's driven the R star down that would reverse it in any kind of significant manner. So I don't know. I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer for ChatGPT, but anyway. Back to the original one. Do you think, what if the factors that are driving R star or shifts in it? All right. I love when people hate on my pickup being old. That's new pickup payment they have. I use to buy my rentals. There you go, man. Older trucks are where it's at, especially Toyotas. PC flat, gold and silver up. Yeah, seems most are for the most part oblivious. Speaking of the divide of wealthy and poor people, as soon as someone acquires enough assets to generate the average salary and dividend growth, someone earning an average income can never catch up. I wouldn't say that they can never catch up. They're just never going to be able to catch up just doing it with their day job, right? You need to take on extra money and then acquire assets beyond that of your occupation, or that pay beyond that of your occupation. Miss manual transmission too. Our star falling. Our star. And that's the problem with like R star being very low, is that it doesn't give the room for the Federal Reserve to actually stimulate the economy. And that's a major problem for them. Like if you think about it, the Federal Reserve is in a position in which that stimulating the economy is perceived to be easier than actually is. Right? People think that it's easy. They can just lower interest rates. That's all they have to do. But then they have no idea about R star and how close it is to the lower bound of zero, and how that makes the lowering of interest rates ineffective. So if you had inflationary pressures occurring at the same time that you lowered interest rates, you might be able to get some stimulating effect out of that. But who would ever expect the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates during a time of inflationary pressures? It's not very likely, right? Do you need to go outside? I got to take the dog out, guys. You want to hang out for just a minute? Come on, let's go. Wow, you actually stuck around for it. Okay. Ugh. How do you estimate the current neutral interest rate, R star or R, when it is not directly observable, and when measures do you trust the most? Okay, that's a really good question, Jake. This is really difficult to answer in the sense that it's not observable. R star has an estimate that you can go to the Federal Reserve and like literally estimates of R star. And they guess it's somewhere between like a half and 1.5%, if I got it right. So if we just kind of assume right now R star is one, right, is 1%, because we don't know exactly where it is. Not even the Federal Reserve does, right? And this is one of the reasons why Warsh wants to get rid of this metric, the R star kind of thing, is because it's not even like a real observable thing. I mean, there's a real spot, but it's kind of fictitious in the sense that nobody knows exactly where it is. So it's kind of like an illusionary, neutral interest rate. But there is somewhere around there a neutral rate. And that's important to understand that if the Fed was there, they would be neutral in an economy that's operating at its potential alongside low inflation and stable prices. So let's just assume that it's accurate, 1%. It could be 1.5, could be 0.5%. Let's just say 1. Then on top of that, you add the inflation expectation. Okay. So if you have inflation expectations elevated, excuse me 1 second here. Okay, so if you have the inflation expectations elevated, and we're going to assume here at 3% inflation, and whatever it really is, 2.8, 3.2, nobody knows exactly where it is because, what's inflation today comparatively to what it was before, and what's the most accurate way of looking at inflation? It's just like they have all these different metrics. So let's just assume that inflation's 3%. Okay? If you have a 1% R star environment with a 3% inflation, essentially the Federal Reserve would have to be at 4% in order to remain neutral. Now, again, that's just that's hypothetically speaking, and it's how else do I put it? Loosely accurate to how it is that the Federal Reserve would see it. But that's essentially how it's going down. It's R star with the inflation expectation and where it is that the Federal Reserve is in relation to that. So now, if we can kind of assume it again, if R star is when the Fed is being neutral during a perfect scenario economy, it's operating at its potential, low prices, low inflation, full employment, Fed funds rate, 1%. But then we get a little bit of inflation expectation that starts to rise. So inflation expectation starts moving up to, 2.5%. Well, now the Fed has to raise rates in order to remain neutral. And so when we start looking at that elevated inflation expectations, that then starts pushing the Fed funds rate up in order to remain neutral. Like R star doesn't change. And that's still, that estimate when the Fed is operating at its potential, that doesn't change. It can change with the demographics and the global growth and interest rate environment, as far as like the wedge between the two safe and liquid assets and corporate debt. Then R star can move on that. But for the most part, it stays fairly consistent. It's the inflation expectation that moves around. So we don't really have to keep an eye on R star as much as we have to keep an eye on the inflation expectations. So as we watch the inflation expectations move around, that gets ever and closer to or further away from the Fed funds rate. So for example, when we had a moment when inflation had peaked out, the inflation expectation was like about 9% or some crazy number. The Fed funds rate was at what, 6? What was it at here? I'll back it up. And it was at 5.33. So it wasn't up to 6. It was, getting close to it. So when you had inflation running way up here and the Fed funds rate was at 5.3, even though everybody said, oh man, they moved it up fastest time in history, way quicker, they're totally going to destroy the economy doing this. The inflation was running much hotter then the Federal Reserve had positioned the Fed funds rate to restrict it. So the real interest rate was actually negative during that time. So here it is. The Fed had elevated interest rates. Mortgage rates were off the charts. Inflation was just screaming higher, and the market was going crazy. Like houses were selling like mad. Prices were going up. And people were like, what's going on here? And really, if you think about it, it was because that inflation expectation was so much higher than the Fed funds rate being restrictive that it was actually not restrictive. It was accommodating in the sense that the real interest rates were going negative. So again, it's like to understand, the real interest rate environment is like is more important than the Fed funds rate and where interest rates, like when somebody says, well, they should lower interest rates. Well, my question is just like, well, where do you think the neutral interest rate is? And if they don't know what that means, then why would you want to lower rates? What would be your intention to lower rates? Because if you think the neutral interest rate is somewhere where the Fed funds rate is, you must be wanting to accommodate the economy. Or are you looking for it to be less restrictive? Because if it's less restrictive, then all you have to do is just raise the inflation expectations, and there we are, less restrictive. Looking at it from the investor point of view, like this is a good analogy for it. It's like be the investor or be the borrower in this scenario. And this is what's funny. The investor and the borrower is literally the meaning that you're giving it. Okay, because the borrower could literally be an investor at the same time. So, but for simplistic purposes, we're just going to call it the investor and the borrower. And if you were an investor who was going to lend money to a borrower to buy a home, right, to buy a house, 30 years or whatever it's going to be, and you guys work out an interest rate of 5%, right? So that's pretty easy. Okay, you're going to make 5% interest payments on this loan. Now, as the investor, you're anticipating on getting a 5% return, right? If you have an inflation expectation of 0, that's a pretty good return, 5%. Right? No inflation expectations, 5% return. But that's not really typical, right? We have a little bit of inflation. So the investor who is going to get a 5% return in a 0% inflationary environment is going to have to expect that they're going to end up getting some inflationary pressures during the course of this loan, and that they're going to have to take somewhat of a loss due to this inflationary pressure. So the investor, let's assume, is going to expect a 2% inflation. Well, their real rate of return on their investment is 3%, the real interest rate. Now, I mean, they're really getting a 5% return, I mean, in reality. But if you take the inflationary expectation into consideration, what they actually receive, the real interest rate is 3%. So if you raise the inflation expectations even more, you will lower that real interest rate. Now, understanding it from the investor point of view, it makes a lot of sense. And it's like, okay, yeah, my investments getting eaten away. If inflation's up at 5% and I have a 5% return, I'm essentially breaking even on this loan. It doesn't do me any good. So now when we look at it from the debtor point of view, the guy who borrowed the money, same thing. If there's a 0% inflation expectation, they're anticipating them paying a 5% return on this loan. So they're going to be paying 5% interest on to the investor out there. Now, something interesting starts to happen is that as time goes on and the dollar value starts to diminish, starts to lose value, this is where the inflation starts to eat away at the debt. So now what happens is that the borrower who is paying a 5% interest on that loan will always pay a 5% interest, but because they're now paying it back in devalued dollars, the acquiring of the dollars, their other assets that have increased, that wages or whatever that has now benefited them in other ways is now making that debt payment easier to do with these devalued dollars. So if you have a 2% inflation, you're actually paying a 3% interest on your loan. Raise the inflation expectation, lower the real interest rates. If you can borrow, think about it. If you can borrow an asset that is gaining a 5% inflationary price to it, so like the asset itself is gaining 5% every year, and you're paying a 5% interest, right, on a loan that is then essentially being, what is it, neutralized by the asset going up by 5%. In fact, you can get to a point where the asset's going up by 5% is so far exceeding the payment on the loan that it's now paying you. Right? If you push the inflation expectations even more, you're still paying a 5% return, but now you're paying a negative real interest rate because the house is gaining more in value off of the inflation than what it is that you are paying to on the past debt that you had secured. I don't know if that's quite explaining it. Because people ask, like, how is it that it's possibly paying you, right, to own this debt? And to understand that the value of that house is now moving up in the inflationary environment, and you are in a set payment system. So if it's exceeding how much you are paying as far as interest, you are literally gaining value off of it. It's not real value, not like getting $1 in your hand you can go spend, but the asset itself, right, is now worth more than what it is that you had paid for it. It's paying you even more, because of the increase. Like if it had gone the other way and the house value diminished, right, now you're paying like an interest on top of an asset that's losing value. It's like I'm buying a car, right? Like how many people buy a car by the end of it? They're like, thank God I'm done with that thing. It's just like a depreciating asset that you pay an interest on. It's just horrible, But if you have an increasing value on the asset that you're paying an interest on, and the increasing value exceeds on a percentage basis the amount that you're paying in interest, it's literally paying you to hold it. So long as you can continue to make the payments, you're getting paid. I mean, not outright, but in the value of the asset going up. How many people we got? 53 people and 80 likes for a 5.5 hour long stream. I can't even speak now. 5.5 hour long live stream. Oh, all right. I'm still looking for a new day job. Wages are largely linear. Investment are exponential in terms of returns. Currency is devalued by inflation and assets appreciate from growth and inflation. Has this stream today really been going for last 5 hours? Yep. What time is it where Simon is? Right now it is 6:11. My brother-in-law was babbling about 7% return but missed the memo on this. Yeah. So if you're getting like a 7% return, but then you have an inflation expectation of 7%, you're basically breaking even, right? And now if you're in an inflationary environment that's 9% and the Fed is sitting at 5, you got, inflation running 9 and the Fed sitting at 5, what is the real interest rate? It's negative somewhere. This is one of the reasons why the people who are holding those debts are just like, watch my house value screaming, watching all this stuff just kicking ass. And everybody was just like, how in the world? Why? Why did the market do so well? Why is all this stuff doing so well? It's because it's so hard to understand the real interest rates. And then, it's sad because a lot of people out there, I've seen like kind of talk about the nominal interest rates and the real interest rates in a way that seems to make sense to them, that the Federal Reserve has either lost control or doesn't know what they're doing, or have missed the mark on this idea of what's going on with the real interest rates. And I'm like, how, what? Like, that's not like the Fed has totally explained it. Like, how the hell did I even come up with the credible threat theory, And for an individual out there, and I mean, I don't want to name names, but they're pretty popular. For them to say that, I'm like, are you purposefully trying to this misguide the people in order to sell your program, and because I look at that and I'm thinking that's so inaccurate to the understanding of the monetary policy and how it is that the Federal Reserve is using it. Yeah. It was like spoken as if it was a mistake. And I'm thinking, not even close, right? It's like totally the way they're conducting monetary policy now. All right, we read that. I want to go for 6 hours, and I think I'm going to call it. Should we call it at 6 or just go for 8? I think the algorithm will probably just like eventually just say, dude, we're not sharing your stuff around, man. All right. Get the UE official mascot cam. Would that be Luna's? Is Luna the official mascot? Well, oil's under 70. 69, 65. Eight-hour stream. You want to do 8 hours? Juicing Super Quant. I love the name. Yeah, I don't know like what else it is that could be a surprise or any different to monetary policy outside of the things that we have covered here. There's always different strategies. There's always different things that are going to happen. But, when it comes to like how it is that the Federal Reserve is conducting themselves, when I hear people say that they screwed up, don't know what they're doing, made a mistake, I literally, I think you probably can't explain monetary policy at all. And it's amazing on how many economists that I go back and I listen to from the past that say that exact thing, and I'm like, am I the only one out there? Because like even the Federal Reserve tries to, and I mean, this is what's funny about it is that they like almost admit we made a mistake, and I'm thinking their admittance of that mistake is literally generating more power for the credible threat theory. Like if you were trying to push and maintain and keep an elevated inflation and inflation expectation, to say something like, oh, well, inflation is transitory, and then it wasn't, and then say, oh man, we really missed the mark on that one. Like how locked in would your inflation expectations be after that? Pretty damn high, right? I mean, everybody was, and they kept communicating that. The Fed said it was transitory. They made fun about it, everybody. I'm like, holy moly, man, this is working out better for them than I think they even imagined it would. Nobody thinks that. Nobody looks looks at inflation, looks at the expectations, and look at the delivery of the message as something as a very deliberate, very well orchestrated strategic tool. Like I feel like I'm the only one who does that, and then points it out, and then won't forget it. I mean, I'll I don't deviate from from my understanding of this because I only have one understanding of it. Let's see. I got those 2 questions from ChatGPT, but honestly, they mostly went over my head. I'll have to study that video or sign up for your school first. What was the second question? Was it only one question? How do you estimate directly, and which measure do you trust most? Yeah, so you have to look at R star, inflation, and then where the Fed funds rate is in relation to the neutral interest rate. Um, yeah, I guess you're just gonna have to keep following the channel, man. It's just like I can explain it over and over again. I don't mind. I really don't. I like talking about it. Uh, um, Yes, Professor. I've learned so much from the live stream, new insights and ways to be better at this from the credible threat and Cantillon words. Cantillon essay is really, it's excellent. To me, those chapters 6, 7, and 8, like you can't really beat them. And once you've read through that a few times and really kind of related it to what it is that's happening now and what you have observed from history and some of the things that people have talked about from history, it makes it really fall into line and like makes everything click. And it's really like you can almost understand it into like a 7-step process, 6 or 7 steps. I can't remember. It's rise as an industrious person, state, country, doesn't matter. You rise as an industrious in industriousness. You then end up moving into what is a higher standard of living. You start consuming, you will start bringing in foreign production, you will start driving out domestic manufacturers, you will then drive the wedge of inequality, right? And eventually new money turns off and everybody falls into pain and misery. Yeah. But it essentially goes down that road. It's in really the one thing to blame it on is luxury. That's it. It's luxurious experiences, in luxurious things. I have to understand R star and neutral interest rate more, I think. Yeah. Tell me about it. It took me a couple years of trying to figure out what R star meant and then what the neutral interest rate meant because none of it really makes sense when you listen to it from a banker's point of view, like if you're going and reading the documents of the Federal Reserve, and oh man, it is probably some of the most esoteric stuff that you can ever read, and then on top of it, it is boring as shit, right? So it's really, really, really like hard to understand R star if you have no clue about it. And again, like don't feel bad about it. It took me forever, right? I mean, it took me a very, very long time. And to even understand the difference between R star and why it's going up or down or what the difference is. Okay, so like if you have the if you were to have the economy operating at its potential alongside low and stable prices and or low inflation and stable prices, the that particular scenario doesn't exist, never has. And even if it was there, it would only be for a minute, right? It would only last for just a short amount of time because everything is on the move constantly, either up or down. But never in the history of time can they ever be or stay consistent on any one thing because it's just not the way the economy works. It's either growing or shrinking or evolving in one way or another. So R star is very much a hypothetical. It doesn't really exist, although it does. There's a spot somewhere in the economy, and the interest rates and the grand, scheme of things. There is a spot there that would be neutral in that perfect environment. But the moment that it's perfect, it becomes imperfect. And so there's no way to actually measure R star and to be very accurate with it. The only way to then look at it is to estimate and just assume 5 to 1 and a half a percent to 1.5%. And inside of this, like it makes it even harder to then think, okay, how do I use this for the betterment of like my investments, my job, my business, and all that? Like to look at R star and say, how is it that I use this personally information? And it's just like, I don't know if that's really the case. It's more to give the suggestion on where it is that the Federal Reserve is observing that neutral position when the economy would be operating at it. So I don't think it's really useful information as far as like, how do I like make investments with this? Okay. It's more like understanding somewhat in the idea of where it's at and how it's being observed. The next thing to look at is inflation, right? So if you look at inflation, you think, okay, much like what we were saying about the investor in the real interest rate environment, if you have inflation that is running elevated, well, then you would have to raise the interest rates to kind of combat that inflation. So if inflation is running at 5%, maybe you can get the Fed funds rate up to 5%, neutralize that inflation, or raise the Fed funds rate even more and try to bring that inflation down. And so in that sense, it kind of makes, you can kind of put that logic together, right? You start to get there that at some point you would be neutral at that inflationary scenario. If you lose the inflation, the Fed sat still, it would be restrictive. It would be very restrictive on the economy. But if you have this inflation involved, it's not restrictive, it's actually neutral. And the higher inflation goes, the higher the Fed funds rate has to go in order to, maintain this neutral position. That right there, that neutral position on account of it, you don't really have to know R star as much as to understand the inflation and where the Fed funds rate is in relation to that inflationary expectation. Because between the two of them, you can find that there's a neutral somewhere in there. Might be slightly above or below. Nobody knows exactly. Some parts of the economy might be less restricted than the others based on how it is that they are positioned in accordance to all this. It's not a like set in stone, cut and dry. Things are accommodating, things are restrictive. It really depends on the person, the individual, their interest rate that they have established, what they have getting as far as their returns. Everything is in relation to it, right? But if you can kind of see how that works, how that inflation being elevated and the Fed funds rate standing still can then either ease, tighten, or make the economy neutral. That's really where the key focus is. You don't really have to know that much about R star, how it, how they estimate it, what it even really means. I mean, that part is probably not as important as the inflation expectation in relation to whether or not the Fed is moving or standing still. And then once you can kind of see if that is neutral or not by, how much expectation is or how much expectation there really is, then that can start giving you a better idea on whether or not it's a good time to invest or a good time to do business or, if you're in a good position with your loan. This is really where it starts to make a lot more sense. Corporations get permission from the government to access public to conduct business. When the corporations are given too much access to the public, it is then the government's fault. Yeah, maybe it was because they let them get too big. This helped. ChatGPT gave me the simplest definition of R star. Do you agree? I'll have to paste it in two parts. Yeah, go for it. Government cheese scenario, but getting a grip on the massive amount of BS business and goods being peddled that have bloated the system. All right, 9 minutes away from a 6-hour stream. My goodness. All right, when the government exists, it is too big. All right, the interest rate that neither speeds nor slows down the economy. Think of it like the economy's cruising speed. If the Fed's real interest rate is above R star, monetary policy is restrictive and tends just probably slow things down. Use less word, too much words, no stay in brain. It's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot. I mean, I've talked for 6 hours. Okay, here we go. To slow growth and inflation. If the Fed's real interest rate is below R star, monetary policy is stimulative and it tends to boost growth and inflation. If the Fed's real interest rate is at R star, the economy is neutral. I'm assuming it's going to say is neutral. And I think that's again, if the economy is operating at its potential alongside low inflation and stable prices, all that would make sense. But then you got to add the inflationary component to it, which then means that the Fed has to elevate the Fed funds rate in order to combat the inflation and bring it down to the neutral position of R star, right? That's where the economy is operating at its potential alongside low inflation and stable prices. So when the inflation rises, so does the neutral interest rate, but the inflation rising isn't necessarily R star rising. Okay? So it's absolutely correct if you are assuming the economy is operating at its potential alongside low inflation and stable prices, full employment. But if you start adding an inflationary component to what it is that ChatGPT said there, then you're going to have to raise the Fed funds rate in order to remain neutral, even though R star is not moving. Right? Now, a lot of times it gets confused in the statement of how it is stated because inflation doesn't push R star around, although a lot of people will then refer to the neutral interest rate as R star, even though it should be saying neutral rate and not R star, because R star is not the neutral rate like the current Fed's neutral interest rate. That's I mean, neutral position, I should say. Right? There is a neutral interest rate, that's R star. But when you have an inflationary component to it, then you have a neutral position, which happens to be a particular interest rate at the moment with the inflationary component. But that's not necessarily the neutral interest rate. It's the neutral position of the Fed funds rate, which I know is very, very difficult. But if you can see it as two different things, like R star separated from an inflationary expectation, because R star doesn't move. Like it does move, but it doesn't move on on like the inflation expectation, like the neutral interest rate would for the Fed funds position, because that moves with the inflation. Where R star is pretty much a constant based off of demographics and global growth and in that widening wedge or that wedge between safe and liquid assets and full employment. So it is difficult to when you're trying to learn about it, to hear R star being used in a fashion in which that is really not genuine in the way that it should be. Like you can say the neutral Fed position and be more accurate than saying the neutral Fed funds rate, even though it's essentially the same thing. If you say the neutral Fed funds position, then you're not necessarily claiming that there's a neutral rate out there. It's just the Fed happens to be neutral at this moment because of the inflation expectation that it's experiencing. But then you can say, well, what's the neutral interest rate? And you can say, well, that's R star, and then give it a particular number. Boom, right? And say, well, it's 1.5 or 0.5 to 1.5%. And then say the estimates of it are this. That is so hard, to then distinguish the difference between the two of them. But I think if you just kind of gave it that name difference, the Fed funds neutral position and the neutral interest rate of R star, then you can see it kind of differently because R star doesn't necessarily have that inflationary component attached to it, which would then make the Fed have to raise rates to be neutral. Explain why it's irrelevant, Merriman? What's the point of you even making a comment? It's just a following indicator. If you don't think it's relevant, Merriman, then I mean, how would you know if the economy is restricted or not? I mean, if it's not relevant into understanding how it would ease or tighten financial conditions, I mean, it's pretty apparent that it's very relevant to the Fed. And I'm just curious, like, how would you know, or what would you think would be easing or tightening the financial conditions outside of that view? Uh, it's a following indicator. A following indicator. I don't know what you mean by that. To me, I can sit there and watch, and I'm thinking, man, if you push that inflation expectations up and the Fed sits still, this is going to make the economy far less restricted than anybody would ever give it consideration for. I said that a long time ago. We're experiencing now. How is this following the indicator? I predicted it by looking at that and saying, if you have inflation expectations, you can expect a less restricted economy, and it's going to be boosting the asset holders. And like that is not following, that is predictive. Okay. Well, we're talking about the okay, so Merriman, I'm not trying to be argumentative or anything like that, but we're trying to distinguish the difference between R star and the neutral interest rate. And you're trying to say that it's irrelevant, and it's very relevant. And that's what we're trying to get at is like by dismissing the information, what is it that you're missing? And then what is it that you're seeing in order to see what it is that we're seeing using this information that you're saying is irrelevant? Right? It's just like maybe I'm missing something, yeah. Because like don't get me wrong, man. I mean, I would love to understand this better if somebody has a better view of it because it's taken me a long time to figure this out, and it's not easy to explain it. And like, and somebody says, "Here, explain it to me." I was like, "Well, it took me like 3 years to figure it out. Let me see if I can knock it out in a couple of minutes." You know? I'm saying R star is just a bunch of gathered data that only can tell you what already happened. Yeah, but I'm still trying to understand how it is that it's not being used as a predictive indicator like I have used it to predict exactly what it is that is taking place now within the restrictiveness of the economy and the Fed funds rate. Like I literally use that R star as the tool, and I mean to just like dismiss it. I mean, like, well, how did I do it? I doesn't like a wild guess. I mean, seriously, is it? It's. I mean, maybe it is just maybe it isn't. Because I mean, worse is wanting to get rid of it, so maybe they don't need it. Maybe it isn't a useful tool. I mean, maybe I'm just assuming and giving it meaning as a useful tool, so I can understand it, and that at least from the language of the Federal Reserve and how it is that they were using it in their speeches. So I wouldn't just dismiss something that they said, but actually took it into consideration since they, put it in their speech. Maybe it doesn't have any use. Yeah. I mean, I seem to think it does, I mean, but maybe it doesn't. 1829 recession in the US, 1929 Great Depression, 2029. It really doesn't take a rocket science to know the economy will become more restrictive. It's becoming less restrictive right now, bro. I mean, in my opinion, it's becoming less restrictive. So what is it you mean? That it doesn't take a rocket science to see that it's going to become more restrictive. With this elevated inflation and the Fed sitting still, it's going to become less restricted, not more. Well, yeah, it's only temporary. That's like, so those interest rate adjustments are only temporary, right? I mean, the point being, right, is that what is it that we have been predicting here on this channel? That the Fed isn't going to be moving, right? What did they do? Elevated inflation expectations. How many times did I say that this was going to be the case? I didn't know what it was going to be. Tariffs, war, credible threats of Fed independence. I don't know, just all kinds of stuff that happens out there. How did Jerome Powell put one series of inflationary expectations after another? Wow, man, what a way to describe it. But he is exactly right. One series of inflationary expectations after the other. And if you can maintain those, and keep that expectation going, now you have a monetary policy that you can actually conduct with an interest rate adjustment with the belief system that it actually takes place, but you don't have to do anything. You can't adjust interest rates at the lower bound of zero. In fact, you can't even adjust interest rates right now to stimulate the economy. It's not even a real possibility because the low R star environment. If you didn't watch R star and you didn't think anything about R star, then you would have, you would actually have a belief system that says that they can lower rates to stimulate the economy. And unless they're doing it during an inflationary moment, it won't work. They will not be able to get far enough below R star as warranted by the effective lower bound of zero. I mean, this is the Fed saying it. This is like Jerome Powell, John Williams, Lael Brainerd, like all of them. They all said that. And that was the problem that they were facing. So again, like, you can dismiss it. I'm not going to blame you. You can do anything you want. But, for me, I'm going to take it into major consideration, considering how big of a deal it was for the Federal Reserve and how they had to completely change the way that they were conducting themselves. It's just no difference in a Bollinger. Again, Merriman, it's up to you, bro. All right. I think it's a profound and very insightful and useful tool, especially to consider what it is that the Federal Reserve is doing, what it is that they are attempting to do by dismissing it, ignoring it, or pretending like it's not a thing to even pay attention to. It's literally excluding like 90% of the monetary policy of the Federal Reserve and the problems that they had faced. I mean, think about it. Like they talked extensively about not being able to get far enough below R star to stimulate the economy because of the lower bound of zero. You want to dismiss that? Yeah. Man, it's 7 o'clock. Holy moly. Like, listen, I mean, just think about some of the things that Jerome Powell had said about it. Yeah. Let me bring it up here real quick because here we go. The decline in the assessment of the neutral Fed funds rate has profound implications for monetary policy. With interest rates generally running closer to their effective lower bound, even in good times, the Fed has less scope to support the economy during economic downturns by simply cutting Fed funds rate. The result can be worse economic outcomes in terms of both employment and price stability, with the cost of such outcomes likely falling hardest on those least able to bear them. Now, what he is talking about there is him not being able to get far enough below R star to actually stimulate the economy during these downturns. There's no stimulation of the economy with the dropping of interest rates. He just admits that right there. Nobody can see it. Nobody hears it because they don't think about it because nobody really babbled that off onto the mainstream media in a way that they could actually understand it because nobody knows what the hell R star is. And even worse, people dismiss it. But here it is, Jerome Powell is just like, we have a major problem going on right here. Let me tell you what it is. We're very close to the lower bound of zero, the neutral interest rate, the R star. So it was a big deal for Jerome Powell, when he said it there. All right. To explain it to a 12-year-old, it's number that the Fed looks at to see. Would you need to go back out again? All right. To see if they need to stimulate or reduce stimulus to the economy. Okay, Doug, I'll take you out. Let's go. No, no, no. Don't wake anybody up. She'll go wake everybody else up if I don't. All right. You guys make up an opinion about there's 32 people here. You guys give your opinion on whether like what it is that you would look at to see whether or not the Federal Reserve is neutral or accommodating or restrictive. Come on, Doug, let's go. Let's go outside. I can't help you. Oh, don't touch me. Come on. Oh, my other glasses over there. To explain it to a 12-year-old, it's the number that the Fed looks at to see if they need to stimulate or reduce stimulus to the economy. Pretty simple, right? Haha. Or is that too simple of a definition? No, I mean, I think like, the base understanding of it is accurate. It's how is it that, it's meant to be used as far as like the indicator within the economy on top of like what it is that we are witnessing happening with inflation and the Fed positioning of it. That part right there, that's where it gets really complicated because, if you were to ask the general population right now, is the Federal Reserve restrictive or accommodating the economy? And the general view, especially those of like, say, the Trump supporter type, would say that they're being restricted. They need to lower interest rates. Trump wanted them to lower interest rates because they're restrictive. But then if we look at the real interest rate, and as opposed to like just the nominal interest rate, we start finding that the economy is closer to neutral. And this is by their own admittance. Like this is like them saying, hey, the economy is at the high end of neutral or very close to it. And if the inflation expectation rises and the Fed continues to stay still, well, then yes, it does become accommodating at that point. And so, like that right there is the most important part. Like, regardless of R star, the neutral rate, or whether you want to define it or look at it or anything else, that part is taking place right now. And very few people recognize or understand how that is actually impacting the economy or what it is that the Federal Reserve is looking at when it comes to the stimulation or effectiveness of their monetary policy when it comes to the position of the Fed funds rate. Like everybody says, hey, man, the Fed needs to drop interest rates. And I'm like, why? And they're like, to stimulate the economy. And I'm like, why don't they do, like, you don't have to really lower rates to stimulate the economy as far as the Fed funds position goes. You just have to continue to raise the inflation expectations. So it doesn't have to happen to lower rates to do it. It can happen by, the expectations rising. And whether or not that's going to be the outcome, I don't, like, I have no idea, but I can just, kind of follow along and say, okay, if the inflation expectations fall and the Fed starts lowering rates, that's going to be a problem. Because if the inflation falls and the Fed lowers rates, it's 6 months to a year before we start seeing the impacts of those interest rate adjustments. So the economy is going to be faced some very serious restrictions, even though the Fed has lowered rates. If the inflation falls dramatically, it's going to be quite restrictive on the economy, and for a while, right? 6 months, a year, maybe even a year and a half. Now, I'm well aware of, the idea is that if you lower rates now and the inflation falls in the future, that you might be able to just time it right. But you have to have a pretty big expectation that inflation is going to go away. And if you lower Fed funds rate right now to a very low rate, you would set the inflation expectations off the charts. People would just lose their mind. It would be like, what? The Fed's lowering rates now, and in this inflationary environment, it would just cause the expectations to rise. It wouldn't fall, right? And so that's like that's a very difficult road. So it's like, okay, so what are you guys going to do? Are you just going to maintain the elevated inflation expectations forever? How do you do that? Like one series of inflationary pressures after another. And I don't know what the next one will be. Cool. We've gone obsessed. We're like, what, 6 hours, 15 minutes into this live stream? Holy crap. What's up, Simon? What's up? Let's see here. I get it. Millions of people trade based off the following indicators. All right. But they have other methods to stimulate or slow down the economy using news, social media, Trump comments to increase inflation expectations and increase or decreasing the money supply other ways. They do have other methods. I mean, I wouldn't doubt that. But when it comes to here's the thing, it's easy to convince somebody that there's going to be inflation when you fire up the quantitative easing. The problem is that it doesn't really cause inflation. Isn't that crazy, right? You can definitely fire off the inflation expectations. Massive quantitative easing every time. Like everybody sees the money printer go burr, they make jokes about it, all the memes and all the stuff, and talk about how it's going to create all this inflation. The only problem is that it doesn't really do it for the Fed. And so when you start to recognize what it is that the Federal Reserve was really experiencing as their problems, and not our problems, like we have a problem with them and a lot of the things that they do, right? Because it's a punishment on us in a lot of ways, and we take it personally. But the reality is that if you go and you look at the problems that they were facing, it was stuff like too low of inflation and inflation expectations. Some of their other problems is trying to figure out how it is that they're going to even print at a pace that is fast enough to provide the world with the liquidity that they need. And they've known about this since the early 2000s, 2002. So, these times are coming. Yeah, the Fed is managing the people's perceptions and expectations for sure. All right. What are the other ways they suck up or give out liquidity other than interest rates, and then they look at R star to make that decision? To suck up. I'm not sure if those two are. I'm not sure if the answer to that question, like what you're looking for, is necessarily together like that. The interest rate and the liquidity and the provision of liquidities, of liquidity, I think that's like two different things, and it's not associated as the same. And although it might kind of correlate in a lot of ways. The amount of liquidity in the system doesn't necessarily say this is where interest rates are going to be. All right. And so when it comes to like demand for liquidity, it's really like when you think about how many loans are in desire, or how many loans want to be extinguished. Right? Because if you think about it, if you are increasing the amount of loans out there, then you're essentially increasing the amount of liquidity. And now to understand that is really like, holy crap, because then what you also have is the demand for liquidity that also increases on that. So here you have loans that can act as dollars, and then you have a demand for dollars to pay off those loans. And so when I look at this, I think about it in two different ways. So you got like the liquidity, the providing of the liquidity out there, and then you have the interest rate setting policies. And and I think the idea behind the question was to try to correlating those two. And I'm not sure if that's necessarily like the correct way of going about it. There might be a correlation at times, but it's probably better to look at it in a different fashion. And that is like the demand for dollars to pay those loans off, or how many loans are being written in demand for dollars, and being used as dollars. These two scenarios are very different. I'm still going, Mama. You had a whole nice leg. Yeah, I went the whole night. But these guys did too. So.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it quits here after a while, though.
After a while.
Well, yeah, I figured we're gonna get the morning started here, but I've taken her out a couple. I did, but she's been kind of antsy here.
All right. No, we're not doing that.
Okay, so do they look at R star to determine if the economy needs liquidity, or to reduce liquidity, or do they look at R star for something else? I think they looked at R star to see how restrictive or accommodating the economy is. And it's not even really to R star, it's the inflationary component that's with it. Right? See, I don't know, maybe kind of like how do I if you were to use R star in the fashion in which that the Federal Reserve has described from their explanations of it, if you were in a position in which that you were attempting to accommodate the economy, right? If you were back in, say, okay, here we go. How about if we were in a limited reserve system, okay? And in this limited reserve system, which we were in at one time, at the end of the day, some of the banks would be in need of reserves. Some of them would have excess reserves. The ones in need of reserves would lend them to the ones who, the ones who had excess reserves would lend them to the ones who were in need of reserves. This was where the overnight lending rate was found. Now, if for whatever reason the interest rates started to rise, then the Federal Reserve would then inject essentially into the reserves. Right? They would then load the banks up with more reserves. Okay, this in turn would then bring the interest rates down in line with the effective fund rate. So to understand, like if they were trying to target neutral, then there would be an injection or withdrawal of money from these big banks in order to establish that overnight lending rate to land within the neutral position. Okay. If for whatever reason inflation was to rise and that neutral interest rate was to rise with the inflation, but that overnight lending rate was staying low, that's very accommodating to the economy. Okay. And so when we think about it in this fashion, if the Federal Reserve was in a position in which that the interest rates were rising and it was getting out of line from their target, and they needed to inject money into the system to bring that interest rate back down in order to line up with the neutral position that they wanted to be at. Does that, because explaining it like that. So if you wanted to inject liquidity into it, in the idea of where their relationship to R star is, it's whether or not that overnight lending rate would have been in line with that neutral position that they were attempting to target. Okay? Now, it could accidentally happen, where it was just like, oh, the overnight lending rate is neutral. It just happens to be that way. And, the Federal Reserve has the right amount of reserves in there to meet the inflation expectations that are taking place. Everything would be hunky-dory. It would be like, hey, man, we've hit the magic sweet spot, right? Now, they don't do overnight lending rates like that anymore because we're now in an abundant reserve system, and there's the repo facility and the excess reserves that's targeting the overnight or targeting the effective fund rate. But to understand it in that fashion, I think would make a little bit more sense, right? Like the interest rates adjust over there, and if the Fed was to try and be at neutral, they would have to either buy or sell reserves off the big banks in order to make that overnight lending rate land within that neutral capability or neutral position. I think I finally have a basic understanding after listening to you all night. Cool, man. It's only taken a few hours, and I love breaking it down over and over again because the more I do it, the better I get at explaining it as well. I mean, I'm even trying to think of the conversation that we were having here with I don't know, is it Memory Man? I don't know how to say. I think it's Memory Man. But I mean, I like that will have me thinking like, okay, is it the lagging indicator? Is that really what it is that's happening? Or is it a present day indicator of where it is that neutral is? Is it useful or is it not? Like Warsh wants to eliminate it. So if he wants to eliminate it, then maybe it is a useless tool. And if he is going to eliminate it, then there's no point in even using it anyway, because he's going to be gone anyhow. So, do we really need that R star to even understand R star? Well, I think we do, in the sense that if you wanted to stimulate this economy and you fail to have an inflationary expectations, how far below R star can you really get to stimulate the economy before you run into the lower bound of zero? And I think that's an important question, right? Like just on top of it, like I just even think about it like that. So it may not be necessarily an indicator of usefulness, but it may be a very good indicator of how appropriate the Federal Reserve in the maintaining of an elevated inflation expectation and Fed funds rate is, considering that if they did go back down to the lower bound of zero, they probably wouldn't be able to stimulate the economy, but we wouldn't know because we don't know how far below R star they can actually get. If you can go negative, then it doesn't really matter what R star is, right? I mean, it's like it only matters where the current neutral position is. Whew, man, stuff is good. All right, I think I found. Oh, you already said that. All right. Why eliminate it then? What are they going to look at in order to decide what to do? What else is he going to look at instead of the R star? Couldn't tell you. He hasn't told us yet. Right? I couldn't. I don't know. Like, see, this is what I love about the Federal Reserve is like until they actually deploy it, they don't have to tell you anything, and they don't. And that's why I think a lot of times people end up making a mistake or misjudging the Federal Reserve and what it is that they can do out there. I mean, some people looked at the bank term funding program as like some freak thing that they had to all of a sudden just figure out and deploy. And I'm like, that thing got launched like practically overnight. That, again, very much set up to be deployed. They knew this time was coming. They knew those banks were going to run into a situation where they were not going to have the liquidity to meet the demand of their depositors when they start withdrawing. And considering that the interest rates rising and the asset prices falling, this was going to be a major concern that the Federal Reserve was well aware of because they talked about it. Now, they didn't say they were going to launch a bank term funding program, but they did say they had the tools to deal with liquidity issues within the banking system. So that in itself, I'm thinking, what is it? And they didn't say what it is, because if they told you, then you would price that in and it wouldn't be an effective tool anymore. Six and a half hours enough? 39 people watching. I don't know. If you can get it up to like 95 in the next 2 minutes, then I'll stick around. But other than that, I'm going to go to bed, I guess.
These are rock stars.
Yeah, I can't believe how many people stuck it out for 6.5 hours here as we babble on about economics and breaking down neutral interest rate and conspiracy theories and everything else. What is the market doing anyway? What is lumber? Lumber doesn't open up for another half an hour. Dow at 52,000, S&P 74. So oil's at 70. Yeah, everything's gold popped back up over 4. Bitcoin down at 58. Stuff is crazy volatile. All right, completely simplify it. They look at R star. This tells them if the economy is restrictive or not restrictive enough. Then they know if they need to reduce liquidity. Well, again, I think they look at R star, but then you also have to anticipate because R star again is just if is the economy operating at its potential alongside low inflation, stable prices, and full employment. So if you're only looking at R star and not inflation, then you're probably going to end up missing whether or not they should be restrictive or accommodating with their current position, because you also have to incorporate inflation into this, which is probably more important first than the R star. But you have to think, without R star, if you were to remove it and you removed the inflation and you started running into a recession, okay, say this is coming, because people talk about a recession all the time that never comes. So let's assume that there's going to be a recession and there's no more inflation, because that's inflation, and the lack of inflation is kind of a recession. All right, so anyway, so let's say you have this recession taking place and the Fed lowers rates to 0 and you need to be accommodating, but you don't know where R star is. So how do you know if 0 interest rates would be accommodating if you don't know where the neutral rate would be if the inflation was removed? And that's where R star steps in. So it gives us a much better understanding of what it is that the Federal Reserve needs to do with their monetary policy if we understand that there is no way that they can stimulate the economy with the lowering of interest rates, because by their own admittance, their R star environment is way too low. And so if they remove R star from that and they take that view away, then how will we know? Like, they would be like, whoa, we're going to get back to 0 and stimulate the economy. And I'd be like, are you sure? Is there inflation? If there's no inflation, how do you stimulate the economy? Because we don't know where the neutral rate would be. And that's really where I think the concern is. So, I mean, because I think to look at it and say, this is going to tell them whether or not to be accommodating or restricting to the economy, I don't know if that's exactly right. That would be if you included the inflation component to it. All right. So Jake says, so they look at R star, inflation and inflation expectations, and then they know what to do. Well, I think they'll have a better idea on whether or not the economy is restricted or not, right? Or inflation or not. Even the Federal Reserve says right now, they're not exactly sure if they are neutral or restrictive. They're at the high end of neutral. Well, what does that mean? Slightly restrictive? What does that mean? I mean, nobody, they don't explain that very well. And yet, I don't know how many people hear that, like, and they've been this way for some time. Like, I mean, even the recent speeches over the last 6 months have indicated that they are very close to the neutral position. How else are they like well positioned? All right. Well, we got 91 people. That was pretty close. You guys did good. I'm gonna call it quits though. 6.5 hours is long enough. Besides, I'm starting to slur my words a little bit. Absolutely amazing. I cannot thank you guys enough for being here. I mean, that was really incredible. I really wasn't anticipating hanging out for that long, but considering the crazy amount of afternoon sleep I had yesterday, I was not tired at all last night, and I can see many of you were also very much very much in the up all nighter mood here. All right. I learned a lot. Appreciate it. Yeah, no problem, Jake. Much thanks. Yeah. And for anybody else who happens to want some one-on-one coaching, guidance, anything like that, again, the webinars that we are pulling at the school community are just incredible. The people there are so helpful. They love the topic. They love the idea. They engage in it. They're sharing their ideas and, what it is that they could offer up for help and guidance. It's the only place that you're going to go to that's going to find a conversation about the credible threat theory. You could teach other people about it, but nobody's going to quite see it as those who have been watching it over the last few years. And the school community is really the only place you're going to be able to find that. Here at the Uneducated Economist, we can do it on these live streams, but really having a real straight up one-on-one conversation where, I can hear your voice, you can hear my voice, and the rest of the people can join in. It makes it so much better, and it makes it such a wonderful experience. And I know every single one of these things that I have done so far I've taken so much away from them that I can't believe how nice they are. Like, I'm not just like, trying to just brag it up. I'm serious. They are like some of the better experiences in understanding not only my own position, but then other people's position and how it is that they are viewing the credible threat theory. And it's just like, man, this is great. Like, it's exactly what I needed, was to see what it is that other people are also seeing within it. And like I said, I can't find another community that does it quite like the Uneducated Economist UE University does. It is, a $20 membership for a month. You'll have access to the credible threat theory, which is a video course that I put together that will give you like a really good understanding of where it is that the forward guidance that is used to manipulate markets, but it's more than just forward guidance. It's like the delivery of particular expectations in the messages and how it is that they have done this and formed this. And that's all, shared within that video series. And it's really easy, very simple, easy to understand. I mean, you might have to go through it a few times to get all the information, but it's really, it's pretty simple. And there's also the speeches that I have collected and highlighted. So all the highlighted speeches, those are for you. You get to take those, like download all those and keep them and do whatever it is that you need to do with them, or share them, or whatever. That's like, essentially the gift for joining being a member for a month of the channel, or whatever it is. You get access to those so that you can take them. And I feel like once you have joined in on a couple of the webinars, you'll be there to stay. Again, no better place on the internet that you're going to find to break down credible threat theory, which is the monetary policy of the Federal Reserve. You're not going to find any place quite like the Uneducated Economist. There are people who have bits and pieces of it, but what we share is quite unique. All righty, guys, I'm going to call it good. The webinars are really worth it and fun. Thank you, Susan. Thank you so much. Yeah, Susan, John, and I, we had a great conversation the other day, and it's awesome. So thank you, Susan, for for the comment, and thank you for joining in on that. And all right, guys, I'm going to go bed or something. I'm going to go sleep. All right, Uneducated Economist. You guys let me know.